live on YouTube, question mark? Hello, YouTube stream watchers, I think? Maybe? Oh, I think I see it going live. Okay, okay, I think we're doing it. I think it's happening. Oh, Jupiter, get off my feet. Foot freak! Jupiter! You guys hear him cry? My foot! Where is the link to my own stream though, actually? Wait, how do I look at my own YouTube stream? Sorry guys, I'm a little slow here as we figure this out. I'd like to NPR Changies. What's up, guys? Oops. Okay. Mute my own stream. I swear we usually do more. Ah, we have the YouTube chat. Hey guys, what's up? As you can tell, I've never done this on YouTube before. Never done this multi-stream. I think that's the link. Okay, we're gonna post that. We're gonna put this here. We're gonna be doing replays because that gives us the most freedom to solve any stream problems on the fly. Get used to this. I need to figure out a good format for where do we put the YouTube chat. I've heard YouTube chat is not as loud, or like less people talk on YouTube than on Twitch. We'll see if that's true. But we got some people here from YouTube. Will, the one, Adam, what's up, guys? Thanks for tuning in to the very first YouTube stream ever. And Twitch. It's happening at both at the same time. NPR, hey, thank you. Wait. I didn't hear that. Did you guys hear that? Am I crazy? Hey, Asset, what's up? Anna, we are trying it. We're trying it. I hope that it's easy enough for me to just run both at the same time. And then in the future, we'll always have the YouTube plus Twitch streams. But this is kind of the first of several tests to make sure we can actually do it. No alert. Oh, no. Okay, 1 second. Monitor and output. I had that on, so I was supposed to hear it. Maybe the link changed. So let's go to stream elements. Let's go to our overlays. See if this changed at all. I don't think the link changed. Hold on, let me do a test. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa. That one went through. Well, NPR, you got scammed. How's that feel? Get wrecked. Usually I stream on Twitch. Ah, this is so. I have the Twitch chat like on the left, and then the YouTube one even further. And I gotta like twist the. Where can I put this? Maybe we could have. Maybe we could have like upper, lower. Top half could be Twitch. Lower half could be YouTube or something. Oh, maybe they should go on different monitors. That way, when I'm looking this way, I'm reading YouTube chat. When I'm looking this way, it's Twitch chat. You guys will know. You guys will know who I'm looking at. Also, NPR. What is going on with it? You guys heard the test one though, right? You guys heard the test audio. Okay. Welcome all the YouTube viewers. I don't know if you guys have ever tuned in on Twitch before, or maybe you guys don't like Twitch, so here you are for the first time on YouTube. We're usually more put together. We usually get things going relatively quickly, but it'll be very slow today as I problem solve, and then we will eventually do some replay analyses. Control audio, yeah, no, that's not it. We'll do some replay analyses. We'll do a raffle for you guys to join in. Actually, I need two things from you guys today. One, we're going to do the replay analyses. But then also, if you guys have drafts, if you guys saw the recent YouTube video that I did with Ricky, I have another guest lined up. I need to sort that out, finish the details, but got another one planned. I'm going to put in the feedback that you guys gave on that first video. I think I'm going to try to do one draft, but more detail into it. So if you guys have any good pub drafts from any of your games that you think, like, wasn't this wacky or something, like, or is this, I think this is a garbage last pick, what do you think? Like, feel free to send that over. Maybe we could use that. Otherwise, I'll pick something. I'll find something. I actually haven't played a game recently, so I couldn't use that, but I can find a game. But I think if any of you guys have a draft, I think that series can be one place where we, you know, take feedback from you guys and then stick it in. Am I allowed to claim replay analysis? Oh, you know, I don't have a way to do that on YouTube right now, and I don't know if YouTube has a way to do it. So let's not do any of that quite yet. Let's let this be a, oh shit, I don't even know if YouTube will be able to join. All right, YouTube people, we're gonna have to see how this works. We're not only are we using a new, I usually use, I did Streamlabs before, right? And then we use the raffle system through there. I'm changing it up. I'm going to try to do it through Stream Elements. I actually don't know if Stream Elements takes into account both chats, so I'm going to guess it doesn't. I hadn't thought about that. We'll try it, and then we'll figure it out. Sorry, I'm just stuck. I'm trying to figure out why this audio isn't working. It's supposed to be active. Everything looks right. Yeah, I'm sure there is some kind of Raffles website or chatbot or something that will use both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. I just didn't even... I'll tell you what, let me write it down before I forget. Where is my pen and paper? Even in the modern era, I do take notes on like PC and stuff, but I actually find writing things is better for me. Find raffle system. I mean, maybe Stream Elements will work. We don't even know yet, but just in case it doesn't. All right, it's written down onto my list of things to do. I'm not gonna play a game today. Usually I will. Fridays are usually like game playing streams. Wednesdays are usually the replay analysis streams, but as this is the first test stream on the multi-stream, I figured doing replays would give us the most flexibility to adjust on the fly. Okay, did you guys hear that follow? I heard the follow. Did you guys hear the follow notification? You guys heard that one. So follows are working, but maybe the subscriptions and stuff aren't. I don't want to spend too much time on it because I don't want you guys to just be here watching me problem solve my own stream. So I'll tell you what. Yeah, maybe only NPR gets scammed. Let us test this giveaway first. Let's start with that. You guys all have a chance to enter in and all that. And we can see if it works on YouTube. If not, I guess we'll start with Twitch and YouTube. To just do it on the fly. I'll just pick someone randomly. Like, you guys can submit replays and I'll just pick one randomly. But maybe this will work and I'm overthinking it. Okay. So, Stream Elements. I am creating and starting a giveaway. I believe you guys type !giveaway to join in. Or maybe it's exclamation point ticket? Oh, I guess it's exclamation point ticket. So I see the Twitch people joining in. YouTube, if anyone's interested in joining and you want to type exclamation point ticket, I'll see if your name pops up on this recent entries. Which, by the way, if this is the first time you're tuning in, the way it works, just submit, join the raffle. We'll try to pick a raffle winner, and then you need to have a replay analysis from the last week. If it's beyond that, I can't download it, but we will do a replay of it. Maybe it'll end up on YouTube. I'm trying to be better about that, where we try to get actual content from the streams. Okay, I see some of you from YouTube joining in or typing exclamation point ticket. I don't see it popping up in stream elements though. Let me see if there's a... Is there a setting for this to include... How do I include YouTube? Surely people use stream elements for YouTube. There must be a way. Oh, wait. Maybe I just haven't added the bot to YouTube. Hold on. Maybe if we add the bot to YouTube, it'll work. My stream is set to public. Blah, 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 blah. Access YouTube Studio. Oh, where do I go? Where do I find this? I have so many tabs open. Okay, Studio. I cannot find all the accounts I blocked here. Lol. Add stream elements as moderator. Locate option to add moderators. Add managing moderators. Add standard managing. All right, let's hope that's real. Does this work now? No. Shit. It's a channel URL. I did that. Make sure to view the live chat instead of top chat. How do I do that? Oh. Okay. Supposedly we added the bot, but maybe it still doesn't work. Okay. Twitch people, I'm gonna screw you guys over this time. Since this is the multi-stream first ever, I'm just gonna randomly pick someone from YouTube then. Or maybe, like you guys said, maybe I can create like a wheel function. It's gonna take too much time. I'm gonna have to like add everyone into the wheel. That's too much. We'll just do it a little randomly for now, like my randomness. And then I'll figure out a system offline. Okay, let's see, who's in here? Actually, I'll tell you what, who's the... Okay, Adam, I'll tell you what, you were here. You were one of the first people here that is also trying to join the YouTube raffle. Let's do it. Send in a replay ID Let me know who you're playing, any questions you have, and we'll give it a shot. I don't know why the stream elements isn't working for YouTube. Sorry, guys. I will sort that out afterwards. Let's do at least one actual replay to show a proper stream content to YouTube. Can YouTube people join in too? In the future, absolutely. That is what I was trying to sort out because it hadn't occurred to me when I was preparing the multi-stream that my system may not work for YouTube, and it doesn't. So I was trying to figure that out. It didn't. I'll just do it randomly. For now, we're gonna start with Adam. He's gonna go find a match ID, send it in. We'll start there. For any of you just tuning in on Twitch or YouTube, we're trying the multi-stream. It might be tricky to read both chats. I'm finding. I don't know how to do, like, what's the best way to do it? Trying to put the chats next to each other. I'm gonna try that again. Usually, I try to stream when I get a chance. Mondays and Fridays end up being like we play games, Dota games. Wednesdays do replay analyses. If there's been a lot of casting going on, sometimes they do variety for fun. Maybe now that we have the multi-stream set up, I've been kind of flimsy with when we actually stream. It's a little random when I have time or not. Or like I try to aim for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but then the exact time I start varies. But maybe as we get this set up, I'll try to be more strict about when I actually start things. Yeah, NPR. I'll have to look for that. I'm sure it exists. I know other people multi-stream. I know there's people who only stream on YouTube and then do raffles on YouTube. I'm sure that exists. So we'll have to find it to combo all of it. And then in the future it can be a proper seamless raffle between the two chats. You have second monitor's best set on the side with both chats on it. Yeah, so usually that's what I had. So main screen, obviously Dota. I actually have 3 monitors because I'm a tryhard for editing and casting and all that. Right monitor, I put the streaming software, other displays I want to have. So like if we're checking builds, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, stuff like that's on there. That's where the raffle usually goes. And then chat and stream management stuff was on the left. So I'm currently having YouTube chat just a little bit to the left of the Twitch chat. Maybe that's where it'll stay. Otherwise, maybe on the right side, and then left will be Twitch, right will be YouTube, but that might be weird, so I might just have them both here. Do we pay for us to coach? I actually do offer coaching on Patreon, but that's not what this is. This is all totally free. It's just a raffle system, which I didn't set up correctly for YouTube. So it's a Zach picks and choose system, which I believe Adam is currently trying to find one. We picked him first. Maybe there'll be a time limit. We'll see if it takes too long. But I mean, it's fine. It's giving me time to set things up. So this is totally free and random. If you are interested in coaching, then that's on Patreon. How to get out of shadow pool? I know very little about the shadow pool. I know people talk about the shadow pool in Dota. You know, if you either because you're playing too well and you're a relatively new player, so it thinks you're a Smurf, or you are people saying like, oh, being really bad, and there's like a negative shadow pool. I actually don't know very much about it because I've been playing Dota for a long time, so I never end up in the Smurf shadow pool, and then I'm not toxic, so I never end up in that pool either. So I personally have very little knowledge of that. Steam API failed. Can't get a replay. Oh no. Are you able? Do you have Dota, like, can you find your account on Dota Buff? Because you can also just get the match ID from Dota Buff or any of the numerous Dota related sites if you can't log on to Steam and all that. If not, we can put a cork on yours. When you can get one, we'll go back to you. We'll pick someone else to start. Weekend dote, Zach is toxic. Absolutely not. How dare you spread this false lies? Oh, it's working. Okay, nice. Okay. Feel free to ask as many questions as you want. I never try to ignore you guys. It just inevitably happens when I get caught up in stuff. But just feel free to, you know, put it in again. Maybe ping me. Someone on YouTube test, if you ping my name, like at ZQuixotix, does it highlight the message? Because people on Twitch can do that, and then I'm more likely to see the question. I'm never trying to ignore you guys. I just get distracted. Okay, I see that. Yeah, thanks, Samson. So yeah, if you guys ever have a question, feel free to drop it in like Samson did. And then... that should work. To hopefully catch my attention. Bright colors. Okay, Adam has sent in a match. Looks like Archon to Legend. So pretty solid rank. I might use this for YouTube. So I usually like to do it in anonymous mode just to protect people from getting flamed too hard in case that ever happens. Can you let me know who you're playing? Any questions you got, Adam?
I use this to get Zach's attention, but even this doesn't work anymore.
I hear it this time, NPR. I don't know if you guys heard it. I heard it. It works. I didn't change anything, NPR, which only adds to my confusion. Let's guess. Who do we think Adam is? I hope you're not this Dazzle starting with a Ring of Bassi. That's going to be my first critique if you did that. That is not a good start. Helix, remind me on that later. That might be something I can do in between stuff or like off stream or something. He played well but got trolled in lane for being bad. Okay, but who? But which one is you? That's what I gotta know. Oh, by the way, you guys don't have to... It doesn't have to be support replays. I am best at support. But depending on your rank, we can give some core advice as well. Ringmaster, let's go. I can't wait for Ringmaster to get a facet. I'm really excited. Where are you? Okay, so you are 5 Ringmaster. Who are we laning with? Juggernaut. I think Impalement Arts is fine to start. But if you're ever laning with the carry who doesn't have a way to secure creeps, you might want to start Tame the Beast, because that's a good way to secure creeps. Impalement Arts, not really. Ooh, did a Slardar by accident. Sorry, hold on, wait. I was a little distracted as we started, so let's start over, get into this. So, Ringmaster hard support with Jug. You got some good aggressive potential. Like I just said, I saw you start Impalement Arts, but if your carry doesn't have a way to secure it, Tame the Beast can be good, but either one is fine, so I don't really mind in general. Starting build looks okay. We're maybe laning versus, I would guess, Slardar or Axe. This is a weird mix of heroes, as goes pub games. If your team smokes... it looks like you just barely missed the smoke. If you ever notice your team smoke, I would go with them. In fact, I encourage you guys to try to be the ones organizing the smokes if you think you have a good level 1 fight. This is, it can actually go both ways. But I recommend you guys do that. I recommend you not do what this is after that. This drives me crazy. This happens in my games all the time. So I'm not flaming you guys if this happens in your games. But let's all get on the same page here. If you're smoking to go for a first blood and you want to place a ward to help you with that. If you want to use this cliff, I personally don't like this cliff because I think it gets dewarded so easily all the time. But if you want to do it for the first blood and for the lane, like whatever, it's fine, personal preference. But stay near it. Like, what is the point of this ward? And then, okay, look, this is exactly it. Tusk smoke breaks. And it's like, oh, we have the vision advantage with the ward we placed. No, we don't, because we moved away from the ward. This happens all the time when I smoke my team here and I put the ward here, and then the team goes and stands here. And then someone walks here and breaks the smoke, and we can't see them because the ward's over here. The point of the ward is that you can hide behind trees and your smoke breaks because the guy gets here, but he still doesn't know you're here because you're behind the tree, but you know he's there because you have the ward. Here, you guys stand behind like these trees. And that way when someone walks in, and let's pretend they were smoked too, their smoke breaks, your smoke breaks, but you see them because you have the ward. If they're not smoked, then they have no idea that you're here, and they're gonna keep walking into the trees, then you kill them. When you ward here and then smoke further, then this doesn't really, like, it doesn't connect, it doesn't make sense. And then it's hit or miss if the smoke's gonna work. Which, 2 of you guys aren't here, so if I was these guys, I don't think I would push this far. If all of you were here, this might have worked, because your impalement arts might have hit her and slowed her and all that. So yeah, we have to now run over here. This is wacky. This is a little wild. I'm not going to worry too much about that, because it doesn't happen in every single game, but the conclusion of that is, if your team smokes, try to go with them. When you smoke and ward, position around the ward. Or ward where you want to go. All right, we're going to come over here. Your items are fine. We're just going to have to poke a lot. We're going to be careful of this Mirana. I don't know how to just say this. The camera feels a little funny to me. You see like all of this that we don't need to see? I feel like your camera should be further over here. Maybe this is just personal preference, but for example, when you approach the lane, I feel like I don't know where... Hold on, wait, a little further back. And the reason we got hit by this arrow is because your camera is like this, but I actually need to see this. So it's kind of it seems like a minor thing, but this is information you're supposed to have, but don't have because of your camera work. So try to like look where you are, and if you need hotkeys, in fact you should. I think it's good to have the hotkeys for select heroes, so you can move your camera out, snap back to your hero, back, snap back, all that stuff to gather the information. And then with knowing Mirana's here, I would walk this way and then just poke axe. You guys have the health advantage from that earlier first blood fight. These guys are actually low, so you should put the pressure on. You should just poke a lot. Mirana would be fine to poke if you see her. Axe is best, but I mean, if you're coming this way and you happen to run into her, then we can hit her because you're higher health than she is. And then like here, I would just keep harassing. You see what I mean with the camera work as well? Like we're looking at this, but key information is going to be here and here. Right here, you have to be a little careful, but you could actually be poking axe from here. With this very first wave, you have 2 choices to make. You're either doing something with the pole camps, or you should continue trying to be useful in the lane. Body blocking is kind of being useful in the lane, but it's on the lower end in terms of impactful things at this very second wave. Continuing to harass, like I said, they're already low, so you can poke a bit more. You have to be careful that you don't get 2v1'd, and that's why we're not going to like get all up in front here. We're not going to stay here as this very last creep dies. We're going to back off a little early, but you should be able to poke a little bit safely and then walk away. If you're way too scared to do that, depending on the matchups, then you help Jug deny creeps. That'll be a little bit more impactful than body blocking, especially because when he drags it out here, depending how many creeps he brought, maybe one of these creeps falls lows and dies, and then neither of you are in XP range, which is why it's good to be in this area. Or you care about the camps and you want to go block them. Because you are with Jug, I actually think you guys have good level 2 kill potential. I'm okay with you, for example, walking over here to unblock this or fight Mirana. You lose XP in the lane. I think you guys can hit level 2 and then just play aggressive, maybe kill them, shove the lane in to reset. You don't need the pull camps. So I'd be okay with that. If you want to body block this hard camp because you didn't have your sentry in. Oh, actually, you're going to have it in just in time. Let me see what you do with this. Okay, close. If you get this in at the very last second, then what you did is fine. Otherwise, you could body block it, and then you're in range for XP. And you're not, like, look at this Mirana. She's way over here. She's going to instant kill a creep because she's Mirana, but most other supports get no XP in that time. So now you're guaranteed to hit level 2 first. if you play this way, or like if you plan to play for that. Okay, Jug backed off, but that's okay. That's still harass. But you actually backed off sooner than needed. So let's just hit this guy. And then you're backing off. I kind of know Mirana's on this side. Some of it's a replay bug. You might not actually see her still, but I know she's not been doing anything. Like, we haven't seen her in a while. So it must have been something with the camps. So I know she's coming from the right side. So you should still be able to poke Axe safely right now. And every time you attack, like, I like the items you bought. You have 4 stats and then 2 damage from Fairy Fire. So you have good right-click damage, and Ringmaster has a good attack range, 575. I guess not the highest out there, but it's pretty solid. So you should just be able to poke Axe down right now. Axes will do different builds, but pretty much all the first items Axe will buy will make him much harder to harass soon. The old build was Vanguard, which some outdated players will still do. Phase boots and bracers. You see he has his bracer. Might go for phase boots soon. When he has that, it becomes a lot harder. So you want to get in a lot of damage on these types of heroes early. Other examples are like a Beastmaster going for Helm of the Dominator. He's going to get a Helm of the Iron Will. That's going to be a lot harder to harass. So you want to put the pressure now while he's trying to greed out for those kind of expensive items, at least for the laning stage. Make him buy a little bit more regen, which is relatively a big delay. If he has to buy another set of tangos or a salve, this is your last hit to get. What's his name was not going to make it. Maybe if you saw this dive happening a little sooner, but I guess that's just unfortunate that Razor DC'd. It's a little unlucky. Yeah, like, let's fight this Axe. That's scary, close. I like the heal. So here, this is where we need to put the pressure on to the Mirana. Axe is dead. This is 2v1. Mirana shouldn't feel comfortable to do anything too much because it's 2v1. But depending where we're positioned, she will be free to do things. In this case, you see how she can now hit the Jug, who's pretty low. She can hit him for free, and it's not even a trade. Like, you can't hit her back. So now she's getting things done in a 2v1 lane, and that shouldn't be okay. So anytime you get a kill, there's a couple things you should look to do. 1, check creep equilibrium. Do you need to do any pulls and stuff right now where you can't really be stopped because it's 2v1? If that's not a concern right now, then punishing the solo hero is also up there. Potentially roaming and runes and all that, like, that's further down the line. It's pretty early in the game, so you don't have to do that right now. But with Axe being dead, we should be looking to either do a pull or fight this Mirana. Currently, we're like middle ground deciding what to do. Lane equilibrium is good, so we don't need to do the pull. I just need to make sure Mirana is not hitting Jug for free. And you see how you're behind the Jug? This is going to allow Juggernaut to be hit for free. When Juggernaut is full health and you're playing like the 2v2, the neutral start, you can be behind him because you're a ranged hero, he's melee. Like, that's kind of generally okay. Especially in the 2v1s, or if he falls low, you should kind of be up front to be the point of contact. Tank a little damage yourself, maybe fall back again, it's his turn, whatever, you know. But as a ranged hero, you kind of want to hug the edges anyways to poke for free and kind of get an angle on them. For example, Mirana's here. If you're behind, that you'll never hit her when she hits Jug. So we kind of have to stand over here so that when we see her walking in, we issue an attack command so that we don't draw creep aggro, and we walk in at the same time and then start hitting her. And then when she starts hitting Jug, we start hitting her. Now, Jug still might not be super happy about that exchange because he's getting hit, but at least our lane versus their lane, like, let's say she's doing 50 damage, we do 50 damage. She's doing 50 damage, we do 50 damage. And that way it stays even. But if she's just doing 50 for free, 50 for free, 50 for free, it adds up, and that's how she will end up with the lead. I think someone just rang my doorbell. We're expecting a package. 1 second, guys. I gotta go get this. Never mind, my fiance is getting it. We're good. We can keep talking about Dota.
Ringmaster should instantly block hard camp and harass Mirana out of XP range. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind sticking the sentry here, block this. I think number one priority is harass Mirana out from the jug because he's low, and then the follow-up can be to block this hard camp. Fiance, since when? October, a couple months ago. I know, what a twist. Thank you, thank you. Ooh, he's going for the kill. This is a little risky, but I'm up for it. All right, we get the leap out. I might not use the blood grenade. I think using skills is kind of okay, but we do have an issue now where we don't have any mana to fight. And comboing with Juggernaut Spin, the level 2 timing when they're level 1 is good. Otherwise, level 3 versus level 3, you guys are also good because of the way Blade Fury is, like, it's a lot of damage. So I'd argue you guys are stronger at these, like, jumps in spell levels, but you gotta have the mana to use the spells. So we gotta be a little careful. If you think you can kill Mirana, I'm open to it, but Mirana often starts with leap at level 2, and so you invest a lot. She leaps away, she salves up. You know, didn't get too much from it. You have a good chunk of money from the kill. Let's make sure we spend it. I would say, speaking of mana, that would be good to get. Maybe some mangoes, clarities, magic stick could be good depending on the time. Raindrops, not bad. Here's another camera angle thing, right? Like, look where you're looking. Mirana arrow could be coming and we can't see it. So try to... How do we work on this? I'm not fully sure, but maybe just putting it in your mind to think about where your camera is already a start.
Axe likes this very much.
Use edge panning. Technically, any camera movement works as long as you're used to it. I personally use like middle mouse, but edge panning is fine as long as if that's what you're used to. But for one example, like here while you're running away, the awkwardness of edge panning is like, you got to edge pan this way to see, and then you got to snap back to your hero, edge pan this way, right click, edge pan back, and then that can be a lot for people, like a lot of mouse movements. If you prefer that, then that's fine. Middle mouse I find a little easier because it's like your mouse stays closer to the middle, so it's easier to, like, I don't know. Your mouse doesn't have to go like so far all the side. But again, it's all totally personal preference. Just whatever you feel works for you. All right, Juggernaut should not be taking this fight. So he's relatively healthy. You don't have the mana from earlier. You're buying a Bassi and a mango. I'm glad you had the mango. That's good to have. Why did Juggernaut take so much damage? He's in the creep wave, eats the spin, getting hit, decides to spin. Okay, so I mean, this is on Jug just because Helix goes through Juggernaut spin. I don't know. This is not you. I don't know why he's sticking around. Also, guys, Juggernaut spins larger than it looks. He doesn't need to be that close to X. Then maybe he can stay doing the damage. What? Oh, I don't think it was a package, guys. I think it was like a door-to-door kind of person. All right, that's not your fault. Did he just rage? Wait, I looked away for it. Did he rage buyback or what was? Oh no, okay, regular spawn. I just wasn't paying attention to the time. You won't need escape act this early. Or, I mean, you might, but I would rather try to play in a way that I don't need it and have either 2 points in impalement arts. If you're just looking to harass people a lot, you'll see some people max impalement arts first. Tame the Beast can still be good for harass. It's a little better when you need wave clear. Like if your team is really bad at wave clearing, then you can be the one to do it with Tame the Beast. It's also solid when you can fight and your carry has a way to slow or stun. I'm okay with either. This particular game in the lane, Impalement Arts will be easier. Later on, for pubs, I like the farming speed of Tame the Beast. Like, let's be real. We can talk all about theoretical, this should happen, you should fight more, whatever. There's always time to farm in pubs. So I personally like maxing Tame the Beast in all of my games, but I'm open to either. All right, what is he doing here? Let's see. Okay, TP's back in. I think we literally have a video about this. I think this is one of my most recent videos, guys. What the fuck is this? This is what I'm saying, guys. Carry players, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you fighting this axe right here? What's going on? Then he wants to spin on the axe. So that's 100% Juggernaut's fault, not yours. I hold you zero accountability, not at all on you. Could we make the difference? Yes. And this is why we try to accommodate carries who are going to make bad choices. And if you can be in the lane more, it's better. Or for example, you went for this small pull and you even had to use some mana for Impalement Arts. I think conceptually the small pull is fine if Juggernaut plays correctly. But this is not the only time your carry is going to do this. And it's not just your carry. Everyone watching this has run into a carry player who will do this. This is a classic pub problem. So if you can fight over the hard camp, I think it's good to do this one because you get to be closer to the lane. For example, instead of doing this pull right now, you're here with Jug. Jug starts this fight out of the blue. Okay, we fight with him, and it works out because you're there to make the difference. Jug does not go crazy. He just goes for this last hit normally, and as this creep is dying, you hit this hard camp and drag it over to try to pull this existing wave into the camp. If you mess up that timing, if they stop you, this camp pushes forward, or sorry, this wave pushes forward, you hit this camp, you drag it here, hit it at like 26 seconds, drag it this way, you'll do a pull. And you can actually do later too, like 26 is like here, 30 is like here. So whatever the timing happens to work out, you just pull the hard camp. This way, you stay near the Jug more. That way, if he goes crazy, you're there to help. If he plays normally, you're still doing a pull. You could make a case that the small pull is better than the hard pull for various reasons. I would agree. The carry doesn't agree, and he just goes and does his own thing. So I find the hard pull, especially after the first couple levels, like a pretty good middle ground. And keep it in mind, especially if this camp is already open and you don't really want them to have it for free, then maybe we can use it, weaken it, and now they don't really get advantage of it. Yeah, guys, we're trying to YouTube multi-stream. So we're still on Twitch if you prefer Twitch. If you like YouTube, feel free to try YouTube. And then hopefully this also means VODs will be a lot easier. In the past, I would have to export from Twitch to YouTube and then thumbnail and all that stuff. And it was some extra work onto the VOD channel. Now, if we multi-stream, I think there will just be a live tab on the channel, which will serve as our VOD channel. And it'll be slightly less work for me. Though apparently I have to make thumbnails for YouTube streams. Or I don't have to, and I didn't this time just to see what that would be like. But apparently you can, and it might be good to do. So maybe it's the same amount of work in the end, just different work. I don't know. Okay, with him being dead, I got a little distracted there. But you're last hitting under tower. This is fine. All right, see him. Yeah. This is the carry player's fault. The first one you could have helped a little bit more with via positioning, but still wasn't really your fault that he engaged the axe. Second one, completely his fault. And now he's so mad at you for his own shortcomings, he's abandoned. This happens a lot. This is why I like carries, or sorry, supports that scale really well. This is why someone like Shadow Shaman's a classic. Depending on the patch, like for a while, I thought Snapfire was really good at this. It's not as good anymore. Jakiro, I like. I think Ringmaster's going to be okay at this. It's not the scariest. Like, you don't see a Ringmaster with a bunch of gold and you're like, oh shit, I can't approach Ringmaster. You know, it's not the same as a Marcy support. but it's still pretty good. So I think it's fine. And yeah, from here, you're just going to do your best in the lane. You're going to get as much gold as you can, levels. And then in situations like this, where you don't feel comfortable 2v1 pushing up, potentially, you might rotate over. Like, okay, if Jug wants to be a baby and go jungle, I don't need to protect the carry in the lane. So perhaps with my high levels and high gold from being left alone in the lane, I can win another lane. So we lose our safe lane, but maybe we win our off lane. Maybe we go help mid, their bottle heroes, you know, you come secure this rune. That is what you guys can look to do. I know it's already suboptimal once the carry decides to give up. Can't do too much about that, you know? So we're just gonna have to move on, do our best. This is where escape act just isn't gonna do too much right now.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Jug? Jug? Would you like to triple your net worth? Jug? Hello? Jug? Carry players, by the way, if you're in there and you're like, well, sometimes my supports are bad. You know, it's not Ringmaster. Like, Ringmaster this time, it wasn't his fault. But sometimes there are supports who totally grief the lane. They make it bad. You can go jungle early. I think that's good. That's why I recommend heroes like Gyrocopter and Luna as carries, so that they're good in the lane. They're good out of the lane. You don't need very much. That way you cover your bases. But in situations where the lane pushes in, you should come back. Get the gold and the XP from the lane pushing in. So Jug, you know, right or wrong, he can be unhappy with the lane in jungle, but free creeps is free creeps. Get your free creeps. How to get a replay reviewed. Usually there's a raffle system. I did not think it through and prepare it for YouTube and Twitch, so we're gonna do it randomly. I picked one from YouTube to start. We'll do a Twitch one next, and then bounce between. And for YouTube, I'm just picking randomly. You guys are joining in, and I'm just picking a random name. No bias here, for sure. But I'll set up a proper bot later to do it. I'll figure it out off stream.
This thing is solid gold.
That was pretty risky of you, by the way. I recommend picking up, I don't know what's in, oh, I do, I can see. Sometimes you can't see this. Get your observers, get a couple sentries. So Mirana, let's think from the enemy's perspective. Juggernaut has abandoned the lane. It doesn't really matter if it's grief or not. There are cases where the off lane just wins, right? And everyone tried their best and the off lane wins. So we're at the point where you guys can't really contest the lane. Axe is going to be okay to be left on his own. This frees up Mirana to move around. So you as the support, you want to ward somewhere in this area. Exactly where is up to you, but I know Mirana is going to be pretty free to move around. If she doesn't move around and she just wants to put as much pressure on whoever shows up in the lane, I got to know that too. So I need a ward somewhere around here. Sometimes on this side and maybe over here to spot the twin gate rotations is okay, but in a lot of pubs, people really underutilize the twin gate. The pros will like almost always put a ward, especially in the professional matches, as opposed to high level pubs. They almost always put one here at like 4-ish minutes to see the twin gate rotations. Even in my games, you know, in low Immortal, people are kind of meh about it. Some players are really good, most players very meh. So I would be willing to just take the bet that if Mirana was going to do something, it's probably jungle and or go mid. So where you choose is up to you, depending on the game. Maybe you think they've like checked here, whatever, like shifted around, just somewhere in this area for that purpose. Try to see what Mirana is up to. If you decide to stick in the lane, that'll help you. Otherwise, it'll let you know, hey, I have freedom to go bottom. I can help mid. Oh, Mirana's coming behind me and she's stronger. I don't want to be here. Right? It'll open up some of your own plays as well. Thanks for dropping by. I'd like to. Hopefully whatever came up, not too bad. You're going to have a very fast level 6 because of what has happened. And that just, again, head over to a side lane, go mid, try to use your ultimate early. Like, the position 5 has level 6 ult at 7 minutes. That's crazy good, even though you got it in a way that we'd prefer not to. But otherwise, it's really good. And so if you're a hero like Shadow Shaman, guaranteed kill on a solo core, right? Hex, ult, shackle, kill. Push with the team, drop the ult here, maybe you kill one, you get the tower, something like that. There's a lot of hard supports who have very impactful level 6. Ringmaster's Wheel of Wonder can be a little tricky to use, but it's pretty good in the right games, especially if you rotate through here, they're pushed up, they're running away, you throw it in the middle, they run into it, boom. You can also combo it with Tame the Beast. You know, you're like standing over here, you ult this side of Lina and then fear Lina to look into your ultimate. That combo works as well. Tons of different ways, but it's going to be pretty impactful since you have it at 7 minutes. Like, by comparison, this Lina looks like they're kind of winning their safe lane. Maybe it's sort of even. Lina's level 4. So that's the difference. You're 2 levels over Lina. And this is one way to try to do something with this. I'm not saying you're going to win every game doing this, but it's a pub game. I mean, you know, things get chaotic. Maybe you can make Jug, or maybe you can make Drow abandon her lane and go jungle forever, you know?
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
I looked away to look at stream stuff. I'm pretty sure they just dove you there, though, which kind of goes back. Like, we just can't do too much in this lane anymore. So we're just going to have to leave. I feel like we covered some useful stuff in the lane already. And covered potential recoveries. That was good. Let's make something happen here. This one, oh, be careful of this. I have no idea what happened here. Dazzle should. Maybe you talked in the game and I don't know, but I highly recommend be careful when you come in like this. Did they fight over the small camp? I don't know. So is there a lingering sentry here from earlier that the Lina put down to open up her small camp? I don't know. Dazzle might know. The offlane might know. So just be a little careful when you come ward in the opposite lane after the laning stage is like at its tail end, because I just don't know where they have put observers or sentries before, unless you're like a god and you're like playing your lane while also playing their lane and you actually know both. Welcome to the pro teams at that point. I don't know. Most pub players, myself included, we're not going to do that. So just be a little careful of this stuff. I've seen a lot of people, you know, you come over here, maybe you twin gate over, you drop it back here because you're like, oh, I want to siege this tower. This is useful. It is. And then it gets insta-killed by a sentry that's like back here because it's still, like, if they fought over this camp around 3 minutes, then a sentry would still be here. And then you lose it right away. So just be a little careful of that. Communicate. If they don't share any info with you, then maybe we're pushing the observer further away. Like, for example, put it on this cliff. It's very unlikely there's a sentry checking that. Or put it back here. Very unlikely to be found by a sentry. It's not as useful as this one, but it's still useful. And the most important thing is that your observers survive, typically. Oh, that's not fully true. There we go. Look at that. Use the ult, get a drow kill. Fantastic. So, even though Jug has the mentality of a baby, by doing things around the map, he's not that far behind. I mean, he's not even behind, right? He's ahead of Drow by a little bit. So don't give up hope when your carries just go jungle, because jungling is farming and you just need to make other things happen. And sometimes, like, it works out. Not justifying what Juggernaut did, but it's not hopeless. Don't give up.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
General support question. Currently around 4.2k MMR. How do you decide if you help with 6-minute power rune as a position 5 or you'd rather stay in lane? That's a great question, and that's actually really relevant for you, because around, like, prior to 4k, it's good to do, but then the guy grabs like a DD rune, dives mid, and dies, you know? But around 4,000, you have mid laners who are a little bit more reliable, that getting them the rune is worth it. First, I would consider the mid heroes in the game. Some mid heroes are very bottle and power rune reliant. Classic examples are the Storm or the Spirit Brothers. So like Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, Earth Spirit, all of them fantastic for any runes. Puck, Lena often gets a bottle, right? There's a ton of heroes who get bottle and can do a lot with the first potential power rune, such as regen, insane farming speed, gank and farming, like for Storm, double damage, amplified damage, whatever. Those heroes, really good to consider to get the rune, or maybe they're on the enemy team. I don't want a Storm Spirit ganking me, so I still want to stop him from getting the rune. That can be really good. If they don't get the bottle, it drops a lot in priority. So like Invoker versus Sniper. They might do something with the rune, but they probably don't have a bottle. And they also might not do anything with the rune. They're probably just going to sit mid still. I don't care as much in those cases. I might still care, but it drops. So that is to first determine if the mid lane is worth going for at all. Then do you have the freedom? As the position 5, you should prioritize your carry. And a lot of position 5s are too slow and can't actually contest. So for example, Clockwork 4 versus Crystal Maiden 5, and they've been winning, so you're poor. Unless you have a ward spotting where Clockwork is, you probably shouldn't go, because in the process of coming for the rune, you might just solo die to the Clockwork. The mid hero could also just kill you, because they're having a good game, you're having a bad game. Free Void Spirit just sees you, jumps you, kills you. Probably not really worth going for. If you're having a good game, and you could kill the 4, I feel a lot better about going for the rune. Or if I know I'll survive versus the mid hero and not just get insta-popped because I'm weak or I'm low health, something like that, then another good reason to come here. If you have good kill potential, like the 4 goes to the rune and the 5, like let's say that Crystal Maiden example where you're weak, but you're with a Juggernaut, and together you are strong enough to kill a solo offlaner, then that can be a good reason to stay here. Other times, they're pushing in like a huge wave. You maybe just can't go, because you need to help your carry live / farm that wave / not lose your tower right now. So there are times where they put a lot of pressure on you and you can't afford to leave. I think that covers a good majority of situations. If you can identify it early, and you should be able to identify it in the draft, because you see like, you know, Storm Spirit versus Void Spirit, that's a very rune important lane. I'm going to try to be there. Around 5 minutes as the hard support, look at Equilibrium and try to figure out what you can do to get it to come here without it being like 3 enemy creep waves pushing at the same time. Prepare like a stacked pull and then do it at like 5:15. Do a half pull at that time. Maybe it's a hard pull into whatever. Maybe you get a kill early at like 5.5 minutes and then you use the death time to come over here. Like there's different ways depending who you're playing to set it up ahead of time so that you don't get to 5:50 and you go, oh shit, power rune, I can't leave. You know, think of it early, know you want to do it, and then do your best to set yourself up to be able to do it. And if it doesn't happen, that's okay. Dota's like super chaotic, but it can be great to do. Cameron wards are my lesson. Yeah, that's a great one. Can't do much about the jug. The positioning is the last thing I'll highlight for you, Adam. We can start here. So this one, let's do on Twitch. Which if you're watching on YouTube and you want to open up the Twitch to join, I don't care. That's fine. But otherwise, we'll bounce between the two until next time where we set up a proper bot to do it. Okay, so people on Twitch, type !ticket to join the raffle. YouTube viewers, sorry, the bot doesn't work in YouTube right now. I need to figure out what's going on there. The next raffle will come to you guys and just I'll randomly pick one. End conclusion for Ringmaster. I like the items you had were fine. try to poke with them. Like, that's what those items tell me you're doing. You're poking here, which I think makes sense. And that involves positioning and the camera work to make sure you're in a safe spot. Like here, you're not getting hit by Marana for free. We stand here, we hit Axe. Jug is low, Axe is dead. We like stand a little further up, poke the Marana. The camera work combines with the positioning to make sure we're auto attacking a little bit more in the lane. And then, yeah, this one he gave up, but there are cases where the carry just can't approach because the lane is a disaster. It does happen. And in those cases, get what you can out of the lane and then make something happen somewhere else. I think those are good key lessons to get. Yeah, you should be able to just, I set it to just one ticket. I guess there's like a whole loyalty system with stream elements, and the more you're here, you get like points. You can use points to buy tickets. I didn't want to do any of that. I set the tickets to 0, like, so anyone can get the tickets. There's no loyalty system, and I just set it to 1 for balance. Though I will admit, subscribers have slightly higher odds. I think stream elements is ×2, so I guess you get 2 tickets as a subscriber, essentially. Give something to the subscribers. Although I don't know if we can set a system up like that for YouTube, so maybe the system is becoming rigged. Maybe I'll have to get rid of that. Obtuse Master. My win rate is 53%. That's really good. But my lane win rate is less than 20%. Is it normal to lose the safe lane the majority of the time? What are some heroes you play? I would say 20% is really low. So my gut response is, if you look to increase your laning, you could probably see an even bigger jump. 53 is already solid. I'm guessing your mid to late game decision making is really good. Focus on laning a little bit, it'll make the rest of your life much easier. But some heroes are bad in the lane, and they kind of do lose more lanes than not. Shadow Demon, I'd say, is very neutral. It really depends on the matchup. I'm not surprised if you're losing lanes, but I'd say 20% is still low. Then just not the strongest right now. Similar, where I would say below 50 I would understand, but below 20 is too low. Chen should be above 50. Chen should be winning most of his lanes. If you're a very casual Chen player, that might explain it, where maybe you're not you're not getting the reps in of like micro this creep and sweat and like all of that, which Chen somewhat needs to do to win his lanes. But if you're playing a good Chen, it should be, I'd say, like 80% lane win rate. Shadow Demon Venge, I would accept at like 40%. So something's happening in the lane there. I don't know. Maybe if we randomly pick you for the replay, we can see this. Oh, see, I was gonna say there is no bias, but now there is. Now it's like, oh, maybe I do want to see that. But now I'm rigging the system until we set up the bot. What would you say for AA? Ooh, AA is also not a weak or not a strong laner. Let me think on that for a second. I'm gonna pick the winner for Twitch, which Arbiter Ensign? I'm not sure where to like break these letters up. Hopefully that's somewhat close. Congratulations. Feel free to send in the match ID, who you're playing, all that, whenever you get a chance. AA, I would say maybe like 30 to 40%. Oh, here's the other thought. There is still winning a losing lane. So let's say we're a weak laner like Ancient Apparition and we expect to lose the lane. You can still get more or less out of a losing lane, and that's what you would aim to do. Like, we don't need to, oh, I killed them 4 times and we took the tower super early, win the lane, but I did a cool pull and denied like an extra creep wave out of them. We actually maintained the same level the whole lane. Like, that's doing better in a losing lane than you're supposed to, and that's still good laning. So just because you're playing these weaker laners doesn't mean like, I died 8 times, that's okay. Zach said I'm a weak laner, right? Like, I didn't say 8 times in the laning stage is okay. There's still like a middle ground of what you can and can't do for a good or bad later. Oh, we actually have an AA game exam. Perfect. Well, let's take a look at it. Okay, for Divine 2. So this Divine means we should be relatively following the hero strengths. You know, supposed to win the lane, so we do win the lane. Supposed to lose, so we do lose because the enemies actually punish us. When you're, I would say, Archon-ish and lower, it's all just individual skill. You could play the weakest laner in the world like Spectre, but just have really good fundamentals, and you outperform and beat people that you're not supposed to. Having this on a million different tabs. Okay, there we go. Okay, I don't know why I just did it again. Let's load up the AA. How do you feel about position 5 Vena with Plague Carry that's been making the rounds? I think it's... So, full-on jungling I wouldn't do in most pubs unless you have a friend to play with and they know how to handle a 1v2 lane. For a more middle ground approach, I would say play the lane, win the lane, and then do some jungling on the side. Kind of the way like Mirana will. Like, she's not always arrowing jungle creeps, but she is jungling some creeps, right? In the laning stage. Like, you do what you can in the lane, you get the equilibrium back, and then you're like, ha ha ha, free time to go jungle a little bit. I would put Veno in that category. I think it's fun, but the lane can be tricky. I'm going to quickly answer up the questions you guys have sent, and then we'll full focus on this replay. I play US East and US West servers. Around 6,200 MMR right now. I'll make no excuses on whether I could be higher or lower. But I haven't really put too much effort into gaining MMR lately. I think I'm pretty happy just floating where I am right now. Any quick tips for save supports like Ringmaster playing versus Nullifier? Ooh, Nullifier is tricky. To a certain extent, you can't do too much versus Nullifier. Like, that's the point of it. But positioning helps a lot, right? Like, he can't nullify you if you are out of sight and far back. And that way, he chooses to go on someone else, and then you get to come in and do your job. Now, it might still make it tricky to use things like Glimmer Cape and Forestaff. That's kind of the counterplay. Like, that's what it does, you know? So you just have to be patient. You either have to use it really early to bait out the Nullifier earlier than it needs to be, or wait and hopefully your guy can live long enough, Nullifier ends, and you're like, Glimmer Force, get him out of there, solar, everything, drop it. Some items can't be nullified. So general auras are good. Something like a mech, like Burst Heal, you can't do anything to that. Pipe cannot be wait, hold on, let me... Pipe can't be nullified for whatever reason. Crimson Guard, I think, can be. I might have to double check that. Potentially, you can go for things that can't be nullified. But oftentimes, by the time a nullifier is out, you're not even building those items anymore. So, played versus Nullifier Spectre and was sad. Yeah, that one's miserable. That one is very much about positioning, staying out of sight so that she can't jump you and eventually jump someone else. That's true for Spectre in general, Nullifier or not. For a lot of supports, that's how we gotta play. We gotta stay out of sight, stay in the trees, stay near the team, so that she can't just insta-kill you wandering through your jungle. You're a Tomer, thank you. I took a lot of feedback from the people commenting on that video. I'm glad a lot of people like the concept, and I'm gonna try to improve on it for the next one. I got the guest lined up. We gotta sort out some final details. I feel weird if that's like back-to-back videos of the same series. So I'm gonna try to sneak one in. Maybe it'll be this replay right here, or from today, but then we'll at least have someone else in between. I'm not trying to be like full-time this series, but it is just working out that way. How bad sniping the big creep when the rest of your, when you're a support like Nixium Lich? It's not too bad, but I recommend trying to do it on the enemy's half of the map. So for example, your Mirana 5. That's not very meta right now. I swear we're going to get to the replay. This is the last question. We'll get to the replay right after this. Let's say you're Mirana 5. It's not super meta, but you're playing it because you like it. It's a pub game, whatever. Arrowing this is their camp. So it kind of works out. Position 4 Mirana. This feels a little worse to do, right? This is like my pull camp. But if you wander this way and you arrow this one, or maybe you're ganking mid and you arrow their camp here or their camp here, then that's great, right? That is all the benefits, none of the cons. They have to deal with the reduced camp. Sucks on them. Suck it, nerds. So that's ideal. If you're arrowing things like this camp as the Mirana 4, it can be okay. I really recommend lining up the timing with a stack. So your Crystal Maiden, Mirana, whatever, Nyx, come over here at like 4:45-ish, get the double stack, and then farm your camp. And that way you got what you need, but we're still giving something to the team. And yeah, it's not the same double stack. It's a little worse, but like it's a give and take. And then that's better.
That? Thank you.
I would really recommend that
you
to
for
be
your
the best way to
content.
deal with it. Ranadil, thank you. Thank you for watching and subscribing. It's supporting content. I appreciate it. Can you reveal the guest? It's probably not a big deal, but now I feel like I'm required to make you guess for it. It's another smaller content creator that I think will be pretty fun for this. Okay, let us do this Ancient Apparition replay. Who are we with? Alchemist. Okay, Alch is cool because we have a very clear game plan. Offlane Ursa. What in the world? PA. This is a real pub draft for a Divine game. So this is where things are a little awkward, and it's not your fault. But you picked Ancient Apparition, and then this guy picked Alchemist, who wants a very strong start. So he would like position 5s who can give him a strong start. It's not really Ancient Apparition. But Ancient Apparition is pretty good at double stacking, so that could be one thing we look for. Like, the stacks back here, you make your way in here. You're so long range, you can actually do double stacks. So this is a case of where my game plan going into it, we're going to get as much as we can and probably focus more on stacking rather than aggressive plays. But it's a pub game, we'll see what they give us. But even if I was a stronger hard support, I'm not looking to force a ton of fights that prevents Alchemist from farming. I want him to focus on farming. If we can get a kill, we'll get a kill, right? Like, Concoction and Acid Spray are actually pretty strong. So, like, just choose the fights carefully. But we at least go into it knowing my overall game plan. Item-wise, I would recommend switching out this Sage's Mask personally, because you actually have really long attack range. And we got 2 extra Iron Branches, so 2 extra damage. This is going to sound... If you got 3 extra damage, like let's say 2 Iron Branches, replace this Sage's Mask with a Circlet. You know what? Let's actually just leave it at that for now. Circlet and 2 Sage's Masks. So now we have a little bit more health as a squishy hero. We have 4 extra damage from our stats. That's 2 more damage per auto attack. And I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but I swear it does build up. If you think about how many times you're going to attack in the laning stage, let's say in 10 attacks, we just did 20 more damage. In 20 attacks, we did 40 more damage. And you just like keep expanding it, right? And that's why if you then change this Mango with the Fairy Fire, from 2 extra damage, we now have 6 extra damage. And in 10 auto attacks, instead of 20 bonus damage, we get 60 bonus damage. And it does, I promise it adds up, even though it sounds like very minor. But if I know the main way I'm going to harass at the start of the game is auto attacks, I might as well boost that. Sage's Mask and Mango means I'm going to constantly use spells. But are we going to do that? Like, you might be planning to use Chilling Touch a good amount. Even Chilling Touch can't be rushed out that fast. You will have time to just casually regen. And let's say, Zach, my game plan is literally to non-stop Chilling Touch. You still don't need this Mango right away. You can get several Chilling Touches, like a full minute worth of Chilling Touches at minimum, and still have enough mana to do that. And in that 1 minute, you can buy all the mangoes you want at that point and arrive it to you. And that way, we will have the mana to endlessly spam Chilling Touch, but we also got the bonus damage from the circlet and maybe the fairy fire or whatever. So I would really recommend AA consider stat items if you don't need anything else, like a magic stick. Be very careful here. I see you walking up here. If you haven't seen anyone, the enemy should be doing something. Like, how can they not be doing anything at Divine? So very careful of this. But also, if we need a good start, I think it's worth teleporting. We're going to be late to lane because you're walking. We can do stuff right now. If we TP'd, we're laning. Lich, Shadow Shaman, I don't actually know which one's position 4. They're still on the way. Earlier, you do the runes, you TP up here. If you want to block or unblock camps, you do that. And then we're already in the lane. I'm hitting Ursa right now. I've probably hit Ursa twice right now, which with my extra stats is 8 more damage than you're going to get. Boom. But we're just going to start working away on Ursa immediately. And that's going to help give Alchemist the best start. If you're getting top runes, you can walk top. I think it's fine. But a lot of times, I think it's worth just TPing to lane. Excuse me, that was straight into the mic. I didn't even remember to turn. Look, by the time we get here... Again, straight into the mic. My bad. We get here. 3 of the enemy creeps are already dead. 1 of our range creeps is dead. You could have maybe denied some of these. If you were too scared of positioning for whatever reason, we could have been hitting some of these so that we're not about to push the full wave out. So by the time we get here, the lane is already pushing, and I'm already on the back foot. And that's why I don't love it. Should it have been that extreme? Probably not. I think Alchemist dragged it under tower for it to reach this state. That's not really on you. Maybe he felt he had to do that because you're not here and he doesn't feel comfortable moving out here. You also did this. You didn't happen to see this because the tree blocked it, but if you did see it, you would have sat here, attacked it, walked in, so then you would have gone here, and then the full creep wave would have been dead, and now we're ready to start playing the lane. And that, like, we're already behind. It's already shoving out. So that's why I personally, when you have a carry who really wants a good start, strongly recommend being in the lane before it even begins. This is my cookie cutter start. So I think that's fine, especially as you learn a new hero, do a cookie cutter build and adjust from there. That's fine with me. But of course, as we want to improve and play better, we're going to adjust it. Okay, sorry. I was reading chat a little bit. Let's go back and look at this. Okay, so we're hitting back. We want to position in a way as AA that we're not going to get hit back. So your attack range is way longer than Shadow Shaman's. He should not be able to get equal trades with you. Some of that was a little bit of positioning stuff. But if we can choose our target, I care a lot more about hitting the Ursa than the Shadow Shaman. If Shadow Shaman is low, he can still shackle someone for Ursa to hit and kill them. If Ursa wants to kill Alchemist, though, and he's got 100 health, you're going to kill the Ursa first. So it's more important to harass the offlane here, and that's generally true. I'll always take free damage, but if we position here, as Shadow Shaman comes up, I'm forced to back up and hit him. If I position away from Shadow Shaman, then I'm free to commit all my harass to Ursa until Shadow Shaman walks over, and then I just walk over to the other side again. See, you hit Ursa there. This matters, I swear. It's hard to see in the short term, but it does add up over time. We hit Ursa, Shadow Shaman hits us. He actually hits harder than you, ignoring the fact that you're using Chilling Touch. If this was just a regular auto attack, they're actually winning this trade. You, a ranged hero, are hitting a melee hero. There's a chance he blocks 16 damage on this auto attack. You're a ranged hero who's squishy, has less armor than the Ursa, and you don't have the damage block chance because you're ranged. Shadow Shaman hits you. He has more damage than you as well. So you probably take twice as much damage as you dealt to Ursa. So if we keep doing this, it's not going to be sustainable. Even though we're harassing Ursa and he's harassing us, like, that's the bright side of it. But when I outrange every single hero in this lane, I don't want these kind of trades. I really want to be poking way more for free. It should be like 3 of my auto attacks to 1 of their attacks. over the course of the longer laning stage. I actually don't know that exact amount. I don't know if that's like the best, but that's the rough idea, right? Like, I don't want any of these 1-for-1 trades, which is kind of what we're getting here, and that's why we have to back out first, because I'm losing that trade to the Shadow Shaman. Alchemist did come in a little bit to help. If we organize that a little better, maybe we get something out of it, but at the same time, I don't want him to have to go too much out of his way to help me, because I do want him to get a lot of the farm. Because we didn't block this camp earlier, they're now going to get a pull. It's not that I expected Ursa off lane, but I guess once I see the Ursa in the off lane, I know he really wants to fight, and I don't want the lane to get dragged back here. This was at least a 1-for-1, so not bad. But try to get some sentries to block this. Okay, we got one. We're going to need another one. We always need, if we care about the pull camps more than the enemy, we always have to remain one sentry ahead of them. This guy might have one. Looks like he does. So we actually never got this. But if you had unblocked this, he would be bringing a sentry to now block it again. So we need a sentry to unblock this. So we always have to have one over him. If we use that, we don't even have something for this camp. So now we kind of need like 2 sentries here to start blocking multiple camps. Or like we block this one, he blocks this one, but we're okay with that. It depends on the exact lane. But I think you could buy two sentries. Okay, you do eventually get this. The timing here didn't quite work out where you should have blocked this first so that he couldn't get this stack. But you had the relatively right idea there. Just need another sentry to do it. But you see, here we are at 3 minutes, and let's just like reflect on how much attention has been on Shadow Shaman instead of Ursa. And that's kind of what we want to fix over time. If you block this camp earlier, let's go all the way back to the start. I know I want to block things. I mean, not that I knew it was Ursa, but like one of these guys was ending up in the off lane. PA would be the best, but both Ursa and Lone Druid are very strong laners. So I know I don't want them to have access to this pull camp. So I start with 2 sentries instead of the Sage's Mask Mango. We do our bottom rune stuff. We TP up here. I walk out. I either block this camp before they know how many sentries I had, so that they just have to guess if I did this or not. Or if I think they were up here, let's say this is the very first wave. As the very first wave gets here, they probably already blocked this camp or not if they were going to. You preemptively unblock. Maybe you put your sentry up here to be sneaky. You do all this, you come over here, this camp is blocked, and now we're free to just sit over here, and you don't have to feel like you have to be over here, which is where you have been for a lot of this, which is what has led to the trouble with the Shadow Shaman being able to hit you. You don't feel free to come over here because you keep doing stuff with this camp. Otherwise, if you do need to potentially body block this, or you only have 1 sentry, so you're trying to react at the last second, put it in at like 58 seconds, then maybe we do have to be over here to start. But then after the camp is blocked successfully, we now have a minute to come over here, or maybe like 40 seconds. And then after that, we got to come back here to block this again. Here's another trade where he hits us a good amount for free. I think this pull is good, though. I don't know how we managed to pull 3 creeps off. That's unfortunate for you. We got a lot of mana items for the idea to be to spam Chilling Touch. But then we didn't level Chilling Touch again at level 3. So we're having some different ideas here. The build is designed for spamming Chilling Touch, and we're not doing that. Uh-oh. At least you got the kill first, I guess. But this is the situation we don't want, where Ursa's hitting Alchemist, you're hitting Shadow Shaman, you guys kill Shadow Shaman, but Ursa kills Alk. I know he's self-stunned, so it's not fully your fault, but if Ursa was low, you could be killing the Ursa and at least both cores are dead, or maybe their core is dead and Alk lives. Like, that's way better, you know? Go back to this. We were talking about earlier, do we care about mid runes? I'm actually still kind of getting the feel for Kez. I actually haven't seen him in very many of my pubs, so I don't know how rune dependent I rate Kez yet. Lone Druid is very low on needing runes though, so I don't care that much. I'm also an AA. I'm very scared. I'm very slow. It's going to take a long time to come over here. We don't have boots yet. The 4 is not the strongest in terms of solo killing us, so I feel a little better if I were to rotate that it's into a Shadow Shaman. But as I get here, and I have to have a Click War versus a Lone Druid, and a Shadow Shaman rapping on me, that feels really bad. So for that question earlier about position 5s maybe rotating, this is a case where I don't really love it, and I'm probably doing a double stack instead. But maybe I'm stacking this camp and trying to deny this. That could be a safe middle ground. Man, I don't know why I'm so... We haven't even started talking that much yet. I guess I gotta go boil some hot water or something. Maybe I should just do that now. Okay, 1 second, guys. Let me go boil water. Okay. I think AA is a hero who can just go brown boots into an item like Pavis. I don't hate arcane boots though if your team needs it a lot. Why did he change path like that? I think this is a good Solar Crest game, though. I like that choice. Yeah. I was gonna make tea. Who's that? Thank you.
I love to gank with the Twin Gates as Oracle and ET.
Oh, there we go. That one's working. Yeah, Twin Gate's good with those. Of course, you would be the ganking Oracle. I believe it. Oracle is actually surprisingly good at it, though, despite being a save hero. Wisdom Rune. Oh, I did get distracted because we left. Let's see what happened with that Wisdom Rune. We died. Oh yeah, all this happened. If you end up dying and you're a very weak support, AA is not going to be good at stealing the rune here. Oh my goodness. Usually I have a chair here. I went to lean on it. It wasn't there. I almost tipped over. So because AA died earlier, you're going to have to TP in, slowly walk over here. You do have boots, but AA is just not very fast in general. Steal this, and then you have to walk out because you won't have a teleport. Their support does have a stun too, and Lich actually does as well, so there's a lot of time for people to come in to kill you. And it's easier for them to do this. It's their own side. If AA hadn't died and maybe got the kill, maybe no kill happens, I'd be open to attempting the steal. But versus a Shadow Shaman, or let's say any support who has a stun and I don't have a stun, I wouldn't feel great about stealing it. So this is actually a situation where if I was the AA and it's getting close to 7 minutes, rather than commit the time to go for the Wisdom Rune, either play aggressive 2v1 because this guy's on his own because his support's gone, Or if we're bad at that, because Alk is low and I'm an AA, then actually come double stack, right? Leave the lane a little sooner, double stack this stuff, double stack back here, wherever you want to double stack, go for a double stack. And for an alchemist, that's huge. If you wanted to respawn and then you didn't have to come straight back to lane for whatever reason, Alk was healthy enough, he was jungling, the lane's pushed out, but coming back in, you have time to get back to the lane, then you could walk over here to help secure your own if you think it's needed. Otherwise, like your position 4 is doing it, you could just like walk back up here. That'd be also fine. But depending on your MMR and people's timing isn't good, you can go for the steal. Like you're a Crusader and people are getting a Wisdom at 715, right? Then as a slow position 5, in the situations I just described, you could go for the steal, and I think it'd be worth it. This is a divine game, despite the draft, I swear. It's a divine game. So I would expect my opponent to be good enough to go for it, and then they have the much better matchup for it. So I wouldn't go personally. Oh, by the way, I wanted to... This is another case, like, don't... It's not on you. This is actually totally on Alchemist. 5 creeps pushing in, Alk getting close to 6. All he needs to do is farm and get 6. So the fact that he like goes and tanks a couple tower shots and he wants this kill, like forget it. It's not worth it. Just get the farm. And then like he should just safely push us out as quickly as he can so that he can fall back to go do the small pull himself. Now he did it slowly. Now he's stuck up here. This is also in the video I did recently about like the lane pushing up and a carry player not knowing what to do to reset it for themselves. Even in Divine, it happens a lot. Okay, we saw this. You attempted the pull. Okay, this is a situation you don't need to do this. So 8-10, look at this creep wave, know we have an alchemist and that it's gonna come into him. If you can pinpoint snipe a last hit, that's fine. If you're gonna use any form of AoE spell that might push this back or lower creeps enough that he could deny, that's gonna start being a negative, especially here at 8 minutes where it's time to start moving around. When you come up here and you Ice Vortex, one, you put yourself at risk. It turns out we saw Shadow Shaman was actually behind this tree until just a moment ago when he TP'd here. If this hadn't been happening right now, though, you'd be dead. He would Hex Shackle you, you would die. If you want to approach, I actually recommend you do it from this side because it'll be kind of safer. A lot of people camp this side. This side is just inherently less risk in many situations. Not always. This is where if you do have an observer, you lost yours earlier, but if you do have one, it can help you know what side to approach from. But if you're not sure, then this isn't really worth it, and I'd rather go do something else and just let this slowly push in. Because what Alk is going to do is he's going to farm these camps, and then he's going to choose to either go this way to continue farming, or he's going to see if the lane pushed in, and then he's going to come do this. If you keep the lane pushed out for whatever reason, then he never gets to do the lane, and he just keeps jungling, which is not the most efficient for a carry. The carry wants to do a balance of like, shove the lane, go jungle, shove the lane, go jungle. That's the maximum farm. Hey, Ermiar, thank you. Thank you very much. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so what can we do instead? We could head through the Twin Gate. There's a whole chaotic fight happening over here. After your team hopefully wins it, you can go place a deep ward down here. Maybe it's not such a clean fight and you need to help a little bit. Then we can. We got Ice Vortex to find PA trying to like run away. You can like throw in Cold Feet. Done. I guess you don't actually have a stun here, so never mind. But you know, you might contribute something a little bit more than this, which we just mentioned might have some anti-results. Okay, kind of. We barely live. That works. Kind of bait out the Ursa. He lost a lot of health, so kind of works out. Okay, good stack on your way back. Now here's where I don't really want to go back top. I wish we had placed a ward, or you did, it died. If we had one, I'd be willing to place a second one there to keep the Alk alive. And I would like to have that, but I don't really want to have to go back. I'd actually prefer to go play somewhere else to start making space for the Alchemist to draw the attention away. I do like that you didn't go top. I'm now realizing how rough Kess had it, though. We have lone druid problems. I didn't really talk about your draft earlier, but this is a tough one. Which chat are you monitoring? I'm trying to do both. Trying being the key word there. Shadow Shaman. Warden the hell out of this top side. Okay, so we'll probably end here because this lane's getting pretty chaotic. I would really re-emphasize the importance of doing what you can in the lane and getting several stacks out so that your Alchemist can hit a better timing. The fact that Lone Druid was able to rock the mid lane, that's not your fault, and there's actually not much you could have changed about that. I don't know how the draft went that it led to that point, but your off lane and your side lane had to go well. You can't really gank, but you maybe can sort of do a little. We mentioned that earlier. Put your sentries down first, by the way, in the future. At this point, just try to hit level 6. Try to organize your team to find a kill. Like, if you can kill the Lone Druid, it'll be huge. Any core kill, fantastic when you're 7k behind. Take supports as well, because well, when you're this far behind, you'll take anything you can get. But it really comes down to the enemy giving you a bunch of kills more than you guys having proper plays to make here. Because really what's happening here is Alk needs to farm. Kez can't make plays because he's so far behind, so he needs to farm. And then Necro can't really make plays either unless he can just walk in, which in this case, because you guys are so far behind, he will live for a little bit with Ghost Shroud, and then he will die after Ghost Shroud ends. So it's very tricky for you guys. Angry Healer, thank you. I totally did forget about my boiling water. I will go, since we're about to wrap this one up, why don't... Okay, I said we'd do YouTube next. Anyone on the YouTube chat? I don't have the bot working, but I guess we'll still use exclamation point ticket, and I'll just pick someone random to do. Maybe we can do a... Maybe I'll pick someone on Twitch, and the person on Twitch can pick someone on YouTube. Now we'll just type exclamation point ticket on YouTube if you guys want to join the rigged raffle for having your replay checked out. And then while you guys do that, I'll go pour my boiled water into my cup. I got some chrysanthemum ready to go, and we'll have our tea. What do you think about Visage support in low elo? I don't really love Visage support where he is right now, but depending how low you mean, anything can work. So as long as you know what Visage does, I'd be open to it. But I feel like your life would be much easier playing someone else. Why does it feel like it always takes forever to kill the Spirit Bearer in the early to mid game? It does. This is his thing. Many people think of Lone Druid as having this crazy scaling because like, oh, you can have like 12 item slots. That's not the point of Lone Druid. Lone Druid is to hit his mid game timing in your early game because the bear is so strong. And that's why it feels hard, because it is super hard to kill the bear. Now the bear did get nerfed a little bit, so it's easier than it used to be, but still for pub games, very difficult against any competent lone druid player, especially when you get a favorable mid matchup like this. I wasn't super sure, but seeing the results, I feel like it's still favorable. So yeah, it's tricky. You often have to just drag it out, avoid the lone druid, split push, all of that. And then in the mid to late game, when you have enough items, you can then deal with the bear. And then that's kind of the better way to do with it. Okay. Yeah, exclamation point ticket. I'm gonna go get my tea, and then we'll do another one. Yeah, to keep it fair, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll count how many ticket people joined in on YouTube. Let me pull up a random number generator. It'll be random with a couple extra steps. And I'll just count from top down. Okay, let's see. To be in both chats. Oh, feel free. If you guys want to join both, absolutely. Okay, 8. Andre Gustavo. Let's do it. Feel free to send it in once you get a chance. Let me know who you're playing, since we are doing the anonymous mode. Though sometimes people, the names don't even match up with usernames anyway, so then I would never guess. Yeah, I'll get a system set up next time. I'll get a system set up next time for both chats. Then I'll have to... Whatever, it's fine. I was just realizing I won't know which chat won, and I'll have to find it between, but it's not a big deal. Our stream's not that big that it's that hard. Maybe one day when we're some massive streamer. I'm sure in our near future. Another Ringmaster game? Whoa, let's do it. Ooh, Huskar. Oh, but you guys lost. Okay, what happened there? I guess we're gonna find out. Not really your fault, because I'm guessing you pick Ringmaster in the first phase, and then your cores went this. So you guys have absolutely no catch because he went Nature's Prophet, which is not the best support right now, but if he picked in the first phase, I won't blame him. Tell you what, we can even see. Who do we point our fingers at this game? Yeah, you guys picked in the first phase. This is not the greatest support duo, but it's not your fault because you were literally the first pick. You went Shadow Demon, Wind Ranger. 2 heroes that would certainly benefit from having any level of catch whatsoever. Our team went PA Bristle. This is actually not the worst duo, but combined with the supports, like the offlaner should probably be someone with catch or a carry with catch, some kind of stun, and then the mid certainly. Though I guess he saw Dragon Knight and wanted to try to cheese the Dragon Knight. I get that. It could potentially work, and we'll see if we can play towards that. But it's a very one-dimensional game plan. Win lane, win game, or instantly lose. We got 49K subs, already big streamer. I guess so in the relative comparison, but not big enough where we can't keep up with chat, which I'm kind of glad about to actually be able to read and respond to everyone. Financially, right, bigger will be better, but then we'll lose the ability to like keep track of everything easier, and that will be kind of sad. Let's see. Your items look okay. Who are we laning against? Probably a Timber Saw. And based on the pick order, I would guess like Wind Ranger or Shadow Demon 4 plus the Timber Saw might be something a little different. Like maybe it's wacky, like Wind Ranger offlane, something like that. But I'd be willing to buy a Magic Stick versus a Timber Saw. If you want to pivot something, like replace one of your tangos with Magic Stick. Maybe the Circlet has to, like, Circlet, Tango, replace, get a Magic Stick, get another Iron Branch, lose 1 stat, but be able to pick up charges versus a Timber Saw. I'd like that. Looks like you get First Blooded. That is unfortunate. Not the biggest of deal. What's the biggest difference between laning as a melee support versus range support? That's a great question. Let's answer that after this replay, because that's gonna... There's a lot to ramble on about that one. Ideally, do your best in this lane and then go play around the Huskar. That would be my rough game plan going into this. I don't know what happened that it looks like Huskar did not win mid, or maybe he did and then fed. But I think it was supposed to be a mid Dragon Knight. Yeah, so I don't really... I'm not a Huskar player, but I really feel like he should win that. You see how you went and met your courier, and now we're not in the lane? We kind of talked about this last game. Don't bother. Have your courier path it this way. I know it's a little bit more micro, but it really is worth it to pick up. Give your courier a hotkey. I personally use 5. It doesn't really matter what you use, but the courier will have some keybinds on it. Which one do we need? This one. Whatever this is bound to, have your courier... Like, shift Q it. Like, you're walking a weird angle. Shift Q your courier to the tower. Shift Q the transfer items button. And then that's it. Like, it'll walk home after that. If you want to give it even more pathing, go ahead. But that way you don't have to, like, feel like, oh, I got to go meet it. So it doesn't, like, do some weird path and then die. Because by going back to meet it, same as last game, I always want a good start. Some heroes more than others, but I will never say no to a good start. And I like being in the lane right away to do that. And any extra delay, well, like sometimes it's needed, but if I can eliminate that extra delay, then great. This game, so far, we're seeing more poke on the Timber Saw versus the Wind Ranger. You're actually doing a really good job so far. A lot of harass there. Here. So I think you can stay around here and do this. If you think you need to pull, you could move this way, but actually this equilibrium is fine because so many of your creeps died. So as long as these creeps don't walk on, like, don't get delayed too much, your equilibrium is going to be fine. And the natural meeting is actually a little further out anyway, so you have more wiggle room on Dire. So you don't really need to do much here. PA will handle it with her daggers. So thinking about what the enemies can do, all they can really do is wait for the next creep wave, play aggressive at that time. They're back here. So the only thing she can do is maybe unblock this camp. She wants to go pull. It's not there. This is a good time to unblock it. So rather than walk all the way here, if you actually stay around here, you could potentially contest this. If it ends up being 2v1, I'm going to back off. I'm going to let them have it. But a lot of pub games are more chaotic than that, and she will sometimes not see your sentry. This guy will be like over here, so you can sometimes do that. But we don't really have the option at all if we walk all the way back here and we see we didn't really need to do anything in the end back there, right? So we could stay over here. Maybe we can't contest this, but maybe I poke Timbersaw once or twice. We get 2 more attacks in, whereas currently we haven't, you know, we've just been like wandering around back there. I need to lose this melee creep. Looks like you want a body block. I like this. Feel free, if you have a choice previously, you happen to be in this area, tango this tree, and that way you can body block right here without as much risk. Having to walk all the way around takes more time, more dangerous. If you're ever tight on time and full health, it's also okay to tango just to do it, and then go try to fight a little bit to make some use of the regen. In this case, we're full health, so we don't really want to tango it. I get that. And you had time to walk all the way around, so that's fine. But it might help you in some other cases. You can also, since we're doing this, you should actually stack this camp. So hit this at right about, so we wait here, hit this camp at 155, and then walk into here. And now you have stacked and you have body blocked. That's like a major win. You're already here. There's no extra cost to doing this. So should give it a go. I would actually, yeah, you can commit harder with the blood grenade if you think you can, but I'm okay with you guys just like continuing to farm up. Okay, he actually walked back in with no health and gave you the kill anyhow, so all good. So kills happen. Actually, let me go back. Boom, we got the kill. Reset. Mentally time. I really recommend you take a look at the minimap, take a look at the timing. Anytime you get a kill. I mean, if the fight is still going on, then, you know, do the fight first. This looks like a good break in the fight, you know? Like, she's pretty far away. We're pretty healthy. We're good. Time, minimap. Time, 3 minutes is coming up. So, Lotus is maybe my number 1. If I'm too scared for whatever reason, you know, maybe you get a kill, but the position 4 is still strong. Maybe we're really low. Then maybe I'm doing stacks and pulls and stuff like that. Don't really recommend coming for the bounty runes unless you're planning to go home already. I'd say that's a very rare situation. I would actually recommend you guys ignore bounty runes when they spawn. So with this in mind, he's dead 15 seconds. I know Lotuses are coming up. I am pretty healthy compared to this Wind Ranger, and I still have a lot of tangos. PA can also throw daggers and jump to me, so I mostly want to let PA farm and maintain equilibrium here. This is a really good place, but I do want to pressure this Wind Ranger out. I know this camp, if this camp spawns at 3 minutes, it's not the end of the world. If you'd actually swapped your sentry in earlier to combo the stack with the body block with the then unblock, that would actually be perfect. I wouldn't care about this camp at all. I care a little bit because it's open, but if it spawns at 3 minutes, it's very different than the very first one spawning. You also have time to swap in your sentry, block it, kill it, then come back over. It just means we get less pressure in that time, but might be worth doing. This game, I'm open to that. But I do think you can harass the Wind Ranger, and if she tries to fight you too much, PA will jump in. You guys will get her really low before Timbersaw comes back. Should secure you this Lotus. Let's see what you end up doing. We're kind of tanking creeps, not too much pressure on Wind Ranger, which she played pretty carefully. So that's fine. Like, if she's going to respect it, then that's good. That means we could have either done this, or we should already be in position for this. And so far, it's been neither. So she got the camp, and now I'm a little scared. Oh, totally intentional. Hit that Timber Saw from back here. Nice. The Lotus is still up.
Looking fortified.
So far, I feel like your harass is pretty good, but maybe it's taken up a lot of your attention, and so we're slipping a little bit on
Radiant's mid tower.
the timing of other things, like the Lotus and the pull camps. Although you did have the body block at the 2-minute. That one was good, too.
So much for the Radiant.
We do end up with the Lotus, which is good. Oops. That's okay. This is good. Swap that Lotus in.
Mid tower, did you say?
100% a kill with the Lotus. We'll see if it's still a kill. Oh, we have a nature support. I forgot. So it is. Actually, I forgot about the nature support. Maybe he could have even come in on that Wind Ranger kill earlier after you guys killed the Timber Saw. I know I'm nitpicking here about keeping track of the time while harassing, while swapping in items. I know it's hard, but I will point it out because, you know, it is good stuff to do. Totally understand if it's a little trickier to get it in. Itemization wise, real quick, you're rushing the Bassi. We've actually seen several of you guys do this now. I think it's okay, but I would personally maybe opt for some of these other items like the Raindrops and Wand in these more fight-oriented lanes. Like, I think you can do more with this other mix-up of items. So, for example, maybe we don't need the Wand. We have the Magic Stick. Raindrops, very similar regen to Bassi. I know it's worse, but it helps tank you up more. Doesn't give mana to our ally. She does have a stick. She has mana. Her spells are pretty cheap. We need the Lotus, kind of, for ourselves, potentially. You don't have to use it on yourself. Maybe you'll end up using it on her. Maybe you'll buy some mangoes. You could use it on yourself or on her. And then we can get these fights that require a lot of spell usage. The Bassi is going to take a long time to go from here. You need about this much mana for a fight, because you probably have 2 Tame the Beasts and 1 Impalement Art. Maybe 2, actually. I didn't realize the timing worked out so well. It's been a little bit since I played Ringmaster. So you might want enough mana for both of these spells. That's like 2 minutes of waiting with a Bassi. So even though we got a kill and we could potentially do it again, there's like 2 minutes till then. And that's the downside of going for this Bassi without covering the other bases first. So I'd buy like the Clarity, the Mango. Maybe I don't want Raindrops. Maybe I already have the Wand. Then you can get the Bassi. That's fine with me. Maybe get Boots so you can start moving around more. I would actually prefer Boots, but I am open to the Bassi because I know laning happens a lot longer. Oh, if this guy disconnects, that could certainly be part of why it doesn't go so hot. What else do we want to say in this time? I think that was most of it, actually. Oh yeah, after a kill, you do have the Twin Gate. You can consider coming through. Jug is a very tricky one to get, though, so I maybe care less about that. Maybe care more about the Huskar. Stack a camp, power runes, things like that. All right. If he doesn't come back... Ooh. Okay. This is unfortunate. If he doesn't come back soon, it might reach the point where it's not worth it to care too much about what we can work on, because a tempo mid laner is missing a sixth of the game right now. And that's kind of a GG. Unfortunate. But I think we did get to cover a little bit about what we can do in the lane more. I think your harass was really good. I think if you shift your... Or not shift, but... readjust to... keep focusing on harass if you need to. Reach a point where it becomes a little bit more second nature, and now we can move that brain capacity over to Okay, make sure I swap my sentry in. I'm body blocking this, and this camp's open. I can actually stack while body blocking, right? We're winning more in the things that you're already doing. But I know it is hard to keep track of everything, but that is kind of what improving in Dota is. It's just slowly adding in more and more and more. I think the item adjustment I would love. I think you could switch out Bassi for some of the other stuff we talked about. I think you're going to come get another kill. Oh, maybe he had a wand I didn't see. But this lane is looking good. If this guy wasn't DC'd, it would be around this point that I would say start considering some movement. Maybe we go to the other lane, you know, get a little fight with PA. She gets a good trade, feel comfortable leaving her, which actually is why I paused. Brings me to this ward. I actually wouldn't ward here. It's actually pretty common to put observers around here for this bracket, which means there's a higher chance of losing it. Is it worth it though? What does this see? Right? It kind of sees into this camp, sees a little bit of movement this way, but actually misses a lot of movement through this side or through here. How much are they playing in this area of our map right now? Ignoring the fact that Huskar is DC'd, usually mid should be winning, so the pressure's on this way. You guys are winning, pressure's on this way. They don't have like a Nyx assassin type hero who'd be jungling, so you don't actually need to see up here. Comboed with the fact that there's a decent chance she'll check around here. Like I think in our last game, we saw the Shadow Shaman check this area a lot, right? So I'm okay with your sentry here. In fact, I might shift it over a little bit more to the right because actually this spot is not too uncommon to use for the Radiant offlane. So shift this sentry a little bit more to the right. There's nothing here. I would move this observer to like over here. You won't see this camp, but you're kind of winning, so it's not as important to. You will see the full rotations through here, which includes mid coming up to win this lane back, or them giving up on this lane and going to jungle, going to stack, going to runes, all that, which could give you an opening to further win this lane. You know he's on his own, so you commit harder. Or we just leave and we go to our other lanes and we left a ward for PA that's kind of sneaky. Sometimes if you feel comfortable, you can actually sneak your way all the way over, ward something like around here. But I'd be careful of this. I would like put a second sentry here and then do my ward like here or something if I was going to do that. But that's it. Just a small nitpick on the ward.
About time.
He's back, but I think he's already lost a lot of momentum. Yeah, being even as a Huskar Dragonite at this point is not great. You guys could still win, right? Don't get me wrong. The Nature's got some extra farm in that time, so to recover from this point, you would just look to make a lot of plays with the Nature. He should be stronger than usual, and we try to bring it back to the Dragonite. I mean, ignoring the DC, there are times where the mid matchup just doesn't go as well as it's supposed to, right? Huskar or not. So it's similar to that. We just pretend no DC, but mid's losing, we gotta help him. I mean, even with that DC, right, it's roughly even. It's just not supposed to be even with the Huskar. Maybe a little bit of map awareness there. I don't know if you should have gone in, but that's just because we didn't check. So maybe if we come back here, and with a little better map awareness, I see two heroes show up mid. What's happening? I don't want this guy to die, so I TP in now. And then that might allow you to use Strongman Tonic, some slows with Impalement Arts. Maybe you can hit both of them. Maybe you can tank some of this Jug ult here that he's about to use. I mean, Strongman Tonic would have kept him alive through the spin, and then Jug's going to have to commit the ult, and then you guys split and just pray. So maybe we could have saved Huskar there with a little bit better map awareness. In the meantime, you guys weren't committed to anything. PA will just have to be a little careful while you're gone. And then she can always like go jungle a little bit until you get a chance to come back. Even if you decide to not rotate in, that's okay. It's just good to build the habit to collect the information to then decide if we're gonna do it or not. Otherwise, it's just always a blind guess. Ferris, itemization video. So I've actually seen people asking about this again more. I think I will. I had an older series that covered it, and then I just kind of left it, I guess. I didn't feel like I wanted to cover it, but I've seen enough people ask for it that I think I do, at this point, want to. The issue is, I keep thinking a patch, like major patch, is right around the corner. So I don't want to start a brand new itemization series that then gets invalidated because we change a lot of stuff. And then I think it's happening, and then it's like, oh, it's actually 7.37D. And you're like, oh, okay, like in a couple weeks, then 7.38. Like, well, actually, it's 7.37E. And you're like, okay. But now, surely, any moment now. Well, actually, we're going to extend Crownfall for 2 more weeks. And I'm like, ah. Okay, speaking of collabs, I was actually supposed to make a guide video with Atomo. We're still going to, but I told him, I was like, oh, I expect a patch like real soon. Why don't we wait for that? We'll do it then. He's like, oh, okay. They extended. And now I'm like, do we do it now? Is there actually going to be a patch when Crownfall ends? Or am I going to keep pushing off? And then it's like, well, actually, it's 7.37F. I should have just done the guide video at this point. If we had done it back then, the guide video would have lasted a month at this point. So that's the thing with the itemization. Once the big patch hits, I will spend the time learning the patch. I'm not going to give you guys bullshit. We'll learn the patch. We'll get a feel for it. I will do some, at least opening itemization videos. At that point, I'll see how far I want to take it. But I have seen people ask about it. I would like to revisit it one day when the patch comes out, which unfortunately, it keeps getting delayed. I get a little annoyed with this. It's not really in anyone's control, and it's just part of the challenge. I am pretty unlucky when it comes to content releases and events. I am constantly unavailable when big stuff happens. And I assume the next patch is going to be soonish. And I'm actually going to go travel soon. We're going to go visit my fiance's family in China for a couple weeks later. Potentially just as 7.38 completely changes the game, which would be a great time to be a content creator and streamer. And then I'm gonna be gone. Ha ha ha. I hope the patch comes out sooner than later. But all that stuff's totally out of our control. Okay, I was rambling there. We can go a little further with this one, I guess. So far, we've done a lot of laning stages, not much mid to late game. Even though there was a DC, it is still relatively even, so we can kind of discuss it. There's not too much you can do up here. You don't have the chain stun to kill Timber. Good souvenir usage there. But let's go back a little bit before I started rambling and getting distracted. Top lane is pretty much done. Like, get the observer here for her. You actually have this one, so it's fine. We need to draw attention elsewhere and just let her shove the lane and farm. We need to help him recover, and we need to help Bristleback. That means stacks in the triangle or playing in the lane and getting him kills. So we actually need to move away from this lane and kind of be like here to here. So you did a stack, you came mid, a little bit of a play happened, right? You checked a little bit. He left, so it's like, okay, I'll do the mid lane. This is all fine. Then you went back top. But you succeeded in leaving top, and she was okay. But I think you just don't know where to go, so you're like, I'm the safe lane support, I'll come back here. This is very common. If it's not, I mean, that's kind of okay. Maybe you thought stuff was happening here, but I can't really stop Timbersaw. Our wave clear is okay. Even with Tame the Beast maxed out, it's not the best because the radius shrinks, and it puts you in risk. While you're channeling it, he's just going to Timber chain in and kill you. So we really just need to make other stuff happen. This is where you now have a draft issue. You are the only one with any form of crowd control, and it's very finicky in Tame the Beast. So it's not great, but we still have to try, and we have to hope for pub mistakes. But if you try up here, it's drawing attention. You did okay. Like, PA is your most farmed hero. The more attention you draw up here, the less she is going to be able to do. So we need to put the focus on slowing down their carry. They bring a bunch of heroes down here. He loses farm efficiency. She gets space. Maybe you turn some of these fights mid. So we don't actually want to walk top like you did. We want to, if anything, we want to walk this way. It's 11:03 right now. So instead of walking top like this, if you had come to the triangle, you would have done a double stack for 300 gold for your team, which is huge compared to just walking top. You could have maybe stacked one thing along here. You might have stacked this one, actually. I wasn't paying attention. But this is going to be less than the double stack here. And the double stack here puts us in the right position on the map to then go, okay, what's happening? Do I want to go mid again? This one's kind of low. You know, maybe if we come together with a push and we have my ultimate, we can finish that tower. Maybe we're going to do that in like 30 seconds. So in the meantime, just come bottom, shove this in, deward this, put a ward somewhere around here, and then chip this tower. Draw attention here, away from the Huskar, away from the PA. This one I'm not that worried about. If he was more farmed, like, he would have been fine. In fact, if he was having a better game, even more of a reason to not keep coming up here. You're actually stacking these. Let me remind you, there's a Timbersaw who is doing okay this game, and he plays this area, and he has no problem farming this massive amount of stacks. So you actually want to be very careful about stacking this area. You might actually just help them win harder here. This stuff happening might be some of the reason you and others might feel like, oh, I got to keep coming top in case, you know, stuff like this happens. But let's watch her. Currently under the tower, safe. Push this out. She's waiting. If she had just attacked and thrown abilities, this wouldn't be a problem. This would already be pushed, and she would be back in the jungle. She'd be heading there right now. Instead, she stuck around. This is literally the difference of a couple seconds, by the way. That's why the few attacks matter a lot. She wouldn't have gotten caught, and she'd be okay now. Like, they're not diving this tower, or they are, and you guys have time to react. Instead, they catch her here. Your team's a little slow to react. She tanks all the damage now. This shouldn't need you. This is strictly the carry's mistake of not doing this faster and then backing out. But if we weren't here and we were in the mid lane or we were in the bottom lane and she makes this mistake, we could choose to teleport, or this tower that's almost dead, while they're committing this hard and I see she's already dead and I can't save her, I'm going to commit to shoving this in. I'm going to blast this out. I'm going to take a tower for PA dying. That's pretty good. Or I'm down here with them. Okay, they're diving our PA. Can we do anything here? This game, it's really tough because Jug's having a great game. But other games, it's closer. You can do something. You get a kill on their carry, equalizing things. You pressure their tower. You know, if the carry's not here, equalizing things. Sitting here might let you save her, but it also slows down her own farm in a way where she shouldn't have needed you if the carry knew how to play correctly. So what you want to do, because you should play to your MMR to some degree, but ultimately this is strictly something you would be doing because you think others are bad. And I think there's other things you could do that give you similar results, whether they're good or bad. My MMR is 6,200-ish, around there. This game is a... Oh, is it Legend, I think? Yeah, Legend to Ancient. Not sure which MMR you're asking about.
Dyer's top towers getting beat down.
How do you submit replays? We're about to move on to the next one soon, I think. It's just a raffle system. Don't have it set up for YouTube yet, though. So Twitch will do the usual raffle. In the future, I'll figure out a system for both Twitch and YouTube. For now, you guys are just joining in, and I'm doing a random number generator. There goes the agents. Okay. I think that covers it for this one. I think I saw this game quickly snowballs out of control. But I think we've covered enough things about how without a DC, and maybe even with a DC, things we could have done to start tipping this more in our favor. But out of curiosity, well, actually, you know what? Let me start the raffle first. Here, I'll leave the gameplay while we do this. Okay, that one's
Radiant's
complete.
mid tower's getting banged up. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
How do I back?
Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, what?
Okay, people on Twitch, type !ticket if you would like to join the raffle. Oh, Cab, thank you. Thank you for the sub. I saw your comment on YouTube, by the way. I think we reviewed one of your games back when you were Crusader or something, and I think you said you managed to hit Immortal recently. I think that was you. That was? You were Guardian? Nice. That's a huge climb. What was that, 2 years or something? Hit it yesterday? Congrats, that's awesome. It's a big climb. Not using replay anymore. I might change the command, Ermiar. I'm using a different system for it, but I forgot to account for the Twitch versus YouTube chats. So I'm now gonna look for a new system. Either we can make stream elements work, or I can't, and I'll go find a different system for it to work between both chats. But yeah, because of that, it changed, and I didn't find where to change the command. I just let it go for now. What was I gonna, oh yeah, real quick before we moved away from this one while you guys are joining the raffle, I was gonna see, I mean, you guys, 24 minutes-ish, it remains relatively even, which I do think kind of favors the team that's not Huskar, but also kind of shows you guys had a chance to do things. Glimmer Cape can be removed by Shadow Demon's Purge. It's still kind of okay, because actually I was going to recommend Solar Crest, which can also be removed. But I think Solar Crest has a little bit more direct relevance here. Good for all of your cores and good against several of theirs. Glimmer is strictly a save. Ideally, your team would have been winning, and then you buff up your team to go more aggressive. So yeah, that's just why I think Solar Crest would have been better. The build-up and the stats are also better for you in general. Over the Glimmer Cape. Otherwise, I don't mind Glimmer in general on Ringmaster. Just ticket should be okay. I set it to only one ticket. I actually can bump it up, and maybe we will. There's like a whole loyalty system, so I guess if you're here more, you can buy more stuff. I don't fully know how it all works. I wanted to leave it relatively even. Maybe we can do a couple raffles every now and then to... I am thankful for those of you that choose to come by multiple streams, right? So maybe there is, you know, a reward for that. But at the same time, I don't want like new people to never have a chance to get their games raffled. So I do want some amount of raffles to be, you know, relatively equal chances between all. Okay, I mean, it just seems like Huskar can't do much, and that's where you guys end up losing. The draft is bad. Ignoring the DC, I would have preferred anyone with catch. Okay, I'm going to pick the next one, and then I think there were some questions we were going to answer. So while the replay gets sent in, we can do that. CLYC, congratulations. In-game audio might be a bit too loud compared to mic. Okay, let me adjust that. I actually did change mic setups a little. I've actually owned it for quite a while, but I just didn't get... Oh, wait. I think I did set... I may have messed with some of this and I forgot about it. Looks like I didn't change it there. Let me lower it through the software. Let's try this. I'll keep an eye on it during the next like team fight that's going on or something. Okay, yeah. Send in any questions. White Tiny Fins, you had a question about laning as a melee support versus a range support. What's the biggest difference? Big question, hard to answer in a quick, simple way. It'll be easier with the screen though. Okay. So melee versus range. So of course, melee heroes, I'm going to generalize here because it's not always true. Melee heroes tend to be tankier. They tend to be faster as well. They do have damage block, 50% chance to block 16 attack damage. So those alone set the tone for trading in the lane. You can tank more hits as a melee hero, and you have to be able to because they're ranged, they're further than you. You have to gap close on them, which should be possible because you should be naturally faster, but you might also have an ability that helps you do it. For example, Tusk is one such case. He actually has two abilities. Ice Shard to block your path so he can run in. Snowball to gap close. And then when he gets close to you, Tag Team actually slows you to prevent you from getting away. So there's a little game of a range support. Range supports want to poke a lot. Again, generally speaking, range supports want to poke a lot, making use of their attack range, and slowly chip you down. Melee heroes need to take bigger commitments. So where a ranged hero might be okay throwing one free auto attack and then backing off, like, okay, cool. A melee hero wants to pick the right time to go in, close the gap, and commit to a bigger trade. And if you close the gap and hit them once, so for example, we're just here on the map. Ranged hero sitting around here. Actually, let me jump in. Maybe we can get a case where this is actually like a thing. These are two ranged heroes. You guys are two ranged heroes. Let's just pretend Shadow Demon's melee. Is there better? Something like this, okay? Let's pretend Shadow Demon is melee. Nature's wants to just poke for free, back off, keep the distance. If this is like a Tusk, a Clockwork, something like that, if you close the gap, hit the Nature's once and leave, and Nature's is just poking you the entire time, Nature's is going to hit you at least 3 times to your 1 auto attack on the melee hero. And that's going to go the way of the ranged hero. Even though you have damage block, you're probably tankier, all of that. 3 auto attacks to 1 or whatever it ends up being is a lot because they hit you as you come in, they hit you while you're here, and they hit you when you back off. So you actually need to commit to more auto attacks for it to even out. And the math depends on the heroes, but let's bump it up to you close the gap, you both hit each other 5 times, you leave. Because they hit you once for free when you come in and when you leave, they're at 7 auto attacks. But those 7 auto attacks, half of them got the damage block, you also had more armor, and so over time, the math starts to work out that when it comes to just auto attack trades, the melee hero took enough auto attacks that it was worth their time to close the gap. That's why it's a whole positioning thing of melee versus ranged, and why you then account for the tree line and creep aggro to change the equation in your favor. Where instead of taking that free auto attack as you come in and as you leave, if you can pop out of the trees and be instantly on top of them, that's almost always in your favor, because now you guys trade equally the number of auto attacks, but you have the damage block, so you're probably winning. And then when you disengage, you immediately go behind a tree so they don't get to hit you for free because they can't see you. That is a very rough breakdown of how to approach melee versus ranged. Melee heroes also tend to commit harder. So like Tusk is not going to walk in and just poke you in most cases. He will a little bit. But usually it's like Ice Shard's tag team. Clockwork gets in, battery assault, power cogs, whatever. Like usually there's a bigger commitment as a melee hero, and that's what you're baiting the whole time. You're pretending to walk in and like, I'm going to get you. And they have to respect that. They have to back away. And in backing away, they lose out on the chance to harass the carry or to go for last hits or whatever. So there's a whole like positioning battle with melee versus ranged. If you're ranged versus range, you tend to just poke a ton versus each other. That's where it's very good to opt for damage and regen. Compared to range versus melee, you will sometimes see movement speed from either party because you need to keep your distance away from the melee hero, or the melee person needs to close the gap faster to mitigate the amount of extra harass they get. So like Clockwork starting with Windlace is very normal. Melee versus melee, you can't hit each other until you can both hit each other. So it doesn't matter if I have Windlace or not. When I close the gap, we will both start hitting each other at the same time, and the Windlace doesn't do as much at that point. You might still do it. Something like Clockwork, again, very much about positioning, so he still benefits from it. But like Ogre versus Tusk, you'd probably just opt for stats, tankiness, regen, things like that. At some point, he's going to close the gap, and I'm going to be ready. And neither of us wants the move speed, because when we stand still and hit each other, move speed doesn't matter. Yeah, so melee supports should spend a lot more time moving, pivoting, going through tree lines, trying to surprise you, close the gap in the best way possible. Ranged heroes want to avoid that, and you can poke from the trees, but you just have to be really careful that you are not the one that suddenly the melee hero is on top of you and you got surprised. But if the melee moves down here and you go hide in these trees, like that's okay. Or versus another ranged hero, also okay. All right, we're doing a carry game this time. Looks like a Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin's actually in a pretty solid spot right now compared to the usual pick PA because I just want crits and pubs. It's actually a pretty solid carry. See what we can do for you. Dead Pickle. I think Europe, my time there was so much more fun. When I was playing while on the East Coast, so much more fun. I'm in Texas now. The ping could work, but I also kind of want to, you know, try to be the positivity and save NA pubs. I don't know if it's worth it. Let me lower the desk. Andre, sorry, I didn't see this till now, but happy to help. Year and a half. I mean, that's pretty good for, it's crazy to say. Playing Dota for a year and a half, I'd say is still on the relatively new side. So I thought your harassing was pretty good there. And that's often the hard part. Usually have to push people to harass more. I thought yours was pretty good there. Okay, we're looking at PA. It's like about a Crusader game. What's my FPS seem low? I guess it was just loading in. Let me double check that again. So you are PA. Okay. Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, whoa.
Someone's dropped
Pre
out like a kid in school.
Pre-moist? Primoist?
Seconds to showtime.
I'm not sure how to combine those, but thank you for the subscription. 16 win streak. I missed that. Oh, wait, we're on free cam. Okay, what were we doing? We were in the jungle.
And away we go.
All right, nothing happened. I'd recommend hiding by, like, capture this and then go hide behind the tree. It's a little safer. I'm not gonna worry about it too much for now. Okay, wait. We gotta see the creeps meet. I'm a big fan, not a huge body block, but just letting one creep forward a little bit, body blocking the others. I find it makes it a little easier to control. So we have a Sven off lane. A little funny. Where's the support? Don't know. Oh, he's DC'd. Where's the other one, though? Where is it? Silencer? Who's missing? What an honorable man this Silencer is. It's like, oh, you're Lich. That wouldn't be fair. I wouldn't want to win off a DC. I'll go stand by our tower until Lich reconnects. You guys can just 1v1 it out here. Oh, what honor. Kind of a weird situation to be in, I guess. I feel like you're playing a little scared. I mean, this is a Sven. I think you can hit him back a bit. You're both essentially level 1 carries. Oh, nice. Double CS under tower. Let's go. You know, you got some evasion, so... You're mostly just creep dragging and doing all this. Let's zoom through this. Though maybe this is a good example, because sometimes people are like, oh, my pubs, my support's useless. Here's an actual case of a useless support. And if we consider it that way, ignoring the fact that Silencer wasn't here for a long time, you're doing pretty good. You're going straight for Gloves of Haste. I would actually recommend go for the Band of Elven skin. PA doesn't usually have attack speed issues because you have the dagger and you have an attack speed buff from the Phantom Strike. So I'd actually recommend just straight up damage if you're free to go for that. Sometimes you need something better for surviving. Wraith Bands in the past, sometimes a wand. I don't mind you going straight for the power treads based on how this lane's going, but I would say the Elven skin's more useful to you than the Glove of Haste. And then the way you approached it is pretty much right. You know, just drag it back. If it was 2v1, drag it back under the tower, get what last hits you can. 1v1, I think you could have pressured the Sven back a little bit more. Now that Silencer here, it's properly scary. So you're trying to do creep aggro to get it back. I think the second attempt at it while Silencer there was a little risky. You took a lot of damage for it. I think hide a bit. Make him think like, oh, nothing's happening, and then do it. All right. If you come for this, you're going to die. So come over here. Farm this as quickly as you can to shove this back out. It's suboptimal, but having this guy DC the whole time was suboptimal. All right, we're just making the best of a terrible situation. If you're a carry player, you got bad supports, doing nonstop pulls, like we have to adjust. If a carry tries to solo contest this, especially when you're at half health, it will never go well. So we just have to give it up. We need to punish them though. If we want to contest and feel comfortable moving up, we're gonna need the creeps to help us. Maybe they screw up. They drag the creeps all the way back here. They're like, oh yeah, he's creeps, you know. And now you get to come in and actually maybe you can CS some of this. That's like the best of the worst case situation. You also have dagger, so you can at least try to get the last hits with help, but you definitely can't walk in too far. So I would like come stand over here, and now we get both XP, whereas they're maybe standing over here getting none, or only one. Yeah, you kind of aggro, but they're right there to just like redo it, you know? I guess that's what you were trying for, but I think the odds are very low. I think if you actually just come over here and farm this and then come back, it'd be your best. Because you see, right, like they're actually all still alive right now, you know? If you just auto attacked a little bit, then walk over, you're in a good spot. And then here, let's see. And then, so you did a little bit with the daggers, and now it's back. Now we're back to farming. We missed some CS. He kind of got the big one because of the dagger cooldown. But now it's back. And now we repeat. We try to hold it here. Some kind of bad equilibrium happens. Support's not doing much. That's okay. Creep drag under tower. Get the farm we can. Let it shove out. And now you're level 3. You'll be level 4 soon. We can maybe start doing our own pulls and maybe start jungling a little bit. I know PA's not the best hero for it. This is why I'm a big fan of heroes like Luna and Gyro who can jungle sooner. But PA has her own strengths, right? Harder time in the lane, but better late game. Here's where you gotta give this stuff up. Look how much damage you took to get those 2 last hits. Let's actually go back and look at that. With the power of hindsight in mind, was it worth it? So I would say we're just still creep dragging as best we can, last hitting and daggering. You ended up jumping in for this because you got the timing wrong. They should both just immediately turn on you. And if you don't die, you'll drop really low and be unable to contest any of these. That was the banner creep, most valuable. I get it, but you got to just pray the dagger timing is right or that Lich does it with Frost Blast. There's no way you can jump in here. You can maybe walk in here, hit it, and then jump away, but you certainly can't jump in here at half health versus 2 full health with more enemy creeps. The fact that they don't punish you right away, and in fact they just let you walk away, is crazy. Now Silencer doesn't let you walk away completely. He starts hitting you, and you need to just get away. Instead, you're like trying to creep aggro the next one back. So we went from being a little over half health to down to a third. For essentially a salve worth of money, but the salve isn't here. And now we're gonna miss more than just like what we did. You know, like I don't feel comfortable going for that one. You actually could have. I think you should have daggered. This guy can't help but shove it in because he took cleave so early. So again, it's not ideal, but he will push the lane in and you will get what you can. And then as you approach level 5, level 6, our jungle speed starts to pick up a little bit. This is where it's a little scary, though. But when we look at last hits and denies in the grand scheme of things, you are doing pretty decent. Fairly new coming from League, focusing on position 5. Welcome. Which melee support do you recommend? Melee/tank, you meant. Is there any you played in League? I used to play League like a decade ago, so I know some of them. But the game changed massively, so I don't know if my knowledge actually transfers nowadays. We'll answer this real quick, and then we'll go back to the replay. For position 5, tank melee. Yeah, a lot of people throwing out Ogre. I do think he's not bad. Asterisk, learning curve is the better facet, and that one's a little weird for, I feel like, new players to have to handle, but it is good, I think. And then you have to be careful with the mana usage. He's very mana restrictive, which, especially for a League player, who I would say League, you're usually free to spam spells, that can be a big difference. So that's my little asterisk for Ogre. He does fit what you're asking for, but can be kind of tricky. I think Abaddon is a very good pub hero. He's melee. He's not tanky in the way that others are. Like, I'm doing no damage to him. You'll damage him, but he has aphotic shield to get a barrier, so you're damaging the barrier. And then you also have the ultimate to tank a bunch of damage because you're healing through it. So I think it kind of fits, but it's not as direct as like, I walk in and hit and I'm invincible. It's kind of like playing around the barrier timings and when your ult's available and stuff. Alistar, Nautilus, Taric. Okay, so a little bit more initiation on that tankiness too. How about, what's the easiest way to show heroes? I like Clockwork 5, but he's a little, wait, let me think. Who's the most direct comparison? Literally just go in. Omni Knight is like Taric. Omni Knight's your Taric. Spirit Breaker's your Alistar, but I don't think it's quite the same, and I don't think Spirit Breaker 5 is very good. But if you start playing position 4, which if you're new, position 4 and position 5 are kind of the same thing, you can try Spirit Breaker. Undying. So here's my thing with Undying. You can play whoever you want. Feel free to learn it, right? Especially if you played a lot of League, I'm sure you can transfer a good amount of knowledge. But the reason I wouldn't usually recommend Undying for a brand new player is that Undying is a push the limits kind of guy. And I feel like when you're brand new to a game and you have no idea what anything is, how do you do that, you know? Undying is like, I maximize decay timing with now denying creeps, and I push it in your face and you think you could kill me, but I decayed again and now I tombs, right? It's a lot. If you like it, I think you can certainly learn it. It's why I would be a little careful recommending it to a new player, but you absolutely could if you want to. I think Treant could be good. Yeah, Treant's fairly tanky, strong position 5. Tanky in the lane. Later on, you don't strictly want to tank, but I think he could be good. I think that's most of them in terms of position 5. Tank melee types. How about any ranged ones that are kind of tanky? Jakiro is a little different. Jakiro's a ranged hero, but he's a pretty short ranged hero. He's relatively tanky for being a support, but I guess he's not a tank per se, which is actually what you mentioned. He's just a, in terms of like tanky tank, I guess that's different than just being pretty survivable. I don't know. A lot of position 5s are tanky, but don't actually initiate the way that I think the tank terminology is used. I might just be getting into random semantics. If you want to play an initiator 5 who is tanky in melee, I think Clockwork is actually your best bet. Abaddon and Omni fall more under tanky save heroes, so they don't actually initiate or go in the front as much because they're actually meant to save people. But they can be near people because they're melee, so they're tankier, but they don't actually, like, get me first, you know, type thing. Lich. I mean, Lich is good, but I don't think it's like a tanky support that... This is weird, guys. I gotta connect the YouTube and the Twitch chat. You guys can't see each other. I have to share it between you guys now. I'd rather Tiny 5 than SK 5. They're both not great. For a new player, I mean, you could make anything work, but I wouldn't really recommend it. Oh, maybe Dawnbreaker 5. It's not very popular. It was for a little bit. It's out of the meta right now. But Dawnbreaker could kind of work. Same with Tusk 5. Not the strongest right now, but historically was done and could be what you're interested in. Marcy 5. I think it's not too bad, but Marcy's more like, I'll kill ya kind of 5, not a tank. I think we had a couple good suggestions in there. Pudge 5. No, guys, we can't say Pudge 5, dude. What are we doing? We're corrupting our new players off the get-go. Have you considered Pudge 5? No. Don't do it. Pudge would be like the Blitzcrank. But Pudge is not as good as Blitzcrank in the lane, I'd say. Again, I don't know where it's at nowadays. All right, let's go back to a little bit of PA replay. What's happening here? Maybe you are going to start doing a little bit of jungling. So this is where we just have to be careful, like, make sure we don't miss too much. I think you could have stuck it out in the lane till you hit level 5 and then go jungle. But I think the idea is right. So now we're just trying to creep drag. This is where things are tricky, but in these type of games, like in a high rank game, these guys are going to dive the PA. Here, they just backed off and now let you have a bunch of creeps. So this is playing to the rank. You're going to get bad supports, but you're also going to have a lot of games where they don't punish you properly for having a bad support. So I think what you're doing so far is really good. You're creep dragging under the tower. You're getting the last hits you can. They're doing this. Get the next creep wave. It's going to come under tower. Kill it as quickly as you can, and then go jungle. Oh, okay. Actually, if Silencer walks up a little too far, maybe we can get a kill. All right, pretty solid. You might... Oh, we're in such an awkward spot. We're, like, so close, but half health. I think getting regen would be the safe way to play it. I'm not sure if you need to back off. I think if you come with Lich, I think you can play this. Or maybe do the small camp instead of a medium camp. Small camp, literally easier to do. Okay, he did decide to get a little bit more regen. I think it's a very safe call. I'm up for it. Treant's here. We were just talking about Treant as a, well, this is position 4 Treant. Is it? Wait. Wait, is this offlane treant? Oh shit. Go for the Lotus. Okay. So this is the part where you're just gonna jungle. Maybe you rotate. You could surprise him a little bit, but we're just gonna cycle through. Okay. Evasion. Save me. Lich, don't go. Switch to strength. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. That was scary. I heard Spectral get used. You're good. Shove this out. Get in here. Yeah, kill the range creeps first. Let's go. Excellent choice. Okay, this one's risky. You can just be a little careful. You might want a little bit more information before you just jump in, because this is them respawning, and this is the camp closest to them, and it's a tough camp to kill. Pine cones. So be a little careful of this. This might be better to just either come to the small camp, do this, pull yourself, do this. Those are easier than this camp. Might also be a good time to, you know, meet the courier along the way. You farm this way, you start getting the health regen from this shit. Or what? Top is health regen, right? Worked out. Pretty good Lich ult luck. I would actually recommend...
Oh, who's that? Thank you.
I guess you don't have full control when this Lich does it. Maybe you guys were communicating. This is like, he's full health. You know, it's easier to chip him a little bit. Like, throw a casual Frost Blast, you throw a dagger, maybe whack him a little bit, wait for the spells, then commit. You got him down to like 3/4 health first. That would be much easier. It did end up working out, though. A little bit of a split focus here.
We go hard on Earth, gift to the tier 1 sub.
Does work out, though. You got lucky on the Chain Frost. Just enough to kill this guy, and then over to kill Sven. Aw, thank you for subscribing, guys. It's PBR Dog. We go hard. Thank you for gifting the sub. It's Dead Pickle. Thank you so much. What do I mean? Top is health regen. This jungle, what's it called? The Mighty Mines, I think. Mighty Mines gives you HP regen in this area. Down here, the well gives you mana regen, I believe. And then one of these is armor, one of these is damage. I forget which is which. Thanks so much, We Go Hard. You are supporting me and Dota education. Oh no, I'm happy. Happy to help answer questions. If I'm in the middle of a game, harder to pause. But I'm always happy to answer questions. I might just miss the question. So feel free to, you know, ping me, repeat it. I'm not trying to ignore anyone. It's just tough sometimes to keep track. But I think that's why the replay streams are great. We have a lot of downtime to just chit chat. Sometimes it's in the middle of the replay that I'm supposed to be focusing on. But, you know, we have a lot of time to chit chat. Whereas when we're playing games, it kind of has to be like in between is the easiest. Which lately our queue times are taking forever in NA. It's like 15-minute queues lately, even though we're only at 6K. Now we have tons of time. Okay, I got a little distracted there talking to chat. So let's see, you're jungling, this shit's happening. So you have to take a look. I don't expect you to go, but you have to look. It's a very good habit to build. Maybe PA, you know, you just want to finish Battle Fury, totally fine. Other carries, you're willing to join in, you gotta build the habit to take a look. But USPA should also want to know what's being committed and how much health they're at, because sometimes you can come in as PA and get a bunch of kills. So you want to at least look, see that they are all full health as they continue to dive, and I'm not coming at all. So you're gonna head over and shove this in. It's a little awkward, so maybe you're gonna jungle, but I do think it's important to have the mindset. If they're gonna commit this hard, they should be punished for it, and you should maybe be here pushing this in. Potentially, if a big mid wave was coming in, I wouldn't hate TPing in, shove this into mid, secure the power rune wherever it is. If they have someone like, you know, like SF really wants runes, and then you jungle this way back to your tower as this like slowly comes back in, that could be kind of a cool play. But I'm not, you know, I'm just a support guy. I'm the one TBing to my death here. That's my role. I'm not as confident in this kind of call. I think if you just jungle up here to finish the Battle Fury, it's also okay. Only Radiant gets bonus mana regen. Yeah, it's just one of the differences. Dota has an asymmetrical map. So yeah, it's mana regen here, health regen here. Most pubs, it doesn't really matter. But at the highest level, you can min-max, you know? A carry who only needs mana is maybe better on this jungle. A carry who doesn't use mana and just needs a bit more health is better in this jungle. It just leads to one of the differences. Unbalanced, potentially, but I think you can balance it in a way where it's different, but balanced. 14-minute wisdom rune, maybe. I don't know if it's worth risking. Like, you're having a pretty good, despite the weird beginning. Look at you, top net worth. I think that's excellent. Sticking around like this is kind of a risk, and you've been sitting here a while. I don't know if PA can jungle this early, or like do the ancient camp this early before your Battle Fury gets here, but maybe, I don't know, 30 seconds sitting for a wisdom rune is a little awkward. All right, let's get to jungling. If you're thinking, so this is me as the support player, core players could tell you better. If you're thinking about possibly twin gating, I'm fine with you coming up to this jungle. Otherwise, look at this action happening bottom. Someone on your team needs to deal with mid. So actually, as you left, you could go this way, jungle your, holy shit, jungle your way through here, find gold, the city, the lost city, oh shit, what's the lost city of El Dorado? Right here in your jungle, and then you can deal with mid, shove it in for your team, and that frees up your sniper. If he wants to keep sticking around here, ha-haing people, then he can, and he doesn't feel the need to come here. The support, I want my support to go do shit. And he's like, oh, I had to go push out mid for the team and farm. You know, that's us. But carry players with good farming patterns, no, go fight Pugna, go over here, go do things. I'm farming. I think I'd like that. But if you want to join, coming up here, twin gate potential, I'm up for it. You always have the option to TP as needed too. Looks like you are TPing in. Oh, re-neutral, let's go. Since you TP'd here, you should be given priority in terms of staying here and farming, and the other cores should consider moving first. That is extremely hit or miss in a pub game, so don't worry about it. Take the tower like that, and then this is where you would see the scattering I was talking about. It could actually be you. You could go back through the twin gate to come back up here and do all this. If you're someone who can do ancients, which you've got your Battle Fury, I would say it's reasonable for you to stay here and for your team to be the ones to move out, go deal with mid, go deal top, and you get to like stay down here and farm. Don't sweat it too hard in pub games, especially for your rank. It'll be very, very hit or miss. Just take your best bet at it for you. Do what you think must be done without griefing yourself too hard. Do your best to farm well. Like this, you guys are taking a really early tower, but it's 5 heroes here. I don't know if you really needed to commit that hard to it. And if one hero could not come here and prevent a Spectre from solo taking your safe lane, you know? That should have been maybe you. Maybe you go through the twin gate, let them push this tower. Oh no, Sven found the city of El Dorado. Loss. Look how much money that is, holy crap. So much. I think you win this, question mark? Holy crap. Crit luck, let's go. That was a little closer than I thought. He got some big hits in there. Wait, did he not use Warcry? Balanced hero. My God, you didn't get your free armor. Maybe it was on cooldown. Maybe he used it while jungling? I don't know. Maybe the timing just worked out and I happened to miss. Look at you going BKB first. Are you really a PA player? Are you really a PA player? I'm not convinced.
This is a good opportunity.
Funny enough, I think you could go Deso if you wanted to. Sanj and Yasha is also pretty popular nowadays. This game... I'm kind of open if you went Sanj and Yasha. But this is where I'll say it again, you know? I'm certainly not the PA player. I know, that was so much gold in the bounties. Like 300 for every hero. Crazy. Mid PA build with Orchid first and Deso. The issue with mid PA, it can work. It used to be a pretty legit counter pick to Invoker. This is years ago. Legit for pubs. PA is very one-dimensional in what she does. And you don't usually want... Imagine trying to be Silencer and living your life. You're just kind of one-dimensional, and there's a lot of mid heroes who are good versus PA mid because PA is weak to nuke damage, and that is what many mids have. So mid PA has a losing matchups across, I don't know, like 80%, 90% of mid laners. And you're like, if you're playing mid PA and your idea is to get kills, then you have to be doing really well. So it's really tricky. You need to see the mid, know you can beat it, and then do it. But then all you can do is like the same thing carry PA does, but a little sooner. So I mean, it could work, but I would really prefer, like, you are going to be a damage dealer from the mid lane. The carry pick is almost always another damage dealer. So now everyone else has to be full utility catch, and you know how pubs go. They don't do that. So that's kind of the issue with it. You can make it work in pubs, but I don't love it. Even Orchid being a more utility-based item, I still would prefer a different hero to do it. All right, I think we'll go a little further. This game goes for a while. I think you've done a really good job for your early. You're just doing it, man. This is crazy. That shouldn't work. It really shouldn't be worth your time to do this. It shouldn't work out. That's too far. If you could see someone walking in, if you started the TP right now, I would be more open to this play. Because then he turns the corner and he goes, oh shit. And then you kill him. I'd be pretty up for that. But otherwise, your team is in a solid spot. 6K at 21 minutes. Don't do it. This is where you throw pubs. Don't do it. Get Roche, guys. Just do Roche. These are party games. I know it's not the full party, but you're with Sniper. Two of these guys are partied. There's a slightly higher chance than usual that Roshan will happen sooner, and it is absolutely the play, and you need to help with it. They need your damage. So when you TP over here, it just kills the option for the play. You guys could come over, you know, instead of doing Roche, make your way over, kill him, maybe steal Tormentor, then go back, Twin Gate, do Roche. I'd be kind of open to that. Hello, Hephaestus. Multi-stream, first time you guys get to see Hef the cat. Ah! Okay, he did not like that. All right, I'm sorry. I picked you up in a weird angle, Hef. I'll pick you up in a different way in a moment. I feel like you guys are going to throw... Or not that you're going to throw, but this kind of move opens up the potential throw. Either he just leaves, and this TP is wasted, and then they take a big fight here because you just use your TP and then it's the high ground, they commit too far. You know how it is. And then your team throws and your lead's gone. Or maybe they have more heroes here than you realize. Maybe they have a smoke play going on. Maybe Spectre's here. Maybe this guy starts channeling his ult under your TP to like bait you in, and you have to now cancel your TP, and then he channels this, and now you don't have your TP. Spectre could come in. Global, right? Like, you're strong, but if they bring enough heroes, they'll kill you. Even though you went BKB first because you're smart, you still only have 1,400 health. It's really not a lot. This is pretty risky to just take a solo YOLO play like that. This looks like it's gonna work out, but it's not the safe way to do things, and that's what I have to say. That's as a coach education figure, I'm required to say it. Hephaestus, you want to be on camera? He's just laying down for now. I'll grab him in a bit. Let's see what you guys do to drag this out super far. I'm going to suspect a dive. Wait. All right. Here it is. I think you guys dive, clump up. The Sven, who I believe has a Shadow Blade, gets a huge stun ult combo. Spectre comes in. Perhaps a Maledict or a Witch Doctor Q? I'm gonna guess 4 of you die soon. Oh! Here we go. Here we go. How many people are getting out of this? Get him, Sven. Get him. Dream. The dream. I'm surprised. I guess Pugna was just out of the stun range. So I know you guys got barracks, but remember when we were 10k ahead? Didn't that feel a lot better? 1 barracks is very playable for a Sven and a Spectre. As weird of a combo as that is, very playable. Your team should have done Roche. Here's regrouped. Got some lucky crits there, but it's also why you should generally, you know, certain heroes like Chrono, Enigma, Magnus, Sven Stun, you should generally position well at all times. Even if you don't think they're about to get you, you never know. Because Dota has mechanics like smoke and observers all over, you never know when they actually see you or not. So you should always be careful. You see how like these two are too close? Shouldn't really do it. Treant shouldn't even hit this. It should just be sniper hitting it and everyone behind the sniper. That would be fine. These guys clumped up. Like, I know the odds are maybe low, and if you guys played this game 10 more times, the exact same thing, you maybe just win here. But it's why it is good to just constantly position well and to do Roche when you're supposed to. And then this wouldn't be a 40-plus game. Didn't expect Sven to do this much damage. Perhaps because you have forgotten, like everyone, innate ability, Vanquisher. Sven deals 20% bonus damage to stunned enemies. There's some innates that we all just forget about. I feel like Sven's is one of them. He does extra damage in that AoE stun to everyone. Got a lucky crystal. I think he got 2 stun crits, like in 3 attacks. So a lot. Just a lot. So a bit of luck there, but here, we can watch it again. We can watch it again. YouTube people, if you'd like to type in !ticket, the bot doesn't work, but I will be the bot and I will count, and then we'll do a number generator, and then we'll get a new replay in here. If anyone's got questions in the meantime, this is a good time to chit chat, answer, all that stuff. The clairvoyance. Let me tell you guys, as a content creator, educator, I have seen a lot of these. I have played a lot of them, and I've seen a lot of them. It's just like if you were to throw, there's only so many ways to do it. So I cheated. You know, we got to see how long this game went on. I knew there was a big throw to bring it back. So it's got to be something like that. But you'd be surprised how many are quite similar. How do I enter again? Just type, here. I'll be the first. Exclamation point ticket in the YouTube side. If you guys are on Twitch and you want to hop over, I don't even care. Just type exclamation point ticket. The bot's not working right now. I will just number generator and we'll count down wherever to that person. Should Pugna have been pushing just now? If they want to do it safely, it should just be Sniper. Like, even with the Aegis... Oh, sorry, hit the mic. The correct way to push this high ground is for Sniper to hit it and everyone to stand behind Sniper with, like, a sentry down, and then you split the saves up so that Lich and Pugna can both be very effective versus the Sven coming in. They can't get caught together, so they should stand on opposite ends. Overgrowth pierces BKB. He could also be waiting. PA doesn't want to jump. She needs to wait for her target, so she also stands in the back, and you just let the Sniper chip. You want to switch it, risk the support, that's fine. Pugna just keeps blasting it. Sniper sits, excuse me, Sniper sits behind that. I don't know why. Lately, it's been cold in Texas, and it's been making me... I'm not sick, but I'm like a little congested. I don't know. I guess just gets cold, but I don't think it's that cold. But I don't know. That's the safe way to do the high ground push there. Helix, send me a message on Discord. Well, we'll do it that way. I think that'll be the easiest. New patch when? I hope soon. I hope soon. With my luck, it's gonna be as I'm unavailable, but we'll hope. Probably get a humidifier. I actually do. I have one. I have to keep filling it with water. You're right though. I've been forgetting to run it the last couple days. Maybe that is it. Rain Creep was pushing in while Dire... Oh, wait. Let me go back and look at that then. Oh, thank you, Yang. You're awesome. You're all awesome. Thank you for tuning in, guys. Top was pushing in on this. You were saying? Oh, over here. This would be a great chance to back off and deal with lanes and then go get Roche. Yes, I agree. There's times you're winning and you can just do this. It kind of worked. But that was the risk, right? That was the Sven coming in. This is like the one way they come back. It's very hard to get pubs to play that safe. But it would be great. You don't have to come back strictly, though. Like, if your team is pushing, let's say you're Pugna or you're Lich, and you see a huge wave coming in. Actually, if you're any players, because this is another way that the team throws. Massive wave, the biggest wave you've ever seen. The second moving city of El Dorado, no longer here. They don't want to be left in the jungle. They're now building on a back of creeps. The entire city is here, shoving in. You can't just TP back. If you show here and you TP back and suddenly you're here farming this, they're gonna know you TP'd back. And this can be when they now jump your team here. 4 heroes left, and you maybe had a 10k lead, but you take out the PA with 14k, Sniper with 11k, Core Treant with about 8k, right? Suddenly the difference is very little, if not in their favor, and they have the numbers advantage and the positioning advantage because this is their base. You have to be very careful about that. The reality is that unless this is a catapult wave with like 20 creeps, at 23 minutes when the creeps are not that strong, because over time they get stronger, they can tank more shots, they do more damage. At 23 minutes, I would say a creep wave of 4 is about the biggest you could possibly see at this time, and that will not take this tower on its own. It will do a ton of damage, but between potentially fortifying for it or having creeps come and tank things, this tower will not die. If an enemy hero is here, the tower might die, especially with a lot less creeps. It's still possible. But the question is, should you risk a team wipe to defend a tier 2 tower, or is this an acceptable trade to break the high ground and the barracks? I would argue it's a worthwhile trade. I'd also argue you don't need to be forced in that situation if your team just backs off, deals with the waves, gets Roshan, and then comes back up. You don't have to It doesn't have to be a trade. You can have it all, but you need to step back for a moment and do it. But the reality of pub games, especially for support players, you don't get to make that call. And if your cores aren't doing it, you just go with whatever they do. But if you ever see, sorry, I accidentally unpaused. That was so loud. If you ever see someone TP, scream into the mic that your team has to get back right now, because that is a very common way to throw. So the PA, you made great decisions. I don't think you would do this, but the PA, this would be classic PA, who doesn't have a BKB, has a Deso and something else, another damage item, would TP home while the team is hitting these barracks, and then they would all jump and dive. You have to be like, PA is leaving, we all need to leave right now. Death is approaching, we must evacuate. And you have to hope your team listens and you get out in time. All right. Let me pick the next person. How many people joined in? Where's our number generator going at? I'm not gonna count myself. Five. Paul Swickard, also known as Swick, sneaking over from Twitch to YouTube, hopping in there. I said that's allowed. It's fine. You know how it works, Swick. Hit me up whenever. I am curious, Swick and everyone else watching, for a lot of the people in YouTube, did you ever watch on the Twitch streams? Because I've been streaming on Twitch for a while, but I know not everyone likes Twitch. Are you more interested in YouTube streams? People on Twitch, would you prefer to watch on YouTube? I'm just curious about this. I am going to try to multi-stream for everyone to have their preference, but I am just kind of curious in like the differences between the platforms. Like what's easier or not. While Swick gets his game in, I'm going to refill my tea of hot water, and I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot. I did say I'll show Hef once I'm back. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Changies the Great. They have given 182 gift subs in the channel. I'm gonna grab Hephaestus. 1 second. Switch the camera mode. It's halftime.
Mostly YouTube, never watch on Twitch. Twitch has too many ads. Gotcha. I understand. Yeah, ads are unfortunate. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do run Twitch ads, and YouTube will probably have some ads too. I understand viewer experience why it's very annoying. Financially, kind of required the way it works. All right, he doesn't feel like hanging around right now. Feel him wriggling. I'm sure he'll be back later. Pass for me? Oh, okay. All right, I didn't see that. Where was it? Let me see. Generate a new one. Wow, one. Anton Roth also sneaking over here from Twitch to YouTube. Hit me with it. Although maybe you also prefer YouTube over Twitch. Can make the bot on Discord. Wait, would people then join on Discord, or does it like the Discord bot would take the chats from YouTube and Twitch? I just forgot I would have to consider it, so I haven't really looked into the options that are available to me right now. A Discord bot, I mean, whatever works. I'm open to it. Sounds like a little bit of a hassle to set up maybe, but maybe it's easier than I think. This doesn't sound like a lo-fi song. Got the YouTube Premium, getting value out of it. That's nice. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Lord Marshall 95 gifted a tier 1 sub
Aw,
to
thank
Genesis
you.
2000.
Lord Marshall. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Don't abandon
Lord
us,
Marshall
Twitch
95
frogs.
gifted
Never.
a tier 1 sub to Brazil
We're
Soldier.
here for both. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Lord Marshall 95 gifted a tier 1
I
sub
forgot.
to
I
Real
forgot. I
Chad R.
don't know how to change that. It
who's that?
reads them
Thank
out
you.
for all of them.
What?
Thank you
Lord
so much
Marshall
for gifting
95
5
gifted a tier
subs.
1 sub to
Maybe
Grundy
people deserve it. Maybe like whoever subs that like gives that many subs gets to have it read out every single time. Wait, Anton, are you here? He maybe didn't. Maybe he stepped away. Or maybe he's finding a game right now. Let me... How do I ping in the YouTube chat? I've never used the YouTube streaming that much. The main way I use it is when tournaments go on. I will sometimes watch in YouTube instead of Twitch. It's kind of random how I choose, actually. So I admit the YouTube viewer is quite nice, especially for pausing tournaments or like skipping ahead. But that's the main way I've ever used it. I don't watch too many YouTube streams. Nowadays, it's kind of busy. I don't even have that much time for streams in general. But I was looking briefly at people who stream Dota on YouTube, and there doesn't seem to be a lot. Maybe just the time I happen to check. Okay, I'll ping it. We'll just chit chat for a little bit while we get that sorted. How often are you going to be streaming on YouTube? Hopefully anytime I do a stream. This multi-streaming setup took me a little bit to get it sorted out. I guess you guys didn't see that on YouTube side. Twitch, I slowly switched softwares and figured everything out. But now that it is done, I'm hoping it's as simple as just running both every time. And so people can just choose whatever they prefer. I don't know what to expect from YouTube streaming. I actually didn't even expect this many people to show up, so thank you guys. I don't know where I'll go with it in terms of like some people were saying like, oh, YouTube, it doesn't really chat on the streams. So it's like, oh, then I guess it's just a Twitch stream. People can watch on YouTube quietly and then the VODs will be there. But if YouTube chat is also very, you know, talkative, then that's fine too. I'll try to manage both. I don't know if it'll really change the way I stream in terms of, I don't know, like appealing to both audiences or whatever. I think like if it's as simple to run both as it currently is, then it'll just be, you know, people can watch wherever they want. I'll try to keep track of both chats. For how often I stream in general, though, that might vary. Lately I've liked streaming a little bit more than YouTube videos. For the YouTube audience just tuning in, you maybe never heard me say that. I say it on stream sometimes. Now you're hearing me say it. I was kind of in a slump on making videos. I'm actually feeling a little better lately. You're seeing a little bit more stuff come out again. But especially as I started casting this year, it kind of throws me off scheduling wise, because who knows when the cast is going to happen. And I'm very much I want to think of myself as like a more free spirited, go with the flow guy. But if I break out of my schedule, I struggle. Like when it's stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, work on videos here and here, and I do that week to week to week, I'm good at it. As soon as like cast 3 days, your system's broken, it's all over. I can't do anything. I don't know. I struggle with it. So YouTube has been harder because that takes more prep, more planning, and then a patch comes out, and then a cast, and it's harder to plan. Streaming is like you just go live and chat. So I was thinking, I'm traveling soon. We're gonna go visit my fiance's family in China. After that, I was thinking of doing some try-hard streaming, maybe do more streams than videos, see if I like it, and if not, you know, go back to the mix, whatever. But in that case, maybe we will have a lot more streams coming up. The Fat Chance Ogre Facet ever good? I've seen some people do it. I think Learning Curve is a lot better right now, because the reason you're picking Ogre is to win the early game and then play tempo with Bloodlust. Fat Chance doesn't really help you with that. It's Learning Curve that does it. I think Fat Chance has better overall scaling, but that's not why you're picking Ogre. Like that's where it comes back down to. So maybe if they shift things around, numbers or meta, you know, whatever, then maybe Fat Chance will get better. I don't currently have a preference. I'm more familiar with Twitch because I used to watch Twitch streams even before becoming a content creator, and I'm more familiar with it. But I don't always have time for it. And actually something that I've tried to be better about VODs is because streamers that I liked and used to follow more before I was so busy with all this, you know, I'm not there for the stream, but seeing the VOD is useful. So for example, like Ray Narvaez Jr., I'm sure some of you probably know him. He's a big streamer. Sometimes if there's like a game I want to watch that he's played, I'll watch that, and having the VOD channel is really nice. So I tried to do the VODs, like turn the Twitch to YouTube, but it's actually a big hassle. Not a big hassle, but it's just extra work. I'm not sure if Anton's here, by the way, guys, so we might do a new
We Go Hard
raffle.
on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Bogdo12.
Oh my goodness.
Who's that?
We Go Hard. Are you sure? You just...
We Go Hard on
I
Earth
feel like
gifted a tier 1
just
sub to
recently you were
C_LYC.
insanely generous.
Who's that?
And now,
We
gifting
Go Hard on
50
Earth gifted a
subs.
tier 1 sub to PCXXY.
Thank you so much, man. Holy.
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub
I
to
guess
Bob
YouTube gets nothing out of this,
0000.
huh? YouTube viewers just have to listen to all the donations coming. Is there an equivalent for YouTube? I don't even know.
Grizzy.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Do you want the next
We Go Hard on
replay?
Earth
I think it
gifted a
can be
tier 1
bought.
sub to Gale
I think
_FL
50
Hoff.
tier 1 gifted subs is like,
Thank you.
you know, earlier I
We
was
Go
saying
Hard
it's
on
supposed
Earth
to be
gifted a
free,
tier 1 sub to
supposed to be
Kendrick
balanced.
Who's that?
I think 50 is like certainly a
We Go
buy-in.
Hard on
I don't
Earth
know
gifted
where
a
my
tier
price
1 sub
is,
to
but I think
Swiftyd.
50 is definitely there.
Who's that? Thank
Do you want the next replay?
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Feist __.
Who's that?
Thank you. It'll be later in
Go
the
Hard on
month.
Earth
It's not
gifted a
quite
tier 1
yet.
sub
We
to
are
Rundown
prepping to
Music.
like figure out souvenirs to bring back.
Who's that?
But thank you so much.
We Go Hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to the Gabble.
I will
Who's that?
use.
Thank
I will
you.
find some kind of
We Go
decoration
Hard on
for the
Earth
back.
gifted a tier
Maybe
1
I'll
sub to
put
the
your
Lily David.
subs into
Who's that?
the
Thank you.
stream,
What,
back in
what?
the stream. You
We
can
go
pick
hard
some
on
art.
Earth
We'll look
gifted
for
a tier 1 sub to GTX Insane.
I don't really know what I'm looking for in China.
Who's that? Thank you.
Super chats and
We
memberships.
go hard on Earth gifted
True, I
a
haven't
tier
really
1
looked
sub
too
to
much into that.
SY2013.
Maybe I'm missing out not having it enabled.
Who's that? Thank you.
But I guess I wasn't
We go
doing that
hard
much
on
with
Earth
them,
gifted
so
a tier 1 sub to
I
Rocket.
guess we can look at that.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to RR Arrow.
I don't know how to stop these,
Who's that? Thank you.
so I guess we're just listening
We
to
go
them
hard
all.
on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Train_Ra.
Who's that? Thank
I
you.
changed softwares I used recently.
go
I knew
hard
how
on
to
Earth
stop it
gifted
in the
a tier
last
1
one.
sub to White
I don't know
Tiny
where to
Fins.
stop it now.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a
Oh, I
tier
could
1
just
sub
mute
to
it.
Peachmonger.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Could I? Oh, I can.
1 sub to
Oh, it's
RGQTR.
back. It's so back.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Logan
It's just
__
evil
_
genius. Flood the stream.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go
This is
hard on
hilarious.
Earth gifted a tier 1
I
sub
think
to
it's funny, but I will mute it until I figure out how to actually. I know there's a way to skip over stuff. I also don't know why. It didn't used to read every single one out. Now it does. I'll turn it off for now, just so it's not too annoying, even though I find it kind of funny. Exactly. It's going hard. Sam Shaw, thank you for gifting one back to We Go Hard. Gives what he cannot have himself, but no more. Thank you. Maybe not 50 times funny. I don't know. I think there's a dip, you know? The first is like fine, and then it's kind of funny, and it's like, okay, it's annoying. But then surely after 4 minutes of it, it gets funny again. I think it would. Like if I unmute.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Lelouch _
Kind of funny.
_
Okay, let me see. We Go Hard. Did you want the replay? If not, I will set up. Oh, you said no. Okay, let me do another random number generation. We'll get back on track. Where's my random number generator? What did I do with it? Did I close it? Oh no. It's gonna take me forever to type random number generator into Google again. All right, I've done it. Okay, where? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Israel Cardozo. I don't know why I said it like that. But if you're still here, you won the number generator. Oh, nice. Yeah. Let me, whenever you get a chance, send over a match ID. Let me know who you're playing and any questions you want in there. Do you think it's still going?
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We go hard on Earth gifted a tier 1 sub to Carlos Ramirez.
Oh, rather than hide it from screen, I should just mute it like this. And then it'll keep playing for the full credits given, but it'll be muted. How do you feel about drums? Drums are good. It needs to make sense with your team, though. Obviously, you need like attack-based heroes for a tempo lineup. If it's mostly spellcasting, you're better off with something else. But there's a lot of meta heroes right now, like Magnus, Dragonite, Bristleback, PA. Who else? Alchemist. Did I say him? Beastmaster. There's a lot that drums benefit. So it's pretty good. In pubs, you're less likely to get the meta drafts, so you don't have to do it every single game. But as long as it makes sense, I think it's fine. Drums as a runaway item, bad. I think you can use it like that. There's 8 charges, so it's pretty flexible. The ideal use is aggressive, go in, get kills, all that. But if the situation requires you to run, I think it's fine. especially versus Warlock, very popular in pubs. The upheaval slow is very annoying. If you get Boots of Bearing and you just kind of save it for that to counter so you can just run out of the upheaval, I think that's actually pretty good. I was really having fun with Kez, yeah, when he came out. Kez support. Then it got nerfed too hard and I'm too scared to do it. I hope he gets a facet that lets him be a support, because I was having a lot of fun with it. Warlock's my guy. Yeah, Warlock. I have to be in the mood for Warlock, but it is pretty fun to just like press Q on people and like, that's it. I won the team fight. Let's go. You can batch a bunch together. Yeah, I changed the system, so I never used stream elements before. Or I used it for one thing. We did like a charity stream once, and they had some stuff through that. But since then, I haven't used it. But I'm back to using it as part of trying to set up the multi-stream. We left Streamlabs back to regular old OBS, which I think is better. And I've been meaning to make the switch. I was just slow about it. But because of that, I had to change some of the software and stuff. I'm still kind of sorting it out. Hopefully, I'll look into it after this, and then maybe I can figure out how to get it to not read every single time. Usually just catch up on VODs on YouTube, but you managed to see it pop up, so here you are. Well, welcome. Happy to have you. I'll have to make a post. I wanted to see how streaming on how the multi-stream would go, because maybe my computer couldn't even do it. Maybe the internet, all that. But fortunately, it seems to be going pretty smoothly. I don't know if anyone's noticed any like laggy issues on either end, Twitch or YouTube. But if it does work out really well, then in the future, YouTube VODs will no longer be on that separate YouTube channel I had. It'll just be on the main channel, and you'll go to the tab for it, where you can find all those VODs. I'll need to figure out the thumbnails. I think technically I'm supposed to have a thumbnail when I launch a stream. I didn't do it this time. We'll see what that's like. I need to work out a system to make those thumbnails for either going live or post stream, stick them in. Kind of annoying to have to make a thumbnail every time I want to do it. So maybe I'll find something that can be easily shifted, like just change the date. Or maybe it will just be the same thumbnail for like a chunk of streams in a row. We'll change it for patches or something. I don't know. I got to think about it. I don't really like putting my face in thumbnails, but I know the YouTube algorithm likes it. I know I'm supposed to do it. I'm supposed to... Wait. Supposed to be there like... Or like that stuff. It's supposed to be good for the algorithm, but I don't really like doing it all that much. But maybe that's an easy way to do the... if I just take 50 different pictures of my face and then I just stick a new one on every time. Lost my games because my Alice went AFK, don't have one. No problem. Sorry you had so many games with allies going AFK. That sucks. If they didn't go AFK right away, we could still look at your laning stage the same way we did for earlier. But if not, I mean, no big deal. We'll just do another raffle. You think it depends on the genre of videos, actually? Some categories may not perform as well. That's fair. I'll admit, I'm actually not as good at knowing all the stuff about YouTube and all that. I have a friend who's really on top of it, and we chit-chat, and I just do what he tells me to do. Or don't. He tells me to do all sorts of stuff, and I'm like, we'll get to it. I'm not as good for someone whose career is around this. Should be better. Okay, let's see. Persona 3 XD. I've been meaning to play the Persona games. Are you here? Oh, wait. Okay, we can still do yours because I just called it out. But I'll look at this one first. Cats in the thumbnail. I'd be willing to do that, maybe. Oops, not that. Do replays have to be losses, or can we show off wins? I think... Ooh, we're gonna look... Okay, I will tell you right now. if you're an Immortal and you're trying to play a core role, I'm not going to be as useful. But I can help a little with like thoughts on it, but not my strong suit. No, I don't care if it's a win or a loss. If you win the replay, you can show whatever. I don't really care. But in order to help in the sake of improving, I think the best cases are something is wrong and I don't know what. Like if you lose and like, yeah, this guy had a terrible pick. I screwed up the laning stage. We never caught back up. You know why you lost. I'm sure I could nitpick a couple more things, but if you know the key reasons, then it's like, that's fine. You did your own analysis. Sometimes you win though, and you're like, I don't know what I did right. Like we won, it felt super easy. I have no idea why that's the case. Then even though it's a win, I can still help out, fill in the info gaps. Let's see what we can do for Pheonix mid, because Pheonix is a weird mid, and I'm not a very good mid player nowadays. Back long ago when I started Dota, I played some. I know more about what I want from mid laners as a support player than I do about dealing with the mid lane specifically. So we might just go through this kind of quickly. But I'm all for it. I am open to Pheonix being a mid hero, and I've seen it work. I'm trying to think who's a pro player I've seen. I've seen Supreme do it in a pro match before, I think. Divai Llama did it in the off lane in a game Ricky and I cast recently. I'm pretty sure you just go for a lot of last hits and denies off of Fire Spirits. The Techies mid, what in the world? That might be a little more annoying, but I guess his base damage isn't that great. You're universal, so over time you should be good here, right? I'm not sure what the items would be. I would just have to look at the... I would have to check Dota 2 Pro Tracker and all that too. IDK what to do if I go mid. I mean, if you're playing Pheonix, I think you have to be cheesing it. You're gonna have to learn how to do the 1v1 last hitting really well, which unfortunately I really, for Immortals, I'm not gonna be able to help that much. Like basics and fundamentals for lower ranks, sure. But for Immortal, I'm out of my depth there. All I know is how to play Dragonite. But I'd say rotations, when I've played with Pheonix mids in my games, I don't usually have to do much. Like the Pheonix mid is winning because no one knows what Pheonix mid does. You might need to find a Pheonix mid specialist to give you like the specific advice, but they're usually fine. And then they're like, just keep playing with me. Like we'll just keep killing people until egg is on cooldown, and then they farm a little bit. Like that, you know, they underestimate, they think they can get you, and then you got them. What's this, double water rune? Nice. You can do that as you move in, but I think you know that. You'll probably get the top one. I would say secure. So by nature of being Pheonix, and you have the innate burning all this, like it's always gonna push out when you walk this close. So while he's still dead and TPing in, I think I would run straight to the range creep, try to kill that right away, because this is the most valuable, right? So he's still dead 1 second. You got 3 more till he respawns. So I might like stand here, hit it twice, back off. Maybe you don't have enough time. I don't know. I feel like maybe you could have killed it though. I don't know. Maybe playing safe is better when you're this low. Maybe you're right. You had the salve on the way too. Oh yeah, he's going for it. He's cheesing it. How do we enter the raffle? We'll do another one in a moment. No, wait, we're gonna see. Unless the other guy wasn't here. I called someone else, but if they're not here, then yeah, we'll do a raffle after this for the Twitch side, and then I'll tell you guys what to put in at that time.
The master is here.
Serious question regarding the meta. Who is the least kissable hero you would still kiss? I would have to think on that. I'm sure there's only one right answer. A lot of serious thought into that one. Yeah, I was thinking I should make the pre-made faces. I had a couple that I used. To be honest, I just didn't have a great camera for it either. None of them turned out great. But now I got this new camera a couple months ago at this point. I could probably get much cleaner cutouts. I got a little distracted there, but you're farmed. Every time you... I mean, this is the techies, so... Oops. I guess be careful of that next time you play techies mid. I think with Egg, you're just trying to ask a support to come in, or you go to them. Who do you have? Oh, you have a weird support set up. Unfortunate. I think ideally what I've seen from some Pheonix mids is if they're going to go for the kill with the egg, it has to be on the dive so that the egg's right on top of them. I think that one you were trying to like not use it, then you felt you need to use it, so it ended up being too far. But I also think with any help, it becomes much easier. If you don't solo kills, I think you have to dive on top, drop it, all that. I think for side lane kills, I don't think you have to have egg because Pheonix mid just comes online so early. Or get this game versus the Lifestealer might work out. Sometimes I see Spirit Vessel or Shivas. I really couldn't tell you why a Pheonix mid is going one or the other though. Oh no, we have jug issues. Are you reading YouTube and Twitch chat? I mean, they're just both up next to each other. I just try to look in between. I'm certain I'm missing some stuff. And if you guys had a question you wanted answered and I didn't even acknowledge it, I probably just missed it. Feel free to resend it. Oh, Swick, you're here? Okay, yeah. Send in a game. We'll do yours next. $4.16. Yeah, we got lots of time. So we should be doing several more if you haven't won one yet. And I'll try to do this more consistently as well. So long as I'm not streaming, I'll try to do it on... Wednesdays is when we usually do it. I think that's fine. I'm not sure if there's a better day for it or not, really. It's just whenever we feel like doing it. I wanted to do it today because of the multi-stream test. It's easier. But also, oh, man, I don't know what I did. My back has been bothering me. And I did not trust having good posture while playing Dota. And whenever my back acts up, I know I have to be in good position. So I thought replays would be a good way to do that because we can stand a lot more and be very posture conscious. How to get my replay reviewed. So it's typically just a Raffles system. In the future, it won't matter. I'll find one that works for both, for Twitch and YouTube. I think you need to egg like right on top of this guy for this to work. Maybe you're trying to like spam all the buttons, so it's just a little slower than you meant. I'm gonna guess is what happened. Because otherwise you definitely would have solo killed that Lich. And maybe even the techies. We will do Raffles. This time Swick won one earlier and he had to do something. So we're doing his now. But usually there's a raffle. In the past, there was a points reward for Twitch to redeem one. I'm not gonna do that today. And now that we're multi-streaming, unless YouTube has an equivalent, I'm not sure if I should allow that, because then it might be unfair. That's a benefit to just like Twitch viewers. I need to see if there's a YouTube equivalent or something. And though if I remove that, I have no idea what people will spend their points on in Twitch, because I have nothing for that.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
What do you think about going Manta versus techies? Oh, you did get a Manta? For Pheonix, I'm not sure if that makes sense. Even though with the Techie's Minds, it's kind of cool. I think it's more play with the team, slowly Minesweeper areas. I feel like for mid Phoenixes, and I'm actually gonna pull up Dota 2 Pro Tracker to verify this. Usually what I see is like the Shiva Veils, refreshers, Yules, things like that, which looks about right. Some people doing Sange. What else? Couple people doing the Orchid like you did. I guess in the right game, that's good. Otherwise, people just going the Veil into Shivas. And I feel like that's what I roughly see. Late game, like a Hex. I think I like those more. Wait, how? Just got caught off guard by the. Oh no, the taunt just barely ended. Dang. Are your tier list video from 6 months ago? No, it would have shifted. But if you want a pseudo tier list, what I would look at, Sizu, is the. What did I title it on YouTube? It was talking about the pro meta. 7.37E pro meta analysis, whatever, something like that. It's a relatively recent one, and I just kind of like talk through my thoughts of the pro meta, which is essentially what a tier list is anyways. A little bit of a different format, but it will cover the top ones. I'm not going to make a tier list at this point. I keep saying that. Swear, it makes a lot of sense for a patch to come out soon. So I don't want to make it. And then it gets delayed again and again and again and again and again and again. So I don't know. But I don't plan to make another tier list until the next patch comes out. And that video that I just talked about is essentially a tier list that I recently did. So that one would be accurate. Saving up for a 2 million option on Twitch channel. Delete the channel. I swear I've done that at times. As soon as you put out relevant content, it's gone. That's the annoying thing about Dota. How random and often delayed patches are. I feel for them. I get it. But as a content creator, boy, does it get me. It gets my goat. It's very difficult to plan and do stuff. All right. I don't feel like I gave you that much feedback as Pheonix mid. Sorry. I don't know. You're just at a rank where I don't know if my thoughts are that valid for a cheese mid pick. I feel like this is some specialist shit. And I would talk about more rotations, but boy, your draft is wacky and Jug raged out. I would be trying to do things with Magnus. Like anytime you guys have RP and Egg, I feel like you guys are really strong. Just try to coordinate that. That sounds good to me. I don't think you really need the Boots of Travel. I guess that would be my critique. Like the Boots and Manta, I really feel should just be like Shiva's. Do you need a BKB? Not really, there's 2 piercings. Although it's kind of nice versus techies. Maybe like Shiva's Yules, something like that. I don't know. I just feel like I don't see Pheonix mids go for farm efficiency with bots. They go for, I have this insane damage potential and I'm just going to keep going and I'm going to keep boosting it. That's usually what I see. What MMR is this? I don't know the exact MMR, but it is Immortal. Which, depending on the region, could be any range, like a 2k MMR swing. Archon. All right, Swick, what are we doing here? I can give more feedback here. This is more our territory. Support Archon stuff. Travel for despair. Zeus went Midas. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a bad time. Sounds like a bad time. Do the games have to be ranked? No, I don't care. The main thing I would say is just... as long as there is something you are trying to learn, it's fine. Like, even in a griefed game, there's usually a window of non-griefed play that we could look at. Or like, earlier we had someone rage out as the carry and go jungle. But it happens enough that knowing how to address that is kind of okay. But very unique stuff, like level 1, 3 of my teammates DC'd and the last guy just kept tossing me into tower. Or like, how can I win this? Like, you probably just take the L on that one. There's really not much to do there. Those are the ones that I don't think are really worth looking at. You should just free from your mind. But wins, losses, ranked, unranked, doesn't matter because we can improve. And Dota games realistically are a little wacky sometimes. That it will not be a proper draft every time. The carry will not always do it. So I'm very open to some level of griefing and wackiness, terrible drafts, because I think it's relatively real. But there's a end limit to that, I think.
Does it tingle?
What do you think about Ricky Pos 4 gem first item? I don't know if I'd be going gem first item. I'm open to Ricky 4 working in the right drafts. Do people get the gem? I don't think that's what I would do. That seems kind of wild. That seems super risky, honestly.
30 seconds to go.
Lo-Fi Dota, what's up? Thanks for the Prime sub. Got the playlist for you going. Lo-Fi. Just trying to remember how hotkeys haven't played in 6 months. Oh, I feel that.
Does it?
Was this a party game, Swick? I wasn't paying attention. No. Unranked. Okay. Or not. Ranked. Non-party. Okay. Focus up. Warlock review for Archon.
And here we go.
I'm not sure you're gonna need this mango. So funny enough, earlier I was saying, Sage's Mask not usually worth buying right away. Doesn't pay off. I think Warlock is one of the few heroes who can justify it. I think Crystal Maiden's another. You are gonna have to TP, and also you should never path through mid like this. You're gonna split XP with this guy, and he's gonna lose it. But genuinely, it is pretty bad to absorb any mid XP at like proper play. So even if you're gonna walk, try to take a wider path. But at this point, you should just TP. Yeah, we're not doing redeems today. I'll just refund your points. Don't sweat it. But as part of the multi-stream experiment, I'm gonna try to make sure we get to do raffles and everything. Yeah, so just to show you how common this is, guys, this is like the third replay where I'm going to mention this. So Swick walked here. He's now going to try to unblock this camp to see if it's up or not. And he is now in the lane. It's a minute 20. The second wave is, here, third wave coming in. And now he is here to like contribute. So did our carry manage okay 1v2? Who knows? This lane shoving out is pretty awkward. And that's why it's really important to be in the lane at the start. I do believe it's one of the best ways for pubs just to have a consistent good start is to be here before the creeps meet and do this earlier. So you TP in, TP to the back of the tower, drop the sentry, wrap around, you're here. The first wave will meet, you're good to go. Do any of this stuff, like block camps, whatever. Got the Sage's Mask. Can't cast spells because we haven't used any, that kind of stuff. So it's just good to be like in the lane right away. Drow getting sidetracked, going aggressive here. You can try a hard camp pull, though it might stack if you do it. So this is where maybe Drow could body block it. If you're trying to get the pull, make sure you walk towards the creeps, let it hit you, then walk back. Here, just stay here. This lane will fix itself at this point. Don't give them a free camp. So just stay here. When they walk up, you can potentially Fatal Bonds all of them together, or just help deny stuff right now. Don't try another pull. If you do another pull, this is easier to see in free cam, and it's just something you guys need to have develop a sense for. This creep wave is matched to this creep wave. So if you pull this creep wave, which is supposed to match to this creep wave, Then these guys have nothing to go to. They're going to go straight under tower. And then this creep wave is also going to go under tower because that creep wave that it's supposed to meet, this one right here, is going to be at this pull camp. So you don't want to do any small camp pull here. If you're going to do anything, it has to be a half pull, but I wouldn't even do it. I would just come up here and play next to Drow. So you are going to try it. Yeah, it looks like you're going to try it. So now Drow has to tank this. If the enemy team were here and pressuring her, she would just have to deal with it. She's going to try to run this around. She's going to have to do this forever because this is going to take at least 5 more seconds. And the next wave... So they actually now did a stacked pull with this wave. And now you guys can't contest because you're going to have to drag these creeps in. You're going to tank them the whole time. So this is actually a really bad spot to be in. You're going to lose this whole creep wave. And you should at least be standing here to get the XP. But actually neither of you are there. So you guys are just losing a ton right here. For Warlock, I would say either just keep healing people and then poke a lot in the lane, do a pull as necessary. Or if you're starting with Fatal Bonds, you should be trying to Fatal Bonds the very first wave. It's relatively the most impactful at the time. When these guys are lower level, the relative health of the creeps is a lot, all that stuff. You want to be there right away to shove the lane with Fatal Bonds, or... Shoving the lane's not the key purpose. Doing the damage is the key purpose. It will shove the lane and then look for a hard pull or something off more Fatal Bonds. We kind of want to get ahead health-wise, either through healing them with Shadow Word or doing damage with Fatal Bonds, or a mix. This has been very weird. Being late to the lane means we miss some of that. Now, the stack... To some degree, it was unavoidable to stack this camp, but that's why you should have stayed there, do the pull, stay here, fight this, farm it, and then they wouldn't have such a strong camp. Now you're constantly in the situation where they have a stronger camp to work with, and it keeps staying up here. So you keep coming back to pull, which puts Drow in a bad spot. Not currently being punished for it, but I do think the enemy is getting a whole bunch out of this lane that they're not supposed to. Or not that they're not supposed to, but it's supposed to be much harder. Would you justify Bassi right away with Drow if enemies don't have spamming abilities for stick? I think if anyone's going to do it, Warlock's not a bad case for it, so I am open to it. I do think stick is more mana if they have decent amount of spell casting. So I would keep that in mind. But you kind of mentioned that in your question. So long as they don't have a way to do it, then yes. Okay, so this pull, for all of you out there, carries or supports. Swick, after you do this pull, you got to be watching these. When your last creep dies, you want this small camp dead. If you want the equilibrium to meet somewhere here. So we kind of see this small camp still alive fully. Our creep just died. So when you did this pull, you gotta watch this lane and be attacking to match so that you can try to line that timing up. Carry players, or if the carry is doing this, support players, whoever, we're splitting it up. There's 2 of us in the lane. One guy is doing this, what I just said. And the issue we keep running into is that they keep pulling the wave into this hard camp. So the next guy, also watching this, hit this camp, pull it away from the lane, or stand here, make sure they don't have time to pull it over. But pulling it away is the safest way to do it, because if you try to contest here, it might still work when they do like creep aggro stuff, but they can also fight you if they want because you're standing over here. You just drag it this way. Drow is super safe here. The creep camp's over here. They'll never get the pull in time. This camp then dies, and then you reset here. Both people return to the lane. Congrats, we have reset equilibrium. Instead, you guys are gonna have to tank. Fortunately, they didn't pull, and you either have to tank or you decide you can't tank because they pressure you, and now we're going to push out again. Warlock is not the end of the world for pushing the lane, because I mean that's just kind of what Fatal Bond gameplay is, but then you need to be really on top of using this camp more than this camp, because you're slow, and if you keep shoving at the lanes and then have to slowly walk back, you're actually spending a lot of time not doing much, and it's easier to do this camp pull for how hard you shove the lane with Fatal Bonds. Then you don't have to move around as much, which also exposes your carry to less risk, which is important because you actually have no way to save a carry who gets jumped. Maybe Upheaval, but level 1 Upheaval is really slow to get anywhere. So odds are they're just dead and you can't do anything. So it's kind of important to be in the lane a lot with Warlock, if you're going to play that way. If you're playing with Shadow Word and just sticking near the tower and not really using Fatal Bonds all that much, then you can do more small pulls. In that case, I would aim to have this camp blocked. Otherwise, I would do like QWQ, QEQ if you have aggressive potential. Close. See, we got the boots.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
Warlock's a hero that if you try to steal the Wisdom Rune, maybe not the most likely to succeed because you're slow and have no stuns. But you can try in any rank if you think they're not paying attention. As Drow gets to level 6... Uh-oh. Oh no! We were trying to be the sacrifice. Right before that death, and actually I guess still relevant, it's about time to be done with this lane. Either you're leaving or Drow's leaving. If Drow doesn't think she can stay, she's leaving and you're holding this with Q and Upheaval. If she does think she can stay, then you're leaving to go stack and play the other lanes. And then TP back as needed. But Drow's close to 6, so this is where her jungle speed's pretty good. So she'll now do what a lot of carries do, to just like shove the lane, jungle. And you're not going to do anything here. Like, there's no kill threat between you and Drow anymore. In the early levels, off of Fatal Bonds harass, potentially. Now he's level 5 Lich. Like, this one ain't happening. It's just about holding this tower.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. The Dire might want to fight Dire's top tower, you know.
Uh-oh. And this is why it's kind of okay if it's you, because we expect this stuff to happen a lot, and at least you're just the position 5. This game... I might max Fatal Bonds first, or even Upheaval, because I feel that maybe I'm out of date on the Warlock builds. Not that he's super meta, so... Personally, I don't think Drow should have been taking that much casual harass. Okay, maybe I am out of date because I'm looking at the pub build, and I guess a lot of people are doing Shadow Word. My logic here, though, is that I don't think Drow should actually take much casual harass. So you don't actually need this maxed out heal. It does do damage in the AoE now, which maybe that's some of why people are maxing it. I actually haven't played them since they changed the Shadow Word. And I guess you can use this onto creep to kind of push it out. I think the issue, though, is that they can kill that creep, and then it doesn't really do much push, which is kind of why I like either Fatal Bonds for when you go fight with your team, Fatal Bonds with the amount of Zeus AoE damage, and then even Silencer, overwhelming odds. I think the Fatal Bonds could be really impactful, or Upheaval to, 1, to push out waves safely, really far in the back, channeling, but 2, 3 melee cores, and supports that kind of have to walk in, especially Witch Doctor with the ult. I feel like Upheaval's pretty strong. That'd be my case for it, but maybe max Shadow Word is just better nowadays. I was gonna sit down, but Hephaestus is actually sleeping in my chair. And we're ending up with a lot of deaths down here, and you guys should just leave it. You know, anywhere over here is clearly dangerous. So really, it's just like shove it out, be back here. That's why it can be you while Drow goes in jungles and all this stuff, or you can leave and come help do this stuff, make stacks for her, so she can eventually leave. So you guys don't have to keep being down here. Pudge kill. Pretty good.
Tingle.
Now we're gonna get more heroes down here, but I really think like your team should just stop caring about this area, or you have one hero at most do it. You or Zeus, and you just hold it as long as you can, and that's your purpose. Because we have so many heroes here, it's like it's constantly baiting you guys. You feel you gotta come in because Drow's here. I don't know why Drow's not leaving. Drow's gotta leave. If she doesn't want to leave, then I think you leave. You know, you second best. I will try to make space for her. Try to draw their attention top. If you clicked his inventory, I think you should have seen that happen. Okay, maybe you just saw the positioning anyways. Good D ward. I think this ward is good enough. It maybe needs to be... Actually, I guess you're fine. I was going to say maybe a little bit more this way to be safe, but it looks like it's fine. I think this one is plenty as this tower finally falls. Or maybe you still want to defend it. That's fine. That'll still give you vision, and then it falls. This one will be enough to see like people coming in. I don't think you need this one, especially because you saw him put a sentry over here. He did observer sentry. This might be his preferred spot, and his preferred spot is going to get this one. So if you are going to play something, it should at least be up here, but I don't think you need to because it heavily overlaps with this one. I think this one should go more towards the mid lane if you want to do that. Though actually, if we take a greater look at the map, so this mid tower's down, this top tower's down. So I actually think with a Legion, we're getting close to looking for duels. She's got a blink. Maybe you should get Blade Mail first, but with the Zeus, I'm kind of open to it. So 3 of you, Zeus, Warlock, Legion, a little bit awkward, but I think you still want to look for kills in general. So we need some aggressive wards to allow that to happen. With these towers down, somewhere in here would be great. Somewhere up here is also okay. You have this one, so it's kind of a lot to put up here. I would say, for example, something back here, here. Those could be really good. And that would help you get some smoke targets. If you guys are going to camp this area, then here is fine. Maybe even here, but a little bit more likely to be dewarded. But if you feel strong enough to sit there, that's okay. This is really dangerous pathing. For how much action has happened here, there's so much happening on this cliff. It's really dangerous to just walk in like this. He's very tanky. Think she can get this? No. Alright, so the idea was kind of there. You guys wanted to fight around Warlock ult, try to get a Zeus or a Legion kill. I guess Silencer was coming in as well, but you all focus separate targets, so you're being run down by Dragonite, Pudge ended up going for Zeus, Legion ended up going for Witch Doctor, and Silencer's getting now, he's the one being run down by the Dragonite. So you're all picking different targets, and that's why just nothing happens here. That's not strictly on you, but this is where communication can help a lot to direct the team, like, okay, kill this guy, or I'll just get out, whatever. So in the end, they had better focus than you guys, and you see how low they all are. So if you guys also focus, it becomes much better. You got baited into so many fights, which goes back to, this is very hard to identify and convince your team, but you'd probably be winning if you guys just stopped coming here about 10 minutes ago. Okay, 10 minutes a little lot, maybe like 8 minutes. We really, how many fights have gone their way down here? And yet we keep coming. And yet the map is completely open in our favor over here. So like, just give it up, you know, give it up. Again, one least valuable, sacrificable support can hold it as long as possible if you want. But otherwise, just everyone go farm everywhere else. And they keep bringing like the 5 heroes, like we keep getting kills, let's keep coming down as a group. And it's one guy and it's not worth it. But you have to give it up. If you guys keep coming back and keep putting observers and sentries and heroes, then it becomes worth it for them to keep coming back and killing you guys again and again and again. They don't even care that they didn't get this tower yet. They keep finding very good kills. You guys just have to cut your losses. Just like, this is too hard to fight around with the heroes they have and where we're at. We should go up here, and you'd be in a much better spot. It's kind of hard to know that. It's weird, you know, it's counterintuitive when we like defend, protect your towers, but defend to the ancients. Doesn't have to be the towers. And you have to pick and choose the right battles. Let's speed up past this. Well, I don't know if it's really past this at this point. I guess we just eventually lost the tower. This ward, so one, be very careful in the mid lane versus a Pudge. Classic, there's a ward somewhere, Pudge hooks you over, you die. You're coming to check with the sentry, like, oh, I gotta know if it's safe. You can check this side safely by putting a sentry over here, and that's relatively okay. You can't be walking into river without more information. He's actually here, he just doesn't happen to have vision, so you get away with this. But other times, you're right that they have an observer, and then you die because you get hooked as you walk in. So you need to see him somewhere else. For example, we stopped coming down here earlier, and we see him down here in one of our 2 observers, and then we know we can walk up here. Without that information, you can't do this. You have to just wait. If you have enough sentries, you can check this side. But to check this side, you need to know where Pudge is. And for how the game's going, you probably need to know where Magnus and even potentially Dragonite is. At least 2 of the cores, I would say. And then this becomes a more acceptable risk. Once you put the sentry, let's pretend this is a good time to do this. Sentry, and then you have to walk all the way up. Like, this is why you have to know where enough heroes are. When you put this observer down, and then you see that they have a sentry and observer right here, you've just lost your ward. And you even sentried first. But you have to finish checking, sentry, walk up, see that there's nothing there, and then you can put the observer down if you really want to. But this goes back to earlier where I was saying this tower's dead, this tower's dead. It's time for a deep ward. It'll help aggressive plays or even defensive plays just to know where they are or are not. For example, I was saying you need to know where Pudge and all that is. If I have a deep ward that sees Pudge and Dragonite, I can now blindly check this side of the cliff with a lot more confidence. So I think you need a deep ward. At this point, you might have another observer in stock, so this is kind of okay. But it's the last one we have. And as I start to see, let's say these 2 heroes, and let's say 2 more cores show here. And now I suddenly feel I can walk into here, but now I don't have an observer. So when you know you need a deep ward, it's kind of nice to hang on to an observer, hoping to get that opportunity, because you don't know when that opportunity is going to be. This observer is not that hard to place, especially because you can do a more defensive version right here, and it'll have very similar results. So without a lot of information, you can do this. You need a lot of information to do the deep wards, and you don't know when that's going to happen. So when you know you need it, waiting for that opportunity with the observer can be very important. There are times you need to just get some kind of ward down. This is often when you've lost all your wards. So you just place a defensive one, like that's fine. I don't know if this is that situation though. Is Dota Plus worth it as a new player? I wouldn't say so. Even as an experienced player, I'd say it's kind of... It's not really... The most pay-to-win feature is that in games, it will show you the split of damage you have taken. Physical, magic, or pure. That's the most pay-to-win feature, because you can then know, like, oh, I've been taking a shitload of physical damage. I should be building some armor. Like, that's good. But you can have a rough feel of that once you play enough Dota and you know the heroes and you know what's been happening and what's killing you. So it's not even that pay to win. The rest of the stuff can mostly... I personally don't think it's that worth it. Stack timers are in Dota Plus, I believe. That one's kind of useful, but I could also just tell you to do it at 55 for every camp, and that's all you need to know. There's a range, and if you want to get multi-stacks, you kind of need to know that range. But for any individual camp, hitting it and pulling it at 55 out of the box, out of like the perpendicular, not like diagonal, perpendicular to any box at 55 will stack. That is a great starting place for a new player. Over time, you can learn the ones that are like 53 versus 50 whatever. This one's as late as 57.5. Like, you'll learn that over time. As a new player, 55, that's it. And I just saved you like however much Dota Plus is. What else did Dota Plus have? The levels for the voice lines, like that's kind of why I have it. I like that tracking. I like spamming voice lines sometimes. I don't really know if there's much else. Hey, Gucci Sliders, thanks for dropping by at least though. Thanks for saying hi. The ward locations are kind of useful for new players as well. Here's another quick new players. See these cliffs? Hover a sentry over it. Put your observer anywhere outside that sentry range. Don't use the cliffs. You've jumped past every new player. Boom, easy peasy. Dota Plus not required. True, the avoid player list is useful, but for new players who run into so many other players, avoiding isn't really that relevant. Like, you can't avoid enough toxic players. Once you get to Immortal and the player pool is smaller and you can actually avoid certain players, then it becomes more worth it. That's just my own take. Feel free to spend your money how you want. I clearly still buy Dota Plus, even though I don't need any of its features except the voice lines. You know, do whatever. It's up to you guys. But if you feel like, will it make me a better player? I would say no. It'll help in a small couple ways. I also think like watching a couple extra YouTube videos will also do the same thing. Like, it may not be the exact same stuff, but there's so many things to improve in Dota, and there's so many free options out there that, you know, I don't think you have to. Personally. It is a common mistake because the cliffs look so tempting for the beginner wards, but yeah, just you can use them at the right times, but it's a huge step forward in warding once you stop using the cliffs. And like Zwick has a couple. Like, I was critiquing this overlap, but the individual ward spots are good. Tony Pony, thank you. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by as well, saying hi. Is being a ZQuixotix follower worth it as a new player? I'd like to think so. But I have just a little bit of bias in my answer. Okay, so we're slowly getting less and less baited into the bottom lane, and the gold difference has balanced out because of that. Drow is actually farming now. All according to plan, just after 5 minutes of being in this bottom lane throwing. But now, back to plan. So Pudge coming in here, we just dodge. And this goes back to, I'm scared of Pudge. I now see Pudge over here. Maybe there's a replay bug. He's not showing. I don't know. Maybe he's actually smoked or something. But let's pretend we do see him. Then this is the time to walk up here. Check this. I see Dragonite. Let's say we see Pudge. See Lich here. Maybe we see Witch Doctor with Pudge, so it's just one hero left. I might still be scared, but if I was ever to take the risk, like, this is the best time to do it, you know? Like, just blindly walk in here, hope that the last hero was not right here, and that even if they have an observer, they're all over here. And if I suddenly see Pudge from, like, walking down to the safe lane, just go... And, like, he's TPing over to kill me, you know? And then I'm going to turn around immediately. From here, just... looking for the dual pickoffs. Their cores are really tanky, and because you guys are behind, you kind of need Zeus and Silencer, I think, for the dual kills. But maybe if they're low, or maybe if you can find supports, it's not too bad. I think your fight around towers, not this one, because of how easy it is to dive, and because many of your fights were out here. But your other towers, your fight's pretty strong between your team fight ults. Global, Fatal, Zeus AoE damage with Fatal Bonds. All that's pretty solid. Force Staff. I don't mind the Force Staff. I would get a Solar Crest first, personally, at high MMR, min-maxing, whatever. Because I think it'll help you with dual kills. It's really good for Drow. And a Core Silencer, which is a weird pick, but common enough that, like, whatever. We know how it works. Solar Crest is good for it. Good versus some of their cores. Not the best in that sense, but good for getting the early dual kills. Also good for your golem. No. We got a dual kill. All right, that fight was real messy. Mostly off of, you know, they started with the hook, so of course it's gonna go their way. But you kind of saw your team does have the potential to get kills. Just needs to be the right fight, which so far the enemy team is the one that keeps finding it rather than you guys. Part of this goes back to needing deep wards to help you know when this stuff is happening. Let's just take a look at their vision. Well, not too bad.
This will do nicely.
I'm trying to read both chats and then the fights are happening. What's going on over here?
Spree.
Drow got caught.
This will do nicely.
Looks like a smoke. Or maybe not. Maybe they just invis walked up. Someone had an invis. Oh, maybe it was just a glimmer invis.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. One last top tower.
Bad with
Radiant.
4-staff.
Mid-tower.
It's a little tricky. It's a very cool item. I like the active items in Dota compared to League. At least it was that way when I played. You mentioned being relatively new. I really recommend, to help yourself with 4-staff, directional move. Bind it to something, and then the way that works is, let's say you want to go over this cliff because the core Juggernaut's killing you. Where's a good example? I guess I could have used any cliff, whatever, right here. You know, Juggernaut's chasing you, and you want to 4-staff your way straight down. So if you use the directional movement, or if you don't use it and you click here, your character's going to try to path around this way, and then you're accidentally going to like 4-staff yourself that way, and it's not going to be meaningful. Directional movement, you are forced to walk in whatever direction you're clicking in. So even if a tree is in your way, even if a cliff, you'll face the cliff, and then you'll 4-staff straight down. So it's really useful for 4-staff. It's really useful for certain spells that are based on the direction you're facing as opposed to where your mouse is, like Shadow Fiend raises. It's not the most obvious setting. That's why I'm talking about it for a new player. If you already knew it, then fantastic. A lot of Dota players, once you play a while, you know about it. Whether you use it or not, depends. But I think it's not obvious for new players. No, Fudge! Leave me alone. It's okay, it was a bait. We got a dual kill out of it.
Dominated.
Oh my goodness, the greatest RP Lich ult in the world. How did Magnus get all of them and not the Lich ult on anyone?
Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
I just had to come see if you guys end up winning this. The game does go late. I'm gonna start a new raffle. I think we already talked over some key moments to improve on there. I said we would do a Twitch one next, right? Okay, on Twitch, type !ticket. It should enter you in. YouTube peoples, you're free to go over to Twitch and do it. For today, while it's still separate, hopefully we'll figure out the bot system later.
Radiant's mid-tower's coming apart.
Killing spree. Own it.
I was gonna show you guys Hephaestus while we were waiting, but he's in a nap. He does this really cute thing where he covers his eyes when he naps. But that's how I know he does not want to be bothered, so I won't pick him up. I think it's winnable. I guess we have a sneak peek that you're actually 16k behind, which is pretty bad. But I mean, it's a pub game. You guys have good high ground. At this point, I would just go for the real sneaky type plays. Drag the game out as much as you can. You really need the vision to do it. You really need scattered vision to help you know where they are to avoid them, but just keep trying to push out lanes, drag it out, only fight in very favorable conditions. And I actually do think they actually have a safe way to siege, which is Dragonite hits it while you bait hooks and skewerbacks. But in classic pub faction, I am confident that they will be over aggressive with that, and that'll give you your chance to potentially duel Golem, Fatal Bond, Drow hits things, Zeus hits things, Silencer hits things from high ground, you know. Winnable.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Primoist.
Lost one of them bottom towers.
Oh, it mentions the percentage chance to win. Interesting. Streamlabs never did that before. Now you guys know it was or wasn't rigged. One day when it says 100% chance, you'll know I deleted everyone.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
All right, when they all show like this is where you guys beeline it out this way. Go try to place a deep ward. It's not really deep because it's our side, but, you know, whatever. Place a ward that helps you stay alive. So not like right out here. You have a window to get out further. Try to place it somewhere that is likely to stay alive. Let you know when you can or cannot move out on this half. When you're in these situations, it's really important to just do your best to make observers stay alive. So avoid all the common spots. None of the cliffs. This one is like... Well, one, if you're going to use it or not, you should try to push it to the edges for your best chance at surviving. It's kind of hit or miss if they're still going to check this area. I don't know. This might be like a next level mind game. They're only going to check the edges at this point. It could work. Otherwise, I would say usually this would be not that weird to check at this point of the game. But considering how bad it's going for you guys, they might actually overlook it because they're just beating you guys so badly. Oh, Visage game. All right. This might be like the Pheonix mid game where I'm not that much of a Visage player. I'll try to provide some sort of useful feedback, but I won't try to like make stuff up. If I don't know, I don't know. This is Crusader though, Crusader to Archon, so I can probably help more than just the than Immortal. Visage off lane, and you got Zeus. A little awkward, but it kind of works. Who are we laning against? Drow and Jakiro. A little tricky. Visage really likes to go all in with the death toll. So position 4, so you can bring a lot of burst damage to get you soul assumption stacks, is good. Zeus does bring a lot of damage, so maybe it kind of works, but you're both range, so it's kind of tricky, especially versus a Drow who's so long range. Lots of room for mistakes though in this bracket, so I think your starting items look good. For a pub game, I think it'd be really good to ask your team to smoke. Maybe you did. Was this a party? I've already forgotten. You're not in the party, but other people are. So I guess you wouldn't have known that. But if you could get a smoke going for Visage, I also do this for Ringmaster. I should have said this in one of the Ringmaster games. I often ask my team, like, let's go smoke for first blood. Because you have death toll, Ringmaster gets the souvenirs, stuff like that. And if you can just draw a very basic line. For your bracket, people will just go willy-nilly. So you do it, say it in the draft, get approval. Buying the smoke yourself as an off lane's a little awkward. Ideally, it would be a support. If you have to do it, though, I don't hate it. Run straight down. There's a couple paths you could take. Either run straight down, drop the observer, like here-ish. Wrap all the way around this way. Come over here. You can potentially drop the observer here, or maybe bring it in all the way. See who walks in. From Dire side, run all the way. Wrap around like this. You can put an observer here if you want. Radiant, either come over here, put the observer down, and wait in this area for them to come in, or rush over here, drop an observer here, wait for people to come in. But if you can organize some kind of first blood play, then you're just off to a great start. Even though Soul Assumption got a little bit nerfed because it was too good with the death toll, it'll still be generally good.
30 seconds to showtime.
I think maybe you did mention it to them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know you can't force it to happen, but if you can bring it up, then that's all I'm asking. Okay. So we're gonna get to the lane. Looks okay. You let one creep go through. I like it. You might hold this point. Again, I'm not that much of a Visage player, so not fully sure. But I do know if you don't think you can play too aggressive at the start, you will see people start with Grave Chill just to get some extra last hit deny harassing over some like Drow who's all about right clicks. But I am still, I don't know, I'm like fine seeing Soul Assumption. I don't really know. I haven't done it myself to know the exact best time to do one or the other. Try to focus Zeus's attention if you can call it, because you got to remember when you play these weird heroes like Visage, a lot of people don't know it, but you guys are splitting your damage, and if Zeus could use his spells on Drow instead of the Jakiro, you have a way better shot of killing her. This one did work out actually, so that's good. You might need to buy a salve onto that courier as well. Jakira's a little too tanky. If we could pick a target every time, it'll be Drow. Not just because she's the carry, but because she's much easier to kill than Jakiro. You're getting tangos. I mean, at this point, they're not punishing you that hard. Oh, I say that. Jinxed you. Jakiro should have been pushing you way harder. You had no regen. They should have been up in your face.
Somebody iced the Dire's courier.
All right, we kind of get the reset now off of that. Okay, now here we just hold the lane and make them come up. I don't think you want to fight there. Let's say she fought. I mean, you can use the Grave Chill to make her run, but you kind of position to run in. But look how many creeps are here. Best case scenario for you, she runs, you chase, they run by, so you don't die, but you lose all these creeps. That's bad. Worst case, they aggro to you as you chase, and then you just die up here, and then they walk into the tower while you're dead, and then you lose all of them. So when you have this many creeps, we're quite happy. I would just keep holding equilibrium here. And this actually frees up Zeus. So this is your part as the offlaner. In the end, you took quite a lot of chip damage for this play, for moving in like that. If you hadn't, Zeus was kind of holding the wave for you. If you had just dealt with the wave, Zeus would have been free to leave, and you're perfectly fine here. I don't know if you saw it. We just did a video on this on YouTube. I think it's like essential for everyone to know. But your place in this is that you would have held the lane here. Zeus should have been free to leave to go help secure the runes and or stack at 4 minutes. Drow's doing her part. She kind of pushed it in, and now she's back here doing her own pull. Oh shit, it's not there. Well, I just better be safe on my own. Maybe I'll go do this. Jakiro, I don't know what he's up to. He's too low. He's got 3 clarities and a boots. His itemization's terrible. That's why he can't do anything right now. But if you don't, like if you go over aggressive, then Zeus can't go for the runes because he has to help you. Or he does, and then you die. And then maybe you blame Zeus if you're a rager. You're here, so I'm sure you're not a rager. But then, you know, his lane, he's getting punished for rotating, and he's like, oh, I guess I shouldn't do that. But he should. It is good to do. So, same thing coming up here. 3 creeps. This is the next creep wave. This is the next creep wave. So you're in a really good spot. If they come up a little bit too much and you want to go for the aggressive play, I'm open to it. But let's not force it too hard, because just in terms of last hitting, we're good. Even though Visage Death Toll loves kills, don't let that make you forget that your true power spike is still level 6. So the more you can get the lane to come back and actually encourage, hey, buddy, I'm totally fine here. Feel free to go for the rune. Feel free to go stack. He's going to leave. You're going to get solo XP. That's going to speed you up to the level 6 timing for your true power spike. So when we see this, 3 very healthy creeps, range creep dying quickly, just make sure they don't do a hard pull. Zeus is, you know, maybe a little bit more responsible for that than the offlaner is. But as long as they don't do a pull, this equilibrium is about to be here for the next minute. And we're very happy with that. Here we go. Back here. So, like, this is where we got to be careful. Are we getting baited in too much? I'm pretty happy with where this is. You know, maybe we're just throwing in a soul assumption and we're backing off again. We're backing off again. And we're happy. I won't nitpick too much on the last hits and denies. So much as, like, the right time to be doing it. Here you do need to be careful. This is actually a lot of creeps. So 5 creeps about to fight 4 creeps and catapult. And then actually another wave is coming in. So you actually need to trim this off a little bit. Otherwise, you run the risk of getting dove and killed. So you need to auto attack. Tank this for a little bit. Actually, if you drag this under tower, it wouldn't be too bad. So it's a little bit up to you. Either drag it under tower now because of this many. If it was less, you don't have to do that. You can hold them out here. If you do choose to hold them out here, you need to attack them once the creeps meet to make sure you don't get overrun later. All right, now that's a few too many attacks. Some attacking, and then see like what they're up to. When they towards the end here, you want to lighten up. So like let these range creeps live as long as possible. Also, you won't miss the last hit on it in that case. And then they ended up doing a pull. Zach, you lied to me. You said equilibrium would stay here. Well, Zeus died, and then they did a pull, and we auto attacked a little bit too much. So if we held off of the last couple auto attacks, it stays here a little longer. This creep probably enters deny range. It will push up, and then look how many they have. The ranged, full health melee, full health catapult, weak melee. This one's probably getting denied. This one should have been deniable. So then a range creep, catapult. This will push up over time. You're gonna have to wait a little bit because catapults are slow to kill, but this will slowly come back to you, assuming they don't do a pull. Or you could shove this in, do your own pull into this wave coming up here. But sometimes this camp isn't available, all that. With Zeus dead, you gotta be a little careful about this. Like, this is when the offlaners are often coming up too much, end up tanking a lot of damage because they're on their own. And then they die.
Oh, I feel better already.
That's a Clocks. I'm glad you liked that video. I hope I'm gonna refine it. People have been leaving some feedback. They generally like the concept, but had different feedback on what would be useful to them. Very happy to hear it. Some was a little rudely put. Most generally nice. So hoping to refine that series into something that's very useful for people, and we can get all sorts of different guests on to have more opinions, which I hope. It freaks me out to organize, guys. It's funny as a content creator, but I actually have a lot of social anxiety. I hate reaching out to people that I don't already know and all that. But I do think Dota could really use more positive collaborations in the content creation scene and all that. So that's something I think this series could be nice on. Oh, you want this? Oh, you just need that? Okay. And I think this series is like a good and easy way to do that. All right, I got distracted a little bit, but once again, we look to be in a great spot. So imagine if we cut out that death. I bet we're already level 6 right now, and we're activated, ready to go farm up a storm with no one down here, or maybe you're strong enough to just solo kill Drow now with familiars. We kind of see where that mistake really hurt us. At this point, I think it would have been okay to drag it under the tower because you're so close to 6. As the lane pushed out with an advantage of creeps, you actually could force the fight. or shove the lane in so that you can pull your hard camp and then continue to farm that way. Here's one case where you maybe could have done a pull there. A little bit of micro, familiar's last hit while you go drag the camp. Drow's not here though, apparently, so maybe just an early tower take could be good. I see a ton of heroes top. So you're actually coming. Okay, this is working out. I was worried about this. If you weren't Visage and you were any other offlaner, I'd be very hesitant about this. I think this is a really good time to shove this tower. I know there's a bunch of heroes up here. 3 enemy heroes. The carry is a drow who should be weak. She should be scared to approach me. So you can just force this tower and punish them for having this many heroes here, so long as your team doesn't do anything. And if they start diving, this is where you could TP in. Because Visage actually loves getting early kills, I am okay with attempting the rotation. I kind of think it should have been a TP over a Twin Gate, because Twin Gate just takes more time. And by the time you start heading over to the Twin Gate, there's no guarantee that Spirit Breaker would have walked up like this. And although it ended up working out, you're actually moments away from him placing this observer, backing out, and then they see you come up here and your whole time is wasted. Which is why if you could force this tower and either force them to rotate out of top, making space for Bloodseeker, or they dive because they see you pushing and then you TP in, and then it's more instant, you're more guaranteed that the fight is happening. I think I would have liked that a little better. And now we go back. Zeus not 5 yet, or 6. Kind of understandable. He gave us the XP. Oh, by the way, Visage, I feel, loves buying Magic Stick. I guess into Drown, Jakiro, it's not the greatest, but I feel like you usually like having the extra bursts of mana. And even though they may not use the most spells, you do. Zeus uses a ton, and everyone should buy sticks versus Visage because how much soul Assumption comes out so much. So when they have a bunch of mana, they're more likely to use more spells, even though they maybe aren't the greatest spell users in the world. So when you play heroes like Bristleback and Zeus and Batrider, you're like, they may not be the best to buy stick against, but I'm about to give 1,000,000 stick charges, so they are going to use more stick charges given back to me. Can still be worth it to get, I would say. Stuck around a little bit long on that push. I know the familiars do the most damage, but if you're ever scared, feel free to use a familiar to scout out the tree line. One familiar pushing, a full creep wave will do about 300 damage to a tower if they're not interrupted. That's pretty good. Like the tier 1 towers have 1800 health. That's 6 creep waves, 3 minutes if no one's bothering you. Now that's obviously pretty long, but it's just to say you don't have to be attacking the whole time to still take a tower pretty quickly. If you are killing creeps and shoving in waves, like your creeps will do work to the tier 1 towers. So be careful if they have like easy ways to gank. Send in just the familiars. Your hero backs up. Your hero hits. The familiars are scouting. Like depends on the game what the risk is, but we have 3 deaths, and I'd say we all make mistakes. I'm not saying you have to have no deaths at this point, but I think all 3 of those deaths, with some improvements, could have been avoided. At least 1 or 2 of them, right? And then we're looking a lot better. This is still overall pretty good though, and we are reaching the end of the laning stage, which I think is your main focus. Straight into AC. Ooh. Do I like that? I kind of do. but it also scares me a little.
Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
Let me see how often this comes up on. More than, okay, decent amount. Yeah, I mean, with the Drow and the Legion, it kind of makes sense. I'm a little worried about being nuked down by Lina all the time, because they have several heroes to break your Gravekeeper's cloak, and then you'll just get nuked down because you don't have a lot of health. So I'm kind of wondering if we should be getting some other intermediate items to boost the stats.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a
Like
pretty
drums
sight
and then
right
something and then AC. But I don't know. You've played more Visage than I have, I'm sure. So I'll leave it up to you a bit. How can I share my replay? Well, actually, this is the perfect time to ask because I think we're at the end of what we need to cover in this replay. Primos can tell us. Let me know if you have any other questions or anything. But I think we were mainly focusing on the lane, which we are now well beyond. So, YouTube people, if you want to be in the raffle, go ahead and type exclamation point ticket. We'll keep it with ticket, whatever, even though it doesn't matter. We'll do the random number generator. We'll pick the next person. Money. Dude, when Soul Assumption and Death Toll came out, that fast it got added, that was crazy. Visage was insane. Good Visage, still insane. Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa, what?
Pre_mo underscore is
Aw,
gifted a
thank
tier 1
you.
sub to NFIR.
Wait, what did you say?
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. What?
What was the voice?
Pre_mo underscore is gifted a tier 1 sub to Darkman's39.
I like the way the voice ends up saying it.
Who's
Thank you
that?
so much
Thank
for
you.
gifting subs. You guys don't have to feel
Pre_mo
pressure.
underscore is
These are
gifted a
meant to
tier
be
1
free,
sub
but
to
I am
Fabrica.
always very grateful. Thank you so much,
Who's that?
guys.
Thank you. What?
You guys are keeping me
Pre_mo
alive.
underscore is
Thank
gifted
you.
a tier 1 sub to SAE
But don't feel
PKM.
pressured about it.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Pre_mo underscore is gifted a tier 1 sub to Turtle 3
How do I
Twins.
keep losing my... I lose my number generator because it's like all over the place. I have so many tabs open right now. Okay, I found it. All right, we got 5 people joining right now. I got good odds, guys. Anyone else want to get in? Lower those odds for everyone else. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, pre_mo_is. I'll have to look into why it repeats every time. 5 was fine. And I guess it's rare that we end up with more than that. But I should still find a way to resolve that. Don't tell them. I mean, they're slow. I think you're right. Maybe we should just do it. Speed things up. All right. 1 in 5 odds, YouTube. 1. A-Train. Told people not to join and then you did it. Not rigged, guys. All right, A-Train. Send in the match ID. Any questions whenever you get a chance. I think I will go quickly refill my water while we do that. Oh, A-Train's so ready. I'm unprepared. All right, sorry. I'll be right back, guys. And then we'll do A-Trains. We have a million cups here. sit again. Getting tired of standing. Batrider support. Batrider is one of those so good in the pro meta, yet so uncommon in pubs. Yeah, I think he's a lot of fun. I don't get why more people don't play him. He is tricky. He's tricky to get right. Okay. Let's take a look at Batrider. Oop, a little too far. Maybe we can go on YouTube and inspire more people to play Batrider. So, you mentioned the lane went well, but you kind of felt lost after that. What's the game plan after the laning stage? So Batrider is a bit greedy as a position 4. Strong, and actually as a position 5 too. Strong in the lane, napalm, flame break, good stuff. Then you need to find some time for yourself. This is why Batrider support in pubs does get a little messy, because cores are, what is that? Space for supports? No, never. But Batrider does want to reach a blink pretty quickly to then give back to the core players. You're going to get kills off of this core players. It's okay. So a lot of times we'll zoom through the lane since your focus was after the lane, but we're going to go a little bit into the lane, and we're going to look for times you could have stacked or farmed aggressively, because that is what helps you get to the Blink Dagger sooner. And then after the lane, as your offlaner can be left alone, you do a lot of stuff like stack your own camps, potentially to farm yourself. But you can also do it aggressively. You can come see what the enemies are up to and maybe farm their stacks. Sometimes you like, smoke with your mid, see, like, oh, they made triangle stacks, like, don't mind if I napalm over here. That can be a great thing to do as support Batrider. And that way you don't, like, it's okay for support Batriders to farm here, but sometimes it gets messy with your team. And if you can actually farm, like, really aggressively on the enemy's half of the map, it's a little slower, but it could be better, especially for how pubs go. That'd be my rough idea. Looks like we do have a smoke in. There's the flame break to knock back. So this is really good so far. Let's go a little times 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You were in a call with Axe. Oh yeah, this was party. Okay. Oh, geez, it's a full party. I see, but you only like Axe. I gotcha. Maybe I shouldn't put this on YouTube. The rest of your party's gonna find out. All right, you get the stuff. You're in mid a little bit as Lena gets there. I'm kind of okay with that, but I also think after your stuff, you should just TP up here. We talked about it earlier in some other replays that I just think being in the lane to start is really good. And that we kind of just split one of the creeps with Lena. You're in a party, so I imagine this Lena won't rage out at you, but pubs it can be tricky. So you immediately come, check that. And now we get here, the wave's kind of solved at this point, I don't know. I know I'm saying it a lot, guys, but I really do believe it. The more we can be in the lanes, the better. I get some good damage on the Lich, but you guys did end up, I think you missed 2 CS for that. At least 1. That might have been a little aggressive. We're not in a huge rush to find those. Oh, be careful with this. So I actually don't think you even need to pull. Which goes back to the point of, be careful when you choose to play aggressive. Level 1, not bad. Level 2, gonna be even stronger with napalm. So yeah, it looks like 2 creeps pretty low here. I think you guys ended up missing. Maybe could have gotten one of them if you had attacked. This is in a decent spot. Kind of making its way out of the the dire safe lane more towards you guys. 2 melee. Like, it's still kind of messy here, but this is not a bad spot to play the lane when you have Flame Break and 2 slows coming up. So rather than do this pull, I think you just play, try to hit level 2, and then commit off the level 2. Pulling could get you to level 2, but then maybe a big creep wave pushes in because you now split the creep waves, and I don't feel comfortable pushing into the 5 enemy creeps, and I'm taking a lot more damage than I want. You know, it's a little messy. After you hit level 2 and play aggressive, kind of like this, maybe then you do the pull. And it looks like one more. Nice. Yeah, we could maybe do that. Don't have to. And it's like here, now that he's dead, how can he stop me? He can't. So now would be a great time to do it. Okay, I said I would zoom through and then I didn't. We're gonna go now. I swear. Bop, bop, bop. Put our tangles in. Okay. This is potentially one case. 3 minutes is a little early, but depending on exactly what the lane looks like, possibly a chance for you to think about stacking over, you know, being in the lane if Axe is okay on his own. It's the Lotus though, which is why I'm sort of okay with you sticking around to do a pull. Set up Equilibrium. Looks good to maybe get a 4-minute stack in right now. Right, Axe has a big wave here. Currently killing the whole wave. That's okay. You might have gone a little bit too hard on your own. Axe is here. Yeah, Axe should be okay. If he just drags this creep wave out, you should be good for a 4-minute, either a 4-minute double stack or hard camp stack, secure the water rune. It depends on the mid matchup. With Invoker versus Lina, Invoker actually doesn't care about the runes that much. So if Lina can guarantee 1 water bottle rune on her own, you can maybe just do the double stack. But you can like play that by ear. We're doing it. We're a little late. Okay, we get 1. You had the right idea. If we just leave a second or 2 faster, you will get the double stack there. And although the Ancient Camp is worth more, it's actually harder for support Batrider to do. I actually kind of don't mind doing the hard stacks. Very nice. Ooh, continued dive. Oh shit, you guys are bopping them. Okay. So, Lich just TP'd back. Dragonite gonna respawn, TP in. We certainly can't go for a kill. We've used all our spells. But this is really good in terms of having your own space and comfort in leaving this lane. Now, Axe is pretty low off that series of dives. But he's just kind of farming this creep wave here. If he actually kept it alive and dragged it out, you could get Equilibrium in a good spot. But whatever, it's not a huge deal. You need to look to refill the resources. We can clearly get kills so long as we have stuff. So clarity, mangoes, things like that. Consider the twin gate rotation. You guys are in a party game, all the more reason to maybe do it. If you can't, no big deal. This is a little far up, so maybe I'm not doing it, but always worth considering, guys. You don't have enough resources to do it, but sometimes you get in the situation and you do. You can potentially come sneak over through here. For you, maybe just harassing the tower a little bit, maybe doing a pull while you wait for the clarity, or whatever you ended up buying. What did you get? Boot, blood grenade. So these are great, but how are we gonna have the mana to kill anyone? So, especially now we're using a little bit to do this pull, which didn't even work out. So, gotta have a clarity and or mango on there. Now we have all the health to make a play to right-click them down, and that's not what got us the kills. And then, so off of that, let's say you had a clarity instead. Go meet your courier clarity. We go sit here, double stack coming in here, head towards the rune. Axe, is he okay at this time? Well, just look at him. It could only be a Dragonite. Lich just got back into the lane from being dead earlier. So would Axe be okay even with low health? Yes. Now, I don't know where, did Dragonite like go to another lane? Is he jungling? I guess he's jungling right now. Axe might have been zoned a little bit from the full health Dragonite coming back in, but Axe could do his own hard pull while chilling for a little bit. Do the hard pull now. You go do your double stack. You do this rune. You're back here. Axe is healed up. You're now ready to go. And in the midst of doing your double stack, your clarity was going. So we returned to the lane with, you know, maybe like half mana, enough to use enough spells to go for a kill. You are in a spot to succeed, but just don't have the resources. I might move this further back, but I guess you never fought for this camp, so I guess it's okay to have it here. But it should at least go to the edge. I'm gonna nitpick at least that. You should move it here. A lot of people are quite, you included, I guess, quite lazy with where you place the sentries and observers here. So a lot of people just drop the sentries in the middle, and you kind of cover a lot of this, but not the edges. So good support players put the sentry higher up or lower down, depending what they think the observer is going to be, and force it to be a guaranteed 50-50. So you should match that. Put it at the edge so that if they choose the lower side, you're good. If they choose the higher side, you lose it. That's random chance sometimes. But when you put it too much in the middle, which yours isn't the worst, but it's kind of in here. Some guy who just drops a sentry here gets yours if you place it like here, but doesn't get the people, only gets 50% of the people at best who put it at the edges. Where are you? Here you are. Like this, maybe that's a Batrider or a Dragonite kill if you could flame break him out. Got our Lotus. So this is the case where do you do that much to Dragonite? And Axe is half health. If you're out of sight, they don't know where you're at. They're gonna feel scared. So it's this time where you could actually just be farming. 7 minutes is coming up, so maybe we're gonna head over and stack this and all that. But let's just say we reach this point a minute sooner, it's a minute later, whatever. Axe, kind of okay on his own, always has his camp available. This is why if you're the Batrider, farming this camp is sort of okay, but also sort of a grief. If the timing isn't good. Because it's getting close to respawning, it might be fine. But let's say you farm this at 650 and then it passes over, it doesn't spawn. That's a bit of a grief to the next minute to Axe. But if you have a lot of space and you come over and farm this medium camp and Firefly, right? You just walk between the two camps. You can farm both. I guess with the modern build of Napalm, it's harder to do that. You're no longer maxing Firefly right away. So maybe if you just choose one camp, that's fine. But farming this camp is also good and gives Axe more options. And because you're so far in the jungle, you can clarity. I don't know, were you guys playing at the time when clarities and salves were canceled by creeps? That was the worst. But now, you can. Should have at least stacked a camp on your way out. You were a little slow on the timing, so you didn't get this camp, but you could have done this camp on your way out. So, we've highlighted maybe 3 chances you had to come do stacks, which you did do 1. You were a little bit late, but this stack, where's my infographic? I have it on the Discord. Like, let me help put you into perspective the amount of gold you miss when you miss these chances for stacks. Because it really adds up. But I also forget the exact numbers. The important thing is just to know it's a lot. Okay, the ancient camp stack, on average, 164 gold. I guess I should show this to you guys. I can put this in this 1 second. For my own good production value. Where is it? Where do I have this thing saved? Let's pull up this graph. Where the heck is this thing? Where did I put this thing? Why did I not save it in here? Where would I have saved it instead? When did I use this? I made this graphic for what? The difference between support roles, right? So maybe it's in here. Boom. We just had to work backward into my own mind. I found it. Okay. Shrink it a little bit. So, as you can see in Exhibit A, the Ancient Camp, 164 gold, 314 XP. So when you stacked it, 140 for your team, and for yourself, 40 gold. Maybe you're the one who farms the stack. You get a bigger chunk of that, but let's pretend the axe does it. Whatever. We get 40 gold. If you look at the stack values at the bottom, so every time you would have done that double stack, which you had maybe 2 chances to do, that would be 120 gold, 130 gold your way. For your team, it's a huge amount. And again, if you end up farming the stack, an even bigger amount. So I would say you could have up to 5-ish stacks at this point. Like the first one being a little late, no big deal. Had a chance for a double stack earlier, and then for this Wisdom Rune, could have chosen to double stack and then head over. If you just want to do the Ancient stack, that's fine too. But upwards of, let's say, 600-ish gold for your team has been missed out on the stack opportunities that we didn't act on. Which when we think about a Blink Dagger being 2,200, we can see why that starts to make a difference the more we miss those opportunities to have a fast blink and then join fights. When is treads better than tranquils? I mean, I would probably never do treads on support bat. Treads is for like a core bat who's looking to punish real hard. You should pretty much always do the tranquils, but actually, if you're having a great game, people will skip the tranquils, just do brown boots, get the blink right away. Depends on how well you're doing, how many stacks, how many kills you've gotten. I think boots win lace and then blink, also very common. I think it's safe. It's fine to play it safe, get the tranquils. Very rarely will you see arcane boots, but only if your team like really needs it. And again, you're like having a decent game to have it quickly and you can farm fast with it. Otherwise, I would just do like brown boots or tranquils into blink. Treads, really? Let me look. I'm only seeing it for the offlane bats. I see the treads there. For support bat, I'm not seeing these treads. Oh, no, wait. Okay, I had to scroll a little further on position 4 bat. I guess I'm open to it, because you could tread toggle all your stuff for the spell casting. I feel like it's not going to be worth it on position 4. The theory craft in my head is that you would have to be really punishing the lane with it. I'm not sure I believe in it, but as you see, I didn't know this was a thing that some position 4s were trying, so maybe I gotta see it in action and be convinced. So that one I'll leave out to the jury. Remains to be seen. Another good reason why you can farm aggressively as Batrider is that the position 5 happens to walk through and then you just kill him. LMAO. Looks like we went a little too hard, so maybe we're the ones getting killed. Just kidding, we're flying over trees. But even if you get killed and it drew that much attention, like look what Axe is doing. You know, it's kind of space made. Whoop, awkward. You thought you had it, or you had the Lich there. Definitely a kill on most other carries. That one was pretty close for it being a Dragonite. Double stack time. Double stack time. Heck yeah.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Arms for the dead.
Since you guys are doing well, I'm open to an aggressive ward. I would actually prefer, this will net you 1 kill and then they're gonna check it. I really like back here or just like on the ground here. I think those spots are more likely to survive. Just end up for Lich. Wait. Case. Endpoint. Okay, Lich's observer, also lazy, not at the edge of the stairs. His sentry, kind of in the middle. Doesn't catch the bottom ledge. Catches most of the top ledge, which is what he's choosing. So he's catching most of the top ledge, but you see it starts to miss out here. If he did this intentionally, great. He's catching this. If he didn't, and it was just by chance, then you can kind of see a world where he puts it a little lower. Because you've seen, I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of people put their sentries right here, and then it misses this top ledge, but it looks like it might catch this one, and that's why I'm critiquing that. A little costly there. I went to the rotations. I wish we had stacked, but I understand wanting to heal, but I wish we had stacked. I think I just farm. You like ran back to the wave. Axe is gonna do this. Let's go back. Pugna heals you. Thanks, Pugna. What's Axe gonna do when he respawns? Let's say this is a pub game. You're not coordinating with a team. He's just gonna go top. Unless a fight breaks out right now, he's gonna go top, back to his lane, especially because Dragonite is shoving this in. So by the time you walk here, Dragonite or Axe is gonna TP in, or he's gonna walk up here, and he's not gonna love the fact that he's walking up to a lane that you're shoving out. So this is actually your window to now just farm up a bit. You can maybe look to play aggressive with Death Prophet ult being down, but you also used your lasso and stuff. So now's a great time to just do a little jungling. And that could be like this camp, these camps back here. Maybe this is where you come do your own stacks. Or maybe you ask Lena, like, hello, Lena, I made stacks for you. Would you go farm them? And she's like, oh, fantastic. And you're like, ha, idiot, it's my mid lane now. And then you farm the mid lane. And she doesn't even know she's been scammed because she thinks you're such a great guy for getting stacks for her. But actually, that stupid fool has given us the mid lane. And now you get farm. So whatever strategies you want to employ to get this stuff, this is a good time for it. Is it a good raindrop game? If you got them in the lane, I'd say yes. Getting them after the lane for the mana regen, I think is a little awkward because now this is the point where I just want to rush the Blink Dagger as best I can.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Yeah, so you're getting them now, but we're already halfway to the blink. If you do, for example, you're gonna be off the map for a while, but if you did these stacks yourself, you'd be very close to the blink. If we cut these raindrops out, blow all the mana on these 2 stacks, go heal, go make one more play with lasso being back up. Right, you spend like the 30 seconds doing the stack. Home, buy a smoke, get one more kill. You probably have the blink for the amount of gold that's here. And then that's like a 13-minute blink. Let's see what it ends up being. Dragonite's getting harder and harder to kill. He's tanking up. So we farmed this one, but now we use a big chunk of our mana pool as lasso's up, and we can't go. You also didn't even take a look at whatever fight just happened. So some map awareness there. Now you're in a party, although you said you're only in a call with Axe, so I don't know if you can hear what they're saying. But we need to know if we should go to that or not. Let's go look. Looks like we could get a Lich kill if we TP'd into the trees, knock back Crystal Maiden. We have Lena here to help us. You guys are underestimating the power of this Death Prophet, though. You could have maybe come in to help get a Crystal Maiden kill. I don't think you guys can kill Death Prophet. Hey, Subsidian, what's up, man?
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
They're in the call, but they didn't say anything. Quiet players, I guess.
Bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days. There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
You could just farm that hard camp. Like, isn't it? We're looking at this Invoker. I'd love to kill the Invoker. But if we stand and watch and hope, like, please walk way too far up Invoker, and then I can close the gap in time and lasso you. But if you just let Invoker be for a minute and you focus on farming, you can get the blink, and then it's much easier to force these plays to happen. Here's our 13.5 minutes. I was saying, like, if we did this, then go make the play, we could maybe have it now. Also, if we had cut out, like, raindrops and stuff like that. Also, why you see some people might cut out the Tranquils, like, finish the brown boots, maybe Windlays. It all inches our way forward. There's a lot of kills happening. They're making the plays first.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Let's start jungling.
Partial to that mid tower. Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, anywhere in here, these are all the periods to do the jungling. You can see opportunities where, okay, I can blink kill whoever. Like, okay, she ulted in front of our face, so we get to get that kill. Go jungle. Like, here's another window to it. Just jungle until you have your blink. Or if you're given a lane, that's also acceptable. I don't care where the farm happens, but this is, I'm a Batrider support. I need the blink dagger. I used the lasso, now I farm. And by the time lasso's back up, you'll be pretty, you should be close. Okay, so maybe you're gonna be given the top lane. I'm okay with this.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
You're a little scared of Death Prophet. A lot of times you can just like fly through and then run away and your Firefly will finish the job. This is a weird one because of the pathing they'll have to go. Those are not the optimal camps to get. All right, so it's looking like an 18-minute blink. 13 might have been a little hopeful. I do think it was possible, but let's push it out and still say like 15. Like you did those stacks yourself. Now you have a 15-minute. Or even if you don't do those stacks, you just focused on other jungle camps for a little bit and a 15-minute, 16-minute blink. Then it becomes much easier to make these types of plays. I kind of think you guys could have fought there. Do you not have an ability? I feel like you should come in right now. Ignore Death Prophet. Either you're 100% killing Death Prophet in one go. Looking at your team, I think that's too hard. So just jumping the Invoker. Sniper runs in. In reacting to the Invoker, lasso, Axe should be able to get a blink call. Ah, it's on cooldown. Oh, because he... Why is he calling creeps? Tell your friend he doesn't need to call creeps. Okay, pass this to your friend, and you should also use this when you have a blink farming ability. When there's risk, which is there's only a Dragonite showing, you shouldn't blink into creeps, because you need the blink to see like, oh shit, Tornado's coming in, blink out. Oh shit, blink Magnus Skewer, like you blink out. If you blink into the creeps, you're heavy committed into like a very risky area. You should walk into this. This could be your friend on the Axe. This could be you looking to farm with Firefly. You shouldn't blink Firefly. You should be walking in. Unless there's, you know, there's a very specific reason why it has to be right now. For example, you know they're coming this way, and you know they literally can't get here for 3 seconds. And if you can blink here, obliterate this creep wave in 1 second and get out, then it works. But in general, if you don't have that kind of info, you shouldn't blink into creep waves to farm. That's just generally good. Also, Axe does not need to use call. Use the global aggro and just have them aggro to you. And then you can save call. It's a 11-second cooldown, 110 mana. Axe is not that smart. Don't got no free mana to be using to farm. So just creep aggro off of Dragonite, and then they'll all hit Axe. And then this fight will be doable because he'll have blink and call. He'll have call for sure. Blink is now on cooldown because he took damage, but he's running away, which means now when you initiate with the blink lasso onto someone and they all like panic react, Axe will turn around and blink call 3 heroes. And then sniper ho-ho-ha's. Yeah, I mean, he's in range. He's sniper. I mean, okay, he has to walk a little closer, but he can assassinate if he needs to, shrapnel. I actually think you guys should be able to fight this. This was a 4v5 situation. Uh-oh, sniper. Pull Invoker to Axe. Either grab Invoker, because Invoker has a lot of spells to interrupt you guys. Specifically, Tornado will pretty much ruin Lasso and Call. So we need to take him out of the picture. We are a little scared of Lich Ult, but if it's just you going in, what's Lich Ult gonna bounce to, you know? And then the Blink Call catches the Lich, so hopefully it's not coming out at all. Death Prophet is another good one to kill before her stuff comes out. But if you don't kill her, she's going to Spirit Siphon like 3 heroes and Yules, and then she's going to be full health. So I think Invoker's your best target there if your team wants to fight. If you don't, then sure, that's fine. Back out. But I think that would be good. Okay. I thought you guys were having a good game, and you kind of were.
Radiant's top tower.
Especially take a quick look at the graphs. Some of these other lanes went kind of poorly, it looks like. Yeah, you guys had a really strong start. We highlighted where you could have farmed a little bit more. I think by looking for plays when you didn't have the blink, you kind of gave some space to them to catch up and remove the threat of blink lasso because you didn't have that. It's not really your fault these other lanes struggled. I mean, mid's relatively even. The off lane, I think, could have gone better. Well, okay, actually, I forgot this is a carry sniper. I guess he's, like, okay. But then they just found a lot of good fights around this Death Prophet, who jumped up super quickly. I guess there's that big fight bottom, I think, that we didn't quite look at.
Towers getting banged up. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Cool.
Radiant's top
You wouldn't have been able to do that if you blinked into those creeps.
breaking down the radiant structure.
Tell you what.
Taking hits.
Mega kill.
Mid tower could use a hand.
Killing spree.
All right, there we go. I was gonna say, they were like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here or not.
Radiant's
If her ult's going, and that might factor into the decision making, right? I have no idea when she ulted. I don't know when she's about to get that full heal. DP was unkillable for so long. So the thing with Death Prophet, if she has a good start, like, she does become unkillable. It's really hard. What you have going for you is that you have a carry sniper, for better or for worse. Sniper and Lina are both very long-range heroes. So what you want to do is avoid the Death Prophet. You want to fight wherever she is not, because she's the strongest. Once she has to come towards, like, high ground, this is where they don't really have gap close. Like, Dragonite has to start a fight, but when you guys high ground and Sniper and Lina are back here, how can they get close without getting called by Axe? It's really tough. So once you start losing, you don't have the damage to get through Spirit Siphon and her various tanky items and Yules and stuff like that. But when you drag the game on, Spirit Siphon is a flat value. So although 100 is quite a lot early in the game, and even here at 20 minutes is still a lot, when Sniper keeps farming and he gets to, let's say, the Silver Edge, the Scotty, and he goes from 116 damage, 130, whatever, and now he's hitting for like 200 plus, now you can out DPS Spirit Siphon and actually kill her while she is waiting for the long heals. But early game, if she has a good start, it's really difficult to, and you typically just avoid her. Bait out the ultimate and then just disengage if possible. Good thing no one was there. So you got the haste. I think it's generally safe to go play aggressive when you have haste. Be careful of Tornado removing it from you. I thought you were coming in here to deep ward, which I think was really good. Farming while you deep ward, also good. Don't show into the lane before you deep ward. Because now they know you were in the area with a ward, you're going to disappear, your ward's going to be gone, and they're going to know if someone's here. Assuming they didn't have vision somewhere along the way. But if they didn't, you grabbed a haste, they never saw you. It could be anywhere in here. You show you have no ward. No, it could be anywhere. A show here, you disappear, you reappear. Very likely somewhere in this area. This one's... It's useful, but, I mean, it's a cliff. So it's going to get spotted. I'd say, like, right here. Very similar. I'm going to make up a number. 87% more likely to survive. I was really hoping Lich would TP in here and walk and de-ward it. Yeah, so here's where we avoid. Thank you, Pugna, for your service. How did Axe end up here? Hold on, go back. All right. With your ward, we see the Death Prophet coming. We don't see Invoker. See Crystal Maiden up here. The Death Prophet, though, she is a big problem. She's the one we're avoiding. So we already know we don't want to fight up here. So this, yeah, Pugna, gonna try to save the Axe. As you see the Crystal Maiden, the Lich, you know Death Prophet's here. I'm starting to suspect there's gonna be more heroes than that here, and I want to dodge. You can try to toss a Flame Break in to disrupt, and then I'm out. I'm blinking out. And I'm going to go head to this mid lane. I'm going to push this in. Lena's TPing bottom. That's good too. She's going to shove that in. Invoker shows. Yeah, I'm totally like, peace. Sniper, turn around. Get back into this triangle. Get back over here. You on Batrider, you're rushing mid. Or you're rushing wherever. If someone wants to like TP bot, shove that out. That's also an option. Lena's doing it. One of you goes mid. We're just avoiding Death Prophet right now until we have better damage. So you actually end up TPing to the Twin Gate. If you do this right away, it could be okay. But actually, where they finish the fight, they could go through the Twin Gate, and now you don't have a teleport to get out. So that's a little risky. You and Lena, if you think you can get a kill, that's fine. It depends how much burst damage she has, how well she's doing. Dragon Knight's a very tough one to get, though. Invoker counts as an invis hero where you need... Not every observer has to have this, but it's very helpful if you do have a sentry near observers to know when Invoker's walking by. Just like any other invis pickoff hero. Holy crap. BKB.
The dire might want to mine. Radiant.
So Pugna can kind of do it because he's the position 5. You see how Axe is standing here? And now Sniper's coming in. So the question is, do we want to fight right now? You guys don't know you're 11k behind, but you know they're in the lead. I don't really want to fight this based on how all the other fights have gone. Even though it's 18 to 21, which seems closer than it is. This is when people should be splitting down the sides to go farm and close this because they have so many heroes here. And kind of do some damage. Lina comes in a little too soon. So Lina should stay up here and keep farming. And once you see someone TP in, that's when you go. I'm kind of open to this, to trying to catch them while they're retreating, but they need to actually be retreating for it to work. If no one actually TP'd home, then there's still a full squad. Looks like it's kind of working though. You guys caught the Dragon Knight. Death Prophet's in. You guys are just running away from her, which is good. I don't know why she doesn't want Sniper. She wants the BKB Dax. Uh-oh, Lina, this is not the way to return home. Oh, and Sniper's still here too. That fight actually went better than expected, but you guys didn't leave soon enough. Sniper needed to go this way, Lina needed to go this way. And then that's actually a pretty good fight. I don't think it was supposed to be that good. Catching Dragon Knight is understandable. I think Death Prophet should have just focused the right heroes and she would get kills.
Dire's mid towers.
And then it wouldn't have been a great fight.
Trouble on Radiant's bottom tower.
You need to go top. Yeah, you can't. You saw Dragon Knight mid pushing out the wave. You gotta go top. Fortunately, he didn't end up getting to you. Great. All right, how can we capitalize on this? Roshan, I think, is great. You could go do a deep ward while your teammates go to Roshan. Finish shoving this wave, go through the twin gate, go get Rosh. I think that would be your best play. Pugna shove in mid, then go top and meet you there. What do we do instead? So we're all farming the jungle. Sniper's gonna push bottom. She's gonna TP back. This isn't really capitalizing on two really big kills. I guess a big kill and like sort of a big kill.
This'll come in handy.
Where would I put a ward? That's a good question. Let's go back. Right after this. Actually, we need to go a little further back because I've lost focus. Okay, so we came in here. So I see Dragon Knight up here, Crystal Maiden here. We make this play. Okay. So I know Crystal Maiden and Dragon Knight are probably top. Death Prophet could be anywhere. I already got the kill bottom. It's unlikely. If they were going to defend, then you should have seen Crystal Maiden TPing in the middle of this. So the odds that Death Prophet is in here are lower. Not that she can't be, but I think the others are top. The other three, if I had to guess. I know two of them were top. And they're either coming through the twin gate right now to get us, or they were TPing here to run in. I think it's okay for you to run in and scan to confirm And if nothing hits, then you place something in the triangle. You have a sentry. I'd probably put the sentry around here. Check this. If the Watcher is not captured. So I'm coming in through this way, scanning. Watcher is captured or not. If it's not captured, I'm leaving it. If it is captured, I have to recapture it. And then I think I'm laning in and putting a ward here. If this isn't captured, though, I'm going to check either it's not captured, you then place the observer here and you back out again. If you want to play it deeper, I kind of think you should check this cliff and then you can place it deeper. But actually, there is a world where you just completely avoid this cliff because the observer goes up to here. So as long as this one's not captured, you can walk in, see it's not captured, keep going around, and then place your observer way back here, and they may not expect it. The issue is you're playing versus a Crystal Maiden, so to check, this is like a little bit too deep for what your team needs. This is like, I'm sieging the tier 2, we're making a lot of plays. We're more on avoid them, so I need to see more this side, but against a Crystal Maiden, she can put her sentry here and check all this. So I don't really think a deep ward's going to survive in this area. So I think like one back here or one in front of the tower is the best for where you are currently positioned. Somewhere over here is also sneaky enough. That one's fine with me. Maybe do the observer and then move left to this cliff and check that. No, actually don't. You're either checking the cliff and then warding, or warding and then leaving in the same path. Don't ward and then go check that cliff. That would be bad. Because then they'll see you doing that, and that's suspicious. I'm glad we talked through that. I would have made the wrong choice.
Guess what's happening?
So this cliff, this area is fine. I just think that cliff a little more common than I would like. And I think just in the lane or even like further down here would be sneakier. I do think your team could have done Roche off those earlier kills, so we missed that. And that would be big for, I think, clear reasons, right? It's always good to get Roche. They're in the lead. They want to push you guys. They want Aegis. You steal Aegis. We were saying we need to drag time out for Death Prophet's Spirit Siphon to be, like, you guys need to surpass that. 5 minutes of Aegis time is a lot of time to buy. Because we got caught out the base, they're now going to get a free high ground. Ideally, the Lina finishes this push. You see someone come back like this. This is where you fight. How did we end up getting caught? They were sort of trying to help you. This is a pretty clean retreat at this point. I think if Pugna runs this way and you keep running this way, I think you guys are out. All these guys back here. I think Axe just... Oh, he doesn't have a TP. Okay, Axe prays in the corner that he doesn't get scouted. Sniper, get out this way. I don't think they would have found Axe. I think he could have just waited for them to run through and then cut this way. And then Lina trades towers because you guys have a catapult. Or they go, wait, we shouldn't trade towers, and one person retreats, and then you guys can fight here. Maybe still can. Here comes the Death Prophet. If at least one of you had survived, you maybe can attempt the 4-on-4. You guys end up winning this? No, they do end up closing this out. Okay.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
Okay, so you guys are losing the Roshan that you could have had a few minutes ago now. I think that Roshan is the biggest mistake in terms of your team coming back. I don't think they would have pushed that high ground if you guys had Aegis. Your sentry should definitely go on the low ground. Your Batrider. Oh, wait, they changed this. I forgot. But you still have Firefly. I still think it's kind of worth doing.
Dire's top tower's getting bigger.
Okay.
Bottom tower's
Because of that, depending on the situation, if you put it on the cliff, I think it's okay. But I do think if you have time, you should still maximize your coverage. Especially versus the Crystal Maiden who can check cliffs. You know, they're really gonna... She should not be putting all her stuff on cliffs, so neither should you. Also, on his ult form, though. Okay, hold on.
You only live.
What is happening here? One sister is superior here. All right. Then this is happening. You cut bottom. Does your team have Fortify? So technically, if you Fortify as this creep wave walks in, you should be good. Except the fact backdoor is long enough that I think they'll still clear out some of this. But I think your creep cut was good. I don't think Pugna should be up here then. He needs to be waiting for you guys. Lina buyback, and then you would be all in here doing shit. You need to come back sooner as this is happening. And you should probably be TPing into this tree line. You're in that tree line. I think Dragonite was low enough. I think you could actually blink. Oh, your Force Staff's on cooldown. I was gonna say you could blink Force, pop the Lincoln's ult Invoker, drag him in. Sniper TP'd out. So, I mean, the timings are really misaligned with what you guys were going for. Otherwise, you can see this is actually a pretty reasonable fight if Lina didn't have to buy back. And then if Sniper hadn't TP'd out of the base, he could have TP'd to defend. And this would be one way you guys come back. Even though it's 17k behind, that fight actually sort of worked out. Still kind of sort of working out. Pub Dota, baby. Yeah, for being in a party game, you guys are a little bit on different pages. But it happens. I won't worry too much about it. This is actually very, like, pub similar. You know, this is what be happening in a pub. Solo queue pubs. But now you're at the point where you're starting to out DPS the DP. So let's just pretend in another world, off that earlier kill on Invoker Lich, you guys had gotten Aegis. You keep delaying things. We now approach a point in a game where we don't have our mid-racks down. We maybe have all our towers still up. They might still have a lead. It's probably smaller at that point. You know, 6k, let's say. I don't know, I'm making stuff up. But it just keeps getting harder. Sniper, very hard for them to get to. They have to commit very hard, which is very scary into the axe. They've broken your high ground because you guys never take a clean fight. You guys don't do the sniper experience. Oh, haha. It's always off a kill outside the base, and then they take your stuff. Oops. Panic smoke. Haste running in, I'm open to. Don't blink in. Just walk in. Blink out when you instantly run into someone. Sorry, change that. You run into someone at a regular pace, but you instantly blink out. All right, kill this Death Prophet. Invoker's here. Crystal Maiden was here. TP to this outpost, and you all collapse on this Death Prophet right now. It has to be like right now. Lina bots in. Go. Go, 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 go. Everyone can go, honestly. It can be a 5-man rotation to kill the Death Prophet. She's still there. Now I'm less confident that the other heroes are there, though. Are not there. But you'll see soon, because you're shoving in top. Okay, Crystal Maiden, Dragonite. If I see another one show, like, go. Smoke down this way. Saw, like, TP in the back. Get her. You guys can have Twin Gate, potentially, although worried they might have wards there. That was another key moment to potentially come back. No Crystal Maiden. Let's go. Fight, fight, fight. Did we cancel TPs? Oh, no. We goofed. All right. That happens. I won't. No flame. I have done that. If you use the setting stop to cancel channels, I find that mitigates it. I do still sometimes mess it up. I think you just used lasso on Lincolns, which is very unfortunate. All right, some panic in the execution here at the end. And yet, it's working. It's working. Oh shit, it's working a little less. It's working a little more. Okay, we see the execution mistakes, and I think you can see how that would have been a much cleaner fight for you guys. And then you can go equalize towers, get tiers 2s, tier 3. Four staff was on the wrong hotkey. No. Yeah, it happens. We don't have to sweat too much, but I think Invoker's a good target to get there. Then you drag him in. That would have been nice. These snipers finally free to just ho ha ha the whole time. Same with Lina. And that's how you guys win that fight. 2 back range, long damage heroes. What am I saying? Long range backline damage heroes. Free to do that. Okay, Dragonite top. Some heroes chase Lina for a bit. They're missing now, but they're somewhere mid. DP's there, Invoker's there. Lina shouldn't even be approaching the Death Prophet. This is crazy. This is crazy. Is Lina gonna solo kill Death Prophet? Is 5 heroes missing? Not 5, but like, are heroes missing? Can they catch the Lina? Yes. So to walk in on her own towards this, there's no need to clear this creep wave right now. Ideally, yes. At the risk of dying with no buyback, no. So she should not be anywhere near there. She should be running away from the Death Prophet. If she wants to keep farming, she should be moving this way. If she had ran into Invoker Invis here, you're screwed. Some supports, all that. You can rush in this way. That's fine. This is just like, again, more risk than necessary. Like, why do we need to clear this creep wave out here? They go for it. They miss it. Could have just been the Lina kill into finishing up Megas. There's no risk on that one. Or no need to risk that one. I wonder why Crystal's Maiden so farm. She's never with her team. She's always farming in the split push. You're doing a good job creep cutting. You just stole your Tormentor. They're all there. I mean, you guys know Crystal Maiden's not here. You've known for a while. If you guys want to try to fight around that, it's fine. You need to come back for it, though. The split push was good. I think you went a little too hard on it. This is where there's some communication on your team of like, when are we not split pushing and going? Crystal Maiden's so rich. When she's not there, like, it's pretty meaningful. Aw, got us again. All right, that time it wasn't the hotkey. All right, looks like they're gonna end up winning here, but I think we saw some good stuff you did, and how sometimes it went a little too far in the split pushing, how you can adjust that and be faster on the calls. Whenever you're split pushing, you got to be watching the mini-map a ton to know when you need to get out. But that also lets you know when you should be capitalizing on opportunities. You see 3 heroes split up, you go kill one in the safest place, best kill to get, whatever. Do Roche anytime you can. What else? Early game, you had a good start. Need to focus a little bit more on the blink farming, and then you have a blink sooner. Maybe have a better start. Maybe you never end up in this situation. I think that's most of the key lessons. 2 Lincolns, was it? It's not 2 Lincolns yet. Maybe later on. Okay. Let's see. What time is it now? What do we want to do? Yeah, blink on Batrider that early would be really good. That's why the sooner you can get it, it is worth it. You give and take. You can never like always be winning, right? You give a little bit of space to the enemy while you jungle. Maybe you're taking from your teammates a little bit, but it pays off when you get that blink and you can start threatening kills. Earlier we were talking about like, oh, if this core is not showing, you have to be scared. If this core is not showing, Batrider without blink, a little scared if he's not showing. Batrider with blink, very scared if he's not showing. So now there's suddenly way more mental pressure on the enemy team if they know you have a blink, hopefully getting a kill with the first blink reveal. But then after that, if you can actually get the blink, get a kill, now they're scared. Now they don't know, is he near me? Am I about to be blink lassoed? They have to reduce their farm speed. So it is a big deal, even if it doesn't sound like the time difference. 18 to 13 is a lot, but like 13 might have been a little hopeful, you know, maybe like 13 would have required you to do your own ancient hard camp stacks, which I think is fine. But if you want to give it to other people, for example, faster blink on the axe, that works because he can axe call people to let you walk in and close it. That's fine. You can slow down your blink a little bit, but still get it relatively early. I think that was a good example, though. We had a lot of clean cases of winning into losing into potential comebacks, even though it didn't finish. Maybe that'll only go on, maybe we can do that on YouTube. I'll see how long that actually was. A-Train, would that bother you? It was anonymous, so your name won't show, but I always want to respect you guys. If you guys don't want to be in YouTube videos and stuff, I won't do it. It's no big deal. But I would like to slowly turn more replay analyses into videos. I think it would be a good way to turn stream content into YouTube content. Even though some of you guys tuned in and you already saw it. Thanks for being here. But a lot of people on the YouTube are not going to tune into the stream, so they won't see all of it. Okay. I think I might stop for the day. I'm getting tired of talking. But if you guys have any questions, we can just chill a little bit, chat. But otherwise, I might stop the replays for today. I think the multi-stream went well. I didn't notice any issues lag-wise. I don't know if you guys did. So in the future, replays are usually on Wednesdays, but we'll just see. I mean, I'll usually put in the title if it's going to be a replay day or not, but usually it'd be Wednesdays, and I'm going to aim to just have YouTube and Twitch stuff going forward, because it seems to have been fine. Next stream is probably Monday, and we'll actually play Dota that day. Even though we're kind of close to a patch, and I'm just kind of bored waiting for the patch. But I think we'll play some Dota. If not, maybe we'll do like some variety or something. But once there's a patch, we'll be back to like Dota games, replays, at least Monday, Wednesday, Friday, outside of casting. And we'll see from there. Just finished a 60-minute game where we couldn't win after like 6 high ground pushes. It's tough sometimes. Sometimes you don't have the right heroes for it. Other times, you know, in a lot of pubs, it gets messed up. I should make a video on that. Again, at this point, I kind of want to make sure a patch is not going to change it, and then we can do it. That's why everything gets pushed out. When is the next patch, though? I know, right? They said Crownfall is supposed to end on February 5th, I want to say. Not this one. And I want to think they did February 6th. I want to say they did that to get themselves a little bit more time to finish the patch. So I really like, please patch it earlier than later, because I got to get to it. Want to review the Bane game? Maybe the next time. I think I'm going to stop reviewing for today. My throat is going a little bit. How do you get back into the game after stopping for a few months? There's some way to not feel lost with a lot of changes. It will be tough because Dota has many changes sometimes. Though for a few months, sometimes we are still on the same patch. It's actually not that big of a deal. I mean, I would just start with like some pub games, not ranked games, ideally. Just do some unranked, tune into a tournament. A lot of the casters will talk a little bit about what's good currently meta-wise. So you could watch some pro Dota, watch YouTube videos, streamers, right? Like, hey, what's different? A lot of the times, the fundamentals are still true. Like, for as long as I've been playing Dota, have a good landing stage, buy reasonable items, it's good. Sometimes there are patches that massively change that, but not too bad. It's usually, you know, not that crazy. In terms of getting used to the buttons, hopping into a turbo game or arcade games like Overthrow can be a good way to just get used to pressing buttons again. And then play some party games unranked to get a feel for like the patch again. And then once you feel good, hop straight back into the ranked, or when you want. Did I play Dota 1? No, I didn't really play PC games. Although now that I think about it, my cousins actually had me try Dota, but I was too young to understand what it was. I only realized that more recently. I started playing computer games when I got a laptop in high school my senior year. Before that, I didn't really play PC games much. I mostly did console games because that's what we had. I played some PC stuff, like my dad had like StarCraft and Age of Empires, but that was about it in terms of PC games. It was only in my senior year of high school that I started playing more. So I went into League first because that's what I had friends playing. And then later, Subsidian, I saw him earlier, kind of got our friend group into Dota. And I was playing a bunch of MOBAs for a while, but here we are at Dota. So I didn't play Dota 1 besides one random game my cousins had me do when I was very young. And I don't even remember what I would have picked or who I would have done. I just remember the graphics of that time. How do you join Raffle? Usually Twitch, there's just a command to do it. For YouTube, I need to find a bot for it. I forgot. Next time we do this replay stream, I'll have figured it out. I'll probably go look it up after we stop the stream here today, and I'll try to get it set up next time. I am 30 now. Yes, 30. Still young and spry, except for my back, which is going out from playing too many video games. What's the command? Usually it would be !ticket for stream elements. I have to check a new system that'll work between Twitch and YouTube, and we'll see what it is at that time. But I'm about to stop soon. We're just kind of wrapping up here, sorry. In the future, that'll be it. And then it'll be the raffle for the replays. Whenever you stop playing for months, you come back better than before. I do think it's different for everyone. I do think you can play too much Dota, get too in your head, or like burned out, toxicity, whatever, you know? Sometimes a very nice long break, you come back a little bit more nervous, but you're refreshed, you know? So you're like very focused because you feel out of place and you didn't slip into that comfort mindset, like AFK, play Dota. I do think it can help some people. Almost 40 now. Still young. Still young. Return and lost 400 MMR. Don't even sweat it. I mean, depending how long you took a break for, 400 MMR, I know it kind of sucks, but very understandable. Dota is a tricky game. If you take a long break, it's easy. I think people underestimate often how much little things build up in Dota. And so you miss a pull by a little bit, you miss a stack, you forget to buy this item, the hotkeys slip up. Like, it really adds up quickly. So I'd say 400 for taking a break, not the end of the world. And I think once you get back into it, it'll go back up. Don't usually stream on weekends. That might change in the future if I do a more stream focus than YouTube. But hey, Cosmic, what's up? I'm about to end soon, but how you doing, man? Oh, yeah. No, thank you for the reminder. I probably would have looked at it at the end, and then I would have done it. Here you go. There you go. Thank you for the reminder. I usually see it as I'm like wrapping up the stream, closing things. I see it there to do it. Talk a little about Rubik 4 fundamentals, most played heroes, 2K games, and I think low win rate. So I would say Rubik is trickiest in terms of knowing the right spells to steal. And even after playing a lot, that can be the tricky part. I bait myself a lot, you know, because you want to spell, you go in when you're not supposed to, and it's bad. You have to be very patient with it, and even though it's a great spell to steal, you have to be alive to use it. I think that baits so many Rubik players. That would be one of the first things. Another thing that for Rubik can be really tricky, many of us, so actually, here, I have Dota open, I can just show this. Rubik has tons of cast range. Feels awesome, but it's very easy to slip up on certain things because of that and put yourself in a bad spot. So for example, you get a blink. Let's just max level ourselves. Just put an enemy out here. So even with telekinesis, it's easiest to use your instant stun when you have... Oh, I forgot my hotkeys are messed up from casting. Okay. It's easiest to like blink near the bristleback, and then your mouse doesn't have to move too much to lift him, you know? But when you think about how large Rubik's cast range is, like let's put this on, right? I can lift him from here. So when it comes to blinking, you know, maybe I'm here, I gotta blink closer to catch him. It's so easy to blink way too close to the fight to use telekinesis, fade bolt, whatever stolen spells you have, or even spell steal is very large, right? So for Rubik, you really have to be like only blinking as far as you need to lift people, to cast whatever spells, and making sure you're staying in the back alive so that you can keep spamming out spells, keep stealing new things, keep casting things. Another common hero that this happens a lot in is Shadow Shaman. A lot of people, you know, you get the blink, you get the Aether Lens, your whatever level, and you're like, oh, I want to get this guy. And then you like blink right on top. And then you get killed by the enemy team while this is happening. But Hex and Shackle, like they're pretty far, you know? So I know it's harder, but it is a great habit to build to just like, I only need to blink here, and then I gotta Hex him, right? It's mouse work, it's practice, but it does keep you in a spot that is alive, and you get to keep doing things. Besides that, for Rubik, you know, come out of the lanes well, try to hit 6 quickly, get things going from there. Oh, thank you for watching the videos. I'm glad you find them helpful. You should, now that the multi-stream is on YouTube, it should be easier than ever to find the VODs if you want to see the feedback to other people. Though I know it's not your own game. Hopefully, though, at some point you can make it. Or sometimes I ask for replays to do different videos on. Maybe you can always submit to one of those. Can you play Teggies as 5? Yeah, you can. He's not in a great spot. That's why you don't see as much Techies nowadays. But you still can in pubs. Is it worth it to use Firefly for a single creep camps? So not every single time. But when you're in like a power farming phase, I would say it's okay. Once you have a couple levels in it, try to do multiple camps. But I'd say like the first couple levels of Firefly, you can just do one camp. Best case scenario, if you can stack a camp, that's the best. But anytime you get close to the blink or you have a moment and you know you have enough farm, you have enough mana, I'd say it's okay to do. What heroes counter Lena? What heroes indeed. Lena doesn't like people getting close. Anyone who can gap close is usually quite good. The tricky part is that she's pretty strong right now in the lane, and then she gets this like delete you from afar build. So if that's happening, you know, get the glimmers, get the positioning items, things like force, blink, glimmer, let you stay in the back so you don't get found. Many pub Lenas, it gets to their head, so they're all over the map on their own. Get the wards scattered around. see her TP on her own to a side lane, go kill her. Put the fear in her. It's more of a gameplay positioning thing rather than hero specific. But otherwise, for those specific heroes, anyone who gap closes is good. Someone like Magnus is great because you skewer her back into position. Someone like Spectre can get close. Supports like Clockwork or Spirit Breaker can initiate on her. She wants to just be in the back casting spells for free. Usually Ursa, position 1. So you're one of the heroes who's going to be jumping her. You're going to need a blink. You're going to want to avoid her at the start while you're still farming up, like Battle Fury, blink, something. You're probably not going on your own. You need someone else to jump in, but that's the idea. You're going to need to go together. And then depending how good of a game she's having, she might need to be your main target. Well, Viper can work in the lane, but I think Lena's actually okay versus Viper. Because Lena maybe can't kill him as easily as other heroes, but he has no wave clear, so she just shoves in the lane and then goes and farms. I think if she messes up, Viper can be good, but I think Lena's fine in that matchup. Void Spirit is good at closing the gap. He will have a tricky time in the lane. Same with Ember. But I think they can do it. Naga 5, it needs to be a really good Naga game to do it. She's not as good as she used to be. A lot of that is that there's more melee carries in the meta. You don't see this as much in pubs, but Dragonite, Alchemist, Bristle, those are some of like the top carries, PA, Slark. They don't really need another melee 5. So that's why you haven't seen her as much, along with the nerfs she got. But you sometimes see it because sometimes you go for a ranged carry and you want a team fight reset that Naga can still offer. I'm actually seeing more Naga carry than Naga support nowadays, which is kind of wacky. But some people have been going back to Naga carry in the right games. Yeah, Ursa Ags is nice versus Lena. Like, her stun is her one thing. You remove that, and then you keep chasing her. I loved Clinks 4. I think that was so fun, but it got nerfed. It's not good now. I want it to come back. I had so much fun playing Clinks 4. That was a blast. I think the laning stage just not as good, and then the actual kill threat on heroes dropped off as well. Octarine Scepter, is that for the Ursa? Could be. I don't know the late game Ursa itemization as much. I would say Ags could be good, but I think it's more about choosing. I don't think you have to deviate the build that much to start. Just like Blink, Battle Fury, BKB, Basher, and then it's about choosing the right time to go on Lena. Like, you don't want to just start out of the blue on Lena when the rest of her team is alive and they can save her. But like, as the fight starts to break out and she's looking to go in and you've been patiently waiting, now you jump her. She has no one to focus and help her. Or you have other people going in, helping you to kill her right away. Maybe you can ignore her team because you have BKBs. Maybe find the pickoffs. I don't think you have to pivot your build too much just for Lena. It's just like how you choose when to go in. Don't jump other heroes, then Lena's free to just kill you in the back. At some point as the game goes on, if you want to get like the Ags Octarine, I think that's probably okay. Do you like Pheonix? I think Pheonix is amazing as a support right now. I don't play that much Pheonix myself. I've been meaning to learn it. I dabbled a little. I think Pheonix is cool and then really strong as a support right now. If you watch any pro Dota, Pheonix, Batrider, they're some of the best. Clockwork is up there. Those are some of the best like opening supports I think you can get right now. Fury on 5, also amazing. Come back. Okay. Let me... does YouTube have rating? I don't think so, right? I guess we can raid our Twitch stream and I guess just close the YouTube stream. And I think if I just press stop streaming here, it'll end all that. I'm actually not 100% sure. I guess something else to figure out as we go. I'm open to Pheonix mid, but I do think it's a bit of a cheese gotcha kind of thing. I think it's truly best as a 4 and a 5. Okay. Well, everyone, thank you for coming by, hanging around during this multi-stream test. I'm glad it went well. YouTube audience, thanks for hanging in as we sort out the technical difficulties and come to understand what streaming on YouTube looks like. Next stream should be Monday. I don't think I have anything on my schedule unless something pops up. So we'll be on Monday playing some Dota games. Next Wednesday could be another replay analysis stream because I think next week I'm free. I don't think there's any casting next week. So games and then another replay analysis stream on Wednesday should be possible. And we'll just hope for the patch at any time, guys. Patch, please. Please. Okay, let's go here on Twitch. YouTube, I guess I'll just end that stream. Thank you guys for hanging out. I'll be back on probably Monday. Hope you all have a good weekend. Oh, sorry, you're new to Dota, really like Lich. Are there any severe counters? Quick, we gotta answer before the raid starts. Lion and anyone who drains mana in the laning stage is really rough for you. Ah, shit. I think ads are in progress. I don't think they even hear this. Type it quick. Lion or any mana drainers in the lane. Oh, you heard it? Okay, great. Lion or any mana drainers in the lane. Later on, magic damage is good versus Lich because he negates the physical attack damage with his shield. So magic kind of bypasses that. Anyone with mobility to dodge the frost ult is also good. But as long as you're patient, you can usually still find a good ult. You just have to like kind of wait for them to jump in first, use your fear at the right time, all that stuff. Blade Mail Oracle. Don't go with that one. I don't think that's for the new people. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you next time. Gonna send this raid and then slowly end all the different streams, I guess. Let's see if this closes both. All right. I know that one will close Twitch. I think YouTube is still going. I don't really